lain seperti penelitian, pendidikan, perencanaan, dan evaluasi pelayanan kesehatan. Sarana pembelajaran yang lengkap sangat diperlukan untuk menunjang efektivitas pembelajaran offline guna meningkatkan kompetensi mahasiswa. Sarana yang terdapat di Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya adalah lab keperawatan dasar, keperawatan medikal bedah dan gawat darurat, lab keperawatan maternitas dan anak, lab jiwa, komunitas dan keluarga, jiwa dan gerontik, laboratorium biomedik, anatomi dan ruang tutorial, lab skill yang terdiri dari 2 lantai untuk meningkatkan skill prosedur, lab komputer, perpustakaan, terdiri dari ruang baca, ruang internet, dan ruang pelayanan. Selain itu, untuk mendukung pembelajaran daring, tersedia berbagai macam video pembelajaran di website dan YouTube. Indonesia sebagai negara maritim terbesar dunia memiliki sejumlah wilayah laut, pesisir, dan pulau-pulau kecil yang luas dan bermakna strategis dalam pembangunan ekonomi nasional. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya dalam peranannya di bidang pendidikan kesehatan memberikan wawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan di dalam kurikulum pendidikannya dalam bentuk materi kuliah matra kesehatan, laut, dan udara serta dibentuknya UKM atau unit kegiatan mahasiswa Kesmala. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya telah bekerja sama dengan instansi untuk penyerapan lulusan, yakni Rumah Sakit Mitra Keluarga Group, National Hospital Surabaya, RSPHL Dr. Ramelan Surabaya, Siloam International Hospitals. Selain itu, kami juga bekerja sama dengan beberapa instansi untuk lahan praktik mahasiswa Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya, yakni RSPHL Dr. Ramelan Surabaya, RSAL Dr. Sukantio Jahya Lanudal Juanda, RS Marinir Ewa Pangalila Gunung Sari Surabaya, Lembaga Kesehatan Kelautan TNI AL, Diskes Kuarmada II, Rumah Sakit Haji Surabaya, Rumah Sakit PHC Surabaya, Rumah Sakit Jiwa Menur Surabaya, UPTD Gria Werda Jambangan Surabaya, Diponsos Keputih Surabaya, Dinas Kesehatan Kota Surabaya, Puskesmas di Kota Surabaya. Tingkat kelulusan mahasiswa Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya. Tingkat kelulusan ujian kompetensi D3 keperawatan 96,8% Oktober 2020. Tingkat kelulusan ujian kompetensi profesi nurse 94,7% Oktober 2020. Tingkat penyerapan lulusan yang bekerja sebagai tenaga kesehatan di fasilitas pelayanan kesehatan lebih dari 90%. Tingkat masa tunggu kerja kurang dari 6 bulan lebih dari 90%. Hal ini menandakan bahwa lulusan Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya siap untuk masuk ke dunia kerja.
Salam tangguh, salam sehat, salam kemanusiaan. COVID-19 di Indonesia telah ditetapkan sebagai bencana nasional tepatnya pada tanggal 2 Maret 2020. Pandemi ini berdampak pada semua aspek kehidupan, baik di sektor kesehatan, sektor ekonomi, sektor sosial dan kemasyarakatan, tanpa kecuali di sektor pendidikan. Kendati demikian, adanya pandemi ini mampu mengakselerasi pendidikan di era revolusi industri 4.0. Wabah corona ini justru memacu dunia pendidikan dengan mendorong lebih banyak pemanfaatan teknologi informasi dalam aktivitas belajar jarak jauh. Namun pada kondisi ini, terdapat tantangan yang besar dalam pelaksanaannya. Menjawab tantangan tersebut, Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya dengan membentuk Satgas COVID-19 dan mempersiapkan sarana prasarana yang sesuai sebagai adaptasi kebiasaan baru dalam kehidupan kampus. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya siap menjadi kampus tangguh, yaitu kampus yang menyelenggarakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi dengan memprioritaskan kesehatan dan keselamatan bagi seluruh peserta didik, pendidik, tenaga kependidikan, keluarga, dan masyarakat. Saya dibantu oleh seluruh sivitas akademika di bawah koordinasi bidang 1, 2, dan 3 terus mengembangkan diri menjawab tantangan ini. Di bidang 1, bidang akademik, kurikulum dan model pembelajaran disiapkan untuk menjawab era industri 4.0 dengan memastikan ketersediaan sarana dan prasarana, serta sistem informasi yang memadai, memastikan kegiatan pembelajaran baik di kelas, laboratorium, maupun klinik dapat terlaksana secara blended learning dengan memprioritaskan keamanan, kesehatan, dan keselamatan. Di bidang 2, menjamin seluruh kegiatan administrasi umum dan kepegawaian berjalan dengan baik, serta menyediakan sarana prasarana yang mendukung upaya protokol kesehatan yang memadai. Di bidang 3, kemahasiswaan, berbagai penyesuaian dilaksanakan untuk memastikan kegiatan kemahasiswaan baik intra maupun ekstra kurikuler dapat terus berjalan dengan memanfaatkan teknologi informasi. Pada masa pandemik ini, ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya telah mempersiapkan diri dengan baik, menerapkan protokol kesehatan untuk mencegah COVID-19 di lingkungan kampus. Kami laksanakan dengan disiplin tinggi. ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya berkomitmen sebagai kampus tangguh.
ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya adalah institusi pendidikan di bawah TNI Angkatan Laut yang mahasiswanya belajar di wahana rumah sakit militer, yaitu Rumah Sakit Pusat Angkatan Laut Dr. Ramlan Surabaya. Mereka mendapat pendidikan yang penuh disiplin dan bertanggung jawab, menjadikan mereka sebagai mahasiswa yang unggul. Ini mempermudah kami untuk transfer pengetahuan dan attitude kepada mereka. Oleh sebab itu, hampir sebagian besar lulusan ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya setelah lulus dari pendidikan dapat diterima di Rumah Sakit Pusat Angkatan Laut Dr. Ramlan Surabaya, juga di rumah sakit di Surabaya dan sekitarnya. Semoga ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya selalu jaya dan senantiasa memberikan kontribusi terbaik bagi nusa dan bangsa.
Lebih dari 20 tahun, kami berproses dalam membentuk sebuah lembaga pendidikan kesehatan untuk mencapai sasaran terwujudnya masyarakat yang makin sejahtera, lahir dan batin, secara adil dan merata. Terselenggaranya pendidikan nasional dan pelayanan kesehatan yang makin bermutu serta merata, mewujudkan manusia berbudi pekerti luhur, tangguh, sehat, cerdas, patriotik, berdisiplin, kreatif, produktif, dan profesional. Kami akan terus berkembang dan akan meraih mimpi kami, yaitu menjadi sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang mandiri, bermartabat, kompetitif, dan berwawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan pada tahun 2031. Mari bergabung bersama kami.
ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya. Di situasi pandemi seperti ini, kebutuhan tenaga kesehatan semakin meningkat. Maka dari itu, kita membutuhkan kampus yang berkualitas di bidangnya. Nah, ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya ini telah mendapatkan akreditasi B dari Lembaga Akreditasi Mandiri Perguruan Tinggi Kesehatan yang memiliki 5 prodi unggulan, yaitu D3 Keperawatan, S1 Keperawatan, Profesi Nurse, dan memiliki 2 prodi baru, yaitu S1 Gizi dan D4 Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan.
ICSEH Hang Tuah sendiri telah memiliki 40 dosen S2,
2 dosen S3,
dan praktisi kesehatan yang sangat berpengalaman. Serta ICSEH Hang Tuah memiliki fasilitas sarana dan prasarana yang sangat lengkap, seperti laboratorium dan perpustakaan, serta hal yang lainnya. ICSEH Hang Tuah sendiri memiliki lebih dari 20 UKM. Salah satunya UKM Tari,
UKM Kesehatan Matra Laut, dan UKM lainnya.
Dan pastinya, ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya siap mencetak tenaga kesehatan yang unggul, berwawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan.
Menurut survei studi, 90% lulusan dari ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya telah diterima dalam bidang pekerjaan mulai dari rumah sakit, puskesmas, klinik, PNS, dan BUMN. Dan lebih menariknya lagi, bakal ada free laptop untuk penerimaan mahasiswa baru yang daftar di tahun ini loh. So, buruan gabung bersama kami dan daftarkan diri kalian di www.ICSEH dan juga Instagramnya di ICSEH. ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya.
LUC, Lincoln University College. A truly global university. A top 25 performing universities in student mobility. That enhances lifelong learning opportunities, practical and scientific skills, social values, leadership and entrepreneurship. By harnessing information technology including machine learning and deep learning to create a noble, eternal, peaceful human society. Lincoln University College was established in 2002 and now has 3 campuses, which is 2 at Kuala Lumpur and 1 at Kota Baru. Lincoln University College Malaysia has been worldwide recognized by multi-rank universities, World University Ranking and also QS Asia University Ranking.
Surabaya adalah ibu kota Provinsi Jawa Timur, sekaligus kota metropolitan terbesar kedua di Indonesia. Surabaya juga merupakan salah satu kota tujuan pendidikan, khususnya pendidikan tenaga kesehatan di Indonesia yang sangat diperhitungkan. Ribuan siswa maupun mahasiswa dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia mengenyam pendidikan di kota ini. Salah satu pilar penyangga pendidikan tinggi kesehatan di kota Surabaya adalah Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya. Selamat datang di kampus Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Hang Tuah Surabaya. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya di bawah naungan Yayasan Nala, yaitu salah satu yayasan yang dimiliki oleh TNI Angkatan Laut, sehingga kampus kami berada dalam satu lokasi dengan Rumah Sakit Pusat Angkatan Laut Dr. Ramlan Surabaya, yaitu di Jalan Gadung nomor 1 Surabaya. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan tenaga kesehatan di rumah sakit, klinik kesehatan, puskesmas, maupun tempat pelayanan kesehatan lain, baik yang berafiliasi dengan TNI Angkatan Laut, pemerintah, maupun fasilitas pelayanan kesehatan swasta, serta memberi kesempatan pada putra-putri anggota TNI, khususnya TNI Angkatan Laut, serta keluarganya untuk meningkatkan jenjang pendidikan tinggi, dan juga memberi kesempatan kepada putra-putri terbaik bangsa Indonesia untuk menjadi tenaga kesehatan profesional yang memiliki kompetensi, berbudi pekerti luhur, tangguh, sehat, cerdas, patriotik, berdisiplin, kreatif, produktif, dan profesional. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya lahir diawali dengan adanya kerjasama antara Yayasan Nala dengan Rumkital Dr. Ramlan Surabaya dalam mendirikan Akper Hang Tuah Surabaya pada tanggal 7 Juni 1995. Pada pertengahan 2005, dimulailah usaha-usaha untuk merintis perubahan bentuk Akademi Keperawatan menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan. Dan pada tahun 2006, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Hang Tuah Surabaya resmi berdiri.
Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Hang Tuah Surabaya memiliki visi menjadi sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang mandiri, bermartabat, kompetitif, berwawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan. Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya menyusun misi, yaitu pertama, menciptakan pendidikan dengan budaya akademik yang kondusif dan mampu bersaing. Kedua, mengembangkan penelitian yang berorientasi pada impact kesehatan maritim dan kelautan. Tiga, melaksanakan pengabdian masyarakat dimulai dari wilayah pesisir. Empat, mewujudkan pelaku pendidikan yang memiliki integritas. Yang kelima, mewujudkan penguatan tata kelola organisasi yang efektif, demokratis, dan terpercaya. Kami menerapkan tata nilai di lingkungan Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya yang mendasari sikap dan perilaku seluruh sivitas akademika. Tata nilai yang kami laksanakan adalah cerdas. Cerdas merupakan singkatan dari nilai-nilai luhur yang kami yakini, yaitu caring, excellent, respectful, disiplin, altruistik, dan smart.
Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya telah memiliki 5 program studi, yaitu D3 Keperawatan, S1 Keperawatan, Prodi Pendidikan Profesi Nurse, S1 Gizi, dan D4 Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan. Program studi keperawatan adalah program studi unggulan di Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya. Kami selalu mencetak tenaga keperawatan medis yang unggul dan siap bersaing di dunia kerja. Prodi ini dibagi menjadi 2, yaitu Prodi Keperawatan S1 dan D3. Alumni Diploma 3 Keperawatan berperan sebagai perawat terampil dalam menyelesaikan masalah keperawatan secara mandiri dan berkelompok yang direncanakan sesuai dengan standar asuhan keperawatan. dengan kemampuan menerima tanggung jawab terhadap keputusan dan tindakan asuhan keperawatan profesional sesuai dengan lingkup praktik dan hukum dan peraturan perundangan. Prodi S1 Ilmu Keperawatan menyelenggarakan pendidikan akademik untuk menghasilkan sarjana keperawatan dengan gelar S.Kep yang nantinya berpeluang untuk melanjutkan pendidikan ke jenjang profesi nurse ataupun jenjang magister sesuai dengan minat masing-masing. Prodi Pendidikan Profesi Nurse merupakan perawat profesional yang cerdas dan kompeten dalam memberikan asuhan keperawatan kepada klien dan mampu melakukan fungsi manajemen keperawatan. Prodi S1 Gizi mencetak lulusan yang dapat menjadi pengambil keputusan dalam memecahkan permasalahan gizi, baik program dan kebijakan gizi, komunitas maupun sosial secara profesional dan bertanggung jawab. Prodi D4 Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan mencetak lulusan yang kompeten dalam mengumpulkan, mengintegrasikan, dan menganalisa data rekam medis serta data pendukung lainnya untuk kepentingan perawatan pasien yang efektif serta kepentingan lain seperti penelitian, pendidikan, perencanaan, dan evaluasi pelayanan kesehatan. Sarana pembelajaran yang lengkap sangat diperlukan untuk menunjang efektivitas pembelajaran offline guna meningkatkan kompetensi mahasiswa. Sarana yang terdapat di Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya adalah lab keperawatan dasar, keperawatan medikal bedah dan gawat darurat, lab keperawatan maternitas dan anak, lab jiwa, komunitas dan keluarga, jiwa dan gerontik, laboratorium biomedik, anatomi dan ruang tutorial, lab skill yang terdiri dari 2 lantai untuk meningkatkan skill prosedur, lab komputer, perpustakaan, terdiri dari ruang baca, ruang internet, dan ruang pelayanan. Selain itu, untuk mendukung pembelajaran daring, tersedia berbagai macam video pembelajaran di website dan YouTube. Indonesia sebagai negara maritim terbesar dunia memiliki sejumlah wilayah laut, pesisir, dan pulau-pulau kecil yang luas dan bermakna strategis dalam pembangunan ekonomi nasional. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya dalam peranannya di bidang pendidikan kesehatan memberikan wawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan di dalam kurikulum pendidikannya dalam bentuk materi kuliah matra kesehatan, laut, dan udara serta dibentuknya UKM atau unit kegiatan mahasiswa Kesmala. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya telah bekerja sama dengan instansi untuk penyerapan lulusan, yakni Rumah Sakit Mitra Keluarga Group, National Hospital Surabaya, RSPAL Dr. Ramelan Surabaya, Siloam International Hospitals. Selain itu, kami juga bekerja sama dengan beberapa instansi untuk lahan praktik mahasiswa Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya, yakni RSPAL Dr. Ramelan Surabaya, RSAL Dr. Sukantio Jahya Lanudal Juanda, RS Marinir Ewa Pangalila Gunung Sari Surabaya, Lembaga Kesehatan Kelautan TNI AL, Diskes Kuarmada 2, Rumah Sakit Haji Surabaya, Rumah Sakit PHC Surabaya, Rumah Sakit Jiwa Menur Surabaya, UPTD Gria Werda Jambangan Surabaya, Diponsos Keputih Surabaya, Dinas Kesehatan Kota Surabaya, Puskesmas di Kota Surabaya. Tingkat kelulusan mahasiswa Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya. Tingkat kelulusan ujian kompetensi D3 Keperawatan 96,8% Oktober 2020. Tingkat kelulusan ujian kompetensi profesi nurse 94,7% Oktober 2020. Tingkat penyerapan lulusan yang bekerja sebagai tenaga kesehatan di fasilitas pelayanan kesehatan lebih dari 90%. Tingkat masa tunggu kerja kurang dari 6 bulan lebih dari 90%. Hal ini menandakan bahwa lulusan Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya siap untuk masuk ke dunia kerja.
Salam tangguh, salam sehat, salam kemanusiaan. COVID-19 di Indonesia telah ditetapkan sebagai bencana nasional tepatnya pada tanggal 2 Maret 2020. Pandemi ini berdampak pada semua aspek kehidupan, baik di sektor kesehatan, sektor ekonomi, sektor sosial dan kemasyarakatan, tanpa kecuali di sektor pendidikan. Kendati demikian, adanya pandemi ini mampu mengakselerasi pendidikan di era revolusi industri 4.0. Wabah corona ini justru memacu dunia pendidikan dengan mendorong lebih banyak pemanfaatan teknologi informasi dalam aktivitas belajar jarak jauh. Namun pada kondisi ini, terdapat tantangan yang besar dalam pelaksanaannya. Menjawab tantangan tersebut, ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya dengan membentuk Satgas COVID-19 dan mempersiapkan sarana prasarana yang sesuai sebagai adaptasi kebiasaan baru dalam kehidupan kampus. ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya siap menjadi kampus tangguh, yaitu kampus yang menyelenggarakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi dengan memprioritaskan kesehatan dan keselamatan bagi seluruh peserta didik, pendidik, tenaga kependidikan, keluarga, dan masyarakat. Saya dibantu oleh seluruh sivitas akademika di bawah koordinasi bidang 1, 2, dan 3 terus mengembangkan diri menjawab tantangan ini. Di bidang 1, bidang akademik, kurikulum dan model pembelajaran disiapkan untuk menjawab era industri 4.0 dengan memastikan ketersediaan sarana dan prasarana, serta sistem informasi yang memadai, memastikan kegiatan pembelajaran baik di kelas, laboratorium, maupun klinik dapat terlaksana secara blended learning dengan memprioritaskan keamanan, kesehatan, dan keselamatan. Di bidang 2, menjamin seluruh kegiatan administrasi umum dan kepegawaian berjalan dengan baik serta menyediakan sarana prasarana yang mendukung upaya protokol kesehatan yang memadai. Di bidang 3 kemahasiswaan, berbagai penyesuaian dilaksanakan untuk memastikan kegiatan kemahasiswaan baik intra maupun ekstra kurikuler dapat terus berjalan dengan memanfaatkan teknologi informasi. Pada masa pandemik ini, ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya telah mempersiapkan diri dengan baik, menerapkan protokol kesehatan untuk mencegah COVID-19 di lingkungan kampus. Kami laksanakan dengan disiplin tinggi. ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya berkomitmen sebagai kampus tangguh.
ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya adalah institusi pendidikan di bawah TNI Angkatan Laut yang mahasiswanya belajar di wahana rumah sakit militer, yaitu Rumah Sakit Pusat Angkatan Laut Dr. Ramlan Surabaya. Mereka mendapat pendidikan yang penuh disiplin dan bertanggung jawab, menjadikan mereka sebagai mahasiswa yang unggul. Ini mempermudah kami untuk transfer pengetahuan dan attitude kepada mereka. Oleh sebab itu, hampir sebagian besar lulusan ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya setelah lulus dari pendidikan dapat diterima di Rumah Sakit Pusat Angkatan Laut Dr. Ramlan Surabaya, juga di rumah sakit di Surabaya dan sekitarnya. Semoga ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya selalu jaya dan senantiasa memberikan kontribusi terbaik bagi nusa dan bangsa.
Lebih dari 20 tahun, kami berproses dalam membentuk sebuah lembaga pendidikan kesehatan untuk mencapai sasaran terwujudnya masyarakat yang makin sejahtera, lahir dan batin, secara adil dan merata. Terselenggaranya pendidikan nasional dan pelayanan kesehatan yang makin bermutu serta merata, mewujudkan manusia berbudi pekerti luhur, tangguh, sehat, cerdas, patriotik, berdisiplin, kreatif, produktif, dan profesional. Kami akan terus berkembang dan akan meraih mimpi kami, yaitu menjadi sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang mandiri, bermartabat, kompetitif, dan berwawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan pada tahun 2031. Mari bergabung bersama kami.
Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya, di situasi pandemi seperti ini, kebutuhan tenaga kesehatan semakin meningkat. Maka dari itu, kita membutuhkan kampus yang berkualitas di bidangnya. Nah, Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya ini telah mendapatkan akreditasi B dari Lembaga Akreditasi Mandiri Perguruan Tinggi Kesehatan yang memiliki 5 prodi unggulan, yaitu D3 Keperawatan, S1 Keperawatan, Profesi Nurse, dan memiliki 2 prodi baru, yaitu S1 Gizi dan D4 Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan.
Stikes Hang Tuah sendiri telah memiliki 40 dosen S2,
2 dosen S3,
dan praktisi kesehatan yang sangat berpengalaman. Serta Stikes Hang Tuah memiliki fasilitas, sarana, dan prasarana yang sangat lengkap, seperti laboratorium dan perpustakaan, serta hal yang lainnya. Stikes Hang Tuah sendiri memiliki lebih dari 20 UKM. Salah satunya UKM Tari,
UKM Kesehatan Matralut, dan UKM lainnya.
Dan pastinya, Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya siap mencetak tenaga kesehatan yang unggul, berwawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan.
Menurut survei studi, 90% lulusan dari Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya telah diterima dalam bidang pekerjaan mulai dari rumah sakit, puskesmas, klinik, PNS, dan BUMN. Dan lebih menariknya lagi, bakal ada free laptop untuk penerimaan mahasiswa baru yang daftar di tahun ini loh. So, buruan gabung bersama kami dan daftarkan diri kalian di www.stikeshangtuah.sby dan juga Instagramnya di Stikes Hang Tuah SBY. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya.
LUC, Lincoln University College. A truly global university. A top 25 performing universities in student mobility. That enhances lifelong learning opportunities, practical and scientific skills, social values, leadership and entrepreneurship. By harnessing information technology including machine learning and deep learning to create a noble, eternal, peaceful human society. Lincoln University College was established in 2002 and now has 3 campuses, which is 2 at Kuala Lumpur and 1 at Kota Baru. Lincoln University College Malaysia has been worldwide recognized by multi-rank universities, World University Ranking and also QS Asia University Ranking.
Surabaya adalah ibu kota Provinsi Jawa Timur, sekaligus kota metropolitan terbesar kedua di Indonesia. Surabaya juga merupakan salah satu kota tujuan pendidikan, khususnya pendidikan tenaga kesehatan di Indonesia yang sangat diperhitungkan. Ribuan siswa maupun mahasiswa dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia mengenyam pendidikan di kota ini. Salah satu pilar penyangga pendidikan tinggi kesehatan di kota Surabaya adalah Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya. Selamat datang di kampus Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Hang Tuah Surabaya. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya di bawah naungan Yayasan Nala, yaitu salah satu yayasan yang dimiliki oleh TNI Angkatan Laut, sehingga kampus kami berada dalam satu lokasi dengan Rumah Sakit Pusat Angkatan Laut Dr. Ramelan Surabaya, yaitu di Jalan Gadung nomor 1 Surabaya. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan tenaga kesehatan di rumah sakit, klinik kesehatan, puskesmas, maupun tempat pelayanan kesehatan lain, baik yang berafiliasi dengan TNI Angkatan Laut, pemerintah, maupun fasilitas pelayanan kesehatan swasta, serta memberi kesempatan pada putra-putri anggota TNI, khususnya TNI Angkatan Laut, serta keluarganya untuk meningkatkan jenjang pendidikan tinggi, dan juga memberi kesempatan kepada putra-putri terbaik bangsa Indonesia untuk menjadi tenaga kesehatan profesional yang memiliki kompetensi, berbudi pekerti luhur, tangguh, sehat, cerdas, patriotik, berdisiplin, kreatif, produktif, dan profesional. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya lahir diawali dengan adanya kerjasama antara Yayasan Nala dengan Rumkital Dr. Ramelan Surabaya dalam mendirikan Akper Hang Tuah Surabaya pada tanggal 7 Juni 1995. Pada pertengahan 2005, dimulailah usaha-usaha untuk merintis perubahan bentuk Akademi Keperawatan menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan. Dan pada tahun 2006, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Hang Tuah Surabaya resmi berdiri.
Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Hang Tuah Surabaya memiliki visi menjadi sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang mandiri, bermartabat, kompetitif, berwawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan. Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya menyusun misi, yaitu pertama, menciptakan pendidikan dengan budaya akademik yang kondusif dan mampu bersaing. Kedua, mengembangkan penelitian yang berorientasi pada iptek, kesehatan maritim, dan kelautan. Tiga, melaksanakan pengabdian masyarakat dimulai dari wilayah pesisir. Empat, mewujudkan pelaku pendidikan yang memiliki integritas. Yang kelima, mewujudkan penguatan tata kelola organisasi yang efektif, demokratis, dan terpercaya. Kami menerapkan tata nilai di lingkungan Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya yang mendasari sikap dan perilaku seluruh sivitas akademika. Tata nilai yang kami laksanakan adalah cerdas. Cerdas merupakan singkatan dari nilai-nilai luhur yang kami yakini, yaitu caring, excellent, respectful, disiplin, altruistik, dan smart.
Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya telah memiliki 5 program studi, yaitu D3 Keperawatan, S1 Keperawatan, Prodi Pendidikan Profesi Nurse, S1 Gizi, dan D4 Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan. Program studi keperawatan adalah program studi unggulan di Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya. Kami selalu mencetak tenaga keperawatan medis yang unggul dan siap bersaing di dunia kerja. Prodi ini dibagi menjadi 2, yaitu Prodi Keperawatan S1 dan D3. Alumni Diploma 3 Keperawatan berperan sebagai perawat terampil dalam menyelesaikan masalah keperawatan secara mandiri dan berkelompok yang direncanakan sesuai dengan standar asuhan keperawatan. dengan kemampuan menerima tanggung jawab terhadap keputusan dan tindakan asuhan keperawatan profesional sesuai dengan lingkup praktik dan hukum dan peraturan perundangan. Prodi S1 Ilmu Keperawatan menyelenggarakan pendidikan akademik untuk menghasilkan sarjana keperawatan dengan gelar S.Kep yang nantinya berpeluang untuk melanjutkan pendidikan ke jenjang profesi nurse ataupun jenjang magister sesuai dengan minat masing-masing. Prodi Pendidikan Profesi Nurse merupakan perawat profesional yang cerdas dan kompeten dalam memberikan asuhan keperawatan kepada klien dan mampu melakukan fungsi manajemen keperawatan. Prodi S1 Gizi mencetak lulusan yang dapat menjadi pengambil keputusan dalam memecahkan permasalahan gizi, baik program dan kebijakan gizi, komunitas maupun sosial secara profesional dan bertanggung jawab. Prodi D4 Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan mencetak lulusan yang kompeten dalam mengumpulkan, mengintegrasikan, dan menganalisa data rekam medis serta data pendukung lainnya untuk kepentingan perawatan pasien yang efektif serta kepentingan lain seperti penelitian, pendidikan, perencanaan, dan evaluasi pelayanan kesehatan. Sarana pembelajaran yang lengkap sangat diperlukan untuk menunjang efektivitas pembelajaran offline guna meningkatkan kompetensi mahasiswa. Sarana yang terdapat di Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya adalah lab keperawatan dasar, keperawatan medikal bedah dan gawat darurat, lab keperawatan maternitas dan anak, lab jiwa, komunitas dan keluarga, jiwa dan gerontik, laboratorium biomedik, anatomi dan ruang tutorial, lab skill yang terdiri dari 2 lantai untuk meningkatkan skill prosedur, lab komputer, perpustakaan, terdiri dari ruang baca, ruang internet, dan ruang pelayanan. Selain itu, untuk mendukung pembelajaran daring, tersedia berbagai macam video pembelajaran di website dan YouTube. Indonesia sebagai negara maritim terbesar dunia memiliki sejumlah wilayah laut, pesisir, dan pulau-pulau kecil yang luas dan bermakna strategis dalam pembangunan ekonomi nasional. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya dalam peranannya di bidang pendidikan kesehatan memberikan wawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan di dalam kurikulum pendidikannya dalam bentuk materi kuliah matra kesehatan, laut, dan udara serta dibentuknya UKM atau unit kegiatan mahasiswa Kesmala. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya telah bekerja sama dengan instansi untuk penyerapan lulusan, yakni Rumah Sakit Mitra Keluarga Group, National Hospital Surabaya, RSPAL Dr. Ramelan Surabaya, Siloam International Hospitals. Selain itu, kami juga bekerja sama dengan beberapa instansi untuk lahan praktik mahasiswa Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya, yakni RSPAL Dr. Ramelan Surabaya, RSAL Dr. Sukantio Jahya Lanudal Juanda, RS Marinir Ewa Pangalila Gunung Sari Surabaya, Lembaga Kesehatan Kelautan TNI AL, Diskes Kuarmada 2, Rumah Sakit Haji Surabaya, Rumah Sakit PHC Surabaya, Rumah Sakit Jiwa Menur Surabaya, UPTD Gria Werda Jambangan Surabaya, Diponsos Keputih Surabaya, Dinas Kesehatan Kota Surabaya, Puskesmas di Kota Surabaya. Tingkat kelulusan mahasiswa Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya. Tingkat kelulusan ujian kompetensi D3 Keperawatan 96,8% Oktober 2020. Tingkat kelulusan ujian kompetensi profesi nurse 94,7% Oktober 2020. Tingkat penyerapan lulusan yang bekerja sebagai tenaga kesehatan di fasilitas pelayanan kesehatan lebih dari 90%. Tingkat masa tunggu kerja kurang dari 6 bulan lebih dari 90%. Hal ini menandakan bahwa lulusan Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya siap untuk masuk ke dunia kerja.
Salam tangguh, salam sehat, salam kemanusiaan. COVID-19 di Indonesia telah ditetapkan sebagai bencana nasional tepatnya pada tanggal 2 Maret 2020. Pandemi ini berdampak pada semua aspek kehidupan, baik di sektor kesehatan, sektor ekonomi, sektor sosial dan kemasyarakatan, tanpa kecuali di sektor pendidikan. Kendati demikian, adanya pandemi ini mampu mengakselerasi pendidikan di era revolusi industri 4.0. Wabah corona ini justru memacu dunia pendidikan dengan mendorong lebih banyak pemanfaatan teknologi informasi dalam aktivitas belajar jarak jauh. Namun pada kondisi ini, terdapat tantangan yang besar dalam pelaksanaannya. Menjawab tantangan tersebut, Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya dengan membentuk Satgas COVID-19 dan mempersiapkan sarana prasarana yang sesuai sebagai adaptasi kebiasaan baru dalam kehidupan kampus. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya siap menjadi kampus tangguh, yaitu kampus yang menyelenggarakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi dengan memprioritaskan kesehatan dan keselamatan bagi seluruh peserta didik, pendidik, tenaga kependidikan, keluarga, dan masyarakat. Saya dibantu oleh seluruh sivitas akademika di bawah koordinasi bidang 1, 2, dan 3 terus mengembangkan diri menjawab tantangan ini. Di bidang 1, bidang akademik, kurikulum dan model pembelajaran disiapkan untuk menjawab era industri 4.0 dengan memastikan ketersediaan sarana dan prasarana, serta sistem informasi yang memadai, memastikan kegiatan pembelajaran baik di kelas, laboratorium, maupun klinik dapat terlaksana secara blended learning dengan memprioritaskan keamanan, kesehatan, dan keselamatan. Di bidang 2, menjamin seluruh kegiatan administrasi umum dan kepegawaian berjalan dengan baik serta menyediakan sarana prasarana yang mendukung upaya protokol kesehatan yang memadai. Di bidang 3 kemahasiswaan, berbagai penyesuaian dilaksanakan untuk memastikan kegiatan kemahasiswaan baik intra maupun ekstra kurikuler dapat terus berjalan dengan memanfaatkan teknologi informasi. Pada masa pandemik ini, Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya telah mempersiapkan diri dengan baik, menerapkan protokol kesehatan untuk mencegah COVID-19 di lingkungan kampus. Kami laksanakan dengan disiplin tinggi. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya berkomitmen sebagai kampus tangguh.
Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya adalah institusi pendidikan di bawah TNI Angkatan Laut yang mahasiswanya belajar di wahana rumah sakit militer, yaitu Rumah Sakit Pusat Angkatan Laut Dr. Ramlan Surabaya. Mereka mendapat pendidikan yang penuh disiplin dan bertanggung jawab, menjadikan mereka sebagai mahasiswa yang unggul. Ini mempermudah kami untuk transfer pengetahuan dan attitude kepada mereka. Oleh sebab itu, hampir sebagian besar lulusan Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya setelah lulus dari pendidikan dapat diterima di Rumah Sakit Pusat Angkatan Laut Dr. Ramlan Surabaya, juga di rumah sakit di Surabaya dan sekitarnya. Semoga Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya selalu jaya dan senantiasa memberikan kontribusi terbaik bagi nusa dan bangsa.
Lebih dari 20 tahun, kami berproses dalam membentuk sebuah lembaga pendidikan kesehatan untuk mencapai sasaran terwujudnya masyarakat yang makin sejahtera, lahir dan batin, secara adil dan merata. Terselenggaranya pendidikan nasional dan pelayanan kesehatan yang makin bermutu serta merata, mewujudkan manusia berbudi pekerti luhur, tangguh, sehat, cerdas, patriotik, berdisiplin, kreatif, produktif, dan profesional. Kami akan terus berkembang dan akan meraih mimpi kami, yaitu menjadi sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang mandiri, bermartabat, kompetitif, dan berwawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan pada tahun 2031. Mari bergabung bersama kami.
Hang Tuah Surabaya, di situasi pandemi seperti ini, kebutuhan tenaga kesehatan semakin meningkat. Maka dari itu, kita membutuhkan kampus yang berkualitas di bidangnya. Nah, ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya ini telah mendapatkan akreditasi B dari Lembaga Akreditasi Mandiri Perguruan Tinggi Kesehatan yang memiliki 5 prodi unggulan yaitu D3 Keperawatan, S1 Keperawatan, Profesi Nurse, dan memiliki 2 prodi baru yaitu S1 Gizi dan D4 Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan.
ICSEH Hang Tuah sendiri telah memiliki 40 dosen S2,
2 dosen S3,
dan praktisi kesehatan yang sangat berpengalaman, serta
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Am I audible?
Good morning.
Yes, madam.
Morning, madam.
Am I visible? I can't see myself.
Yes, you are visible.
Yes, yes.
So it's not coming, na? It's okay.
Miss Divi, we start now.
Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Just we starting, and this program has been already live telecasted in YouTube. I just shared the screen. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Divi. You want to introduce today's start?
Please proceed. Prof. Sandip will be the master of ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning and welcome all of you. As some of the country different time region, but we are starting around 10:30 now in Malaysian time. So today is the second day of International Conference on Sustainable Environment and Healthcare. As all of you know, we have started 2017 as National Conference in India, in Indian Science Congress Association Hall. And 2019, we organized International Conference on Sustainable Environment and Healthcare on World Environment Day in 2019, was held in Jadavpur University, Kolkata. And this year, we have proud privilege to have Lincoln University College and Sekolah Tinggi ILU Kesehatan Hang Tua, Surabaya, Indonesia, to take part and actually strikes. Hang Tua Surabaya is taking the major role in organizing this event and very nicely coordinating these events 2 days, also background work. And today we have the program schedule. First, we have 2 plenary session lecture by Dr. Smriti Mani and Dr. Sushanta Poddar. And after that, open paper session will start. Then lunch break. And after lunch break, we have the speaker from Egypt, Dr. Amil, and then open paper session. So without wasting much time, I want to introduce today's speaker. Today, our speaker is Dr. Smriti Mani. She is the Principal, College of Nursing, Medical College and Hospital, Kolkata, India. And she is the founder principal of Government College of Nursing, Bardhaman in West Bengal. She has been initiating BSc and MSc nursing program, developed an area with family folders in rural community of India, written maternity record book for students, Bengali manual on IUCD with Government of West Bengal. And also member of examination cum syllabus committee, Human Resource Board, Shastra Samiti, Bardhaman, MCH Rogi Kollan Samiti. She is also examiner, paper setter, adjunct scrutinizer of various universities, member and convener of Board of Studies for MSc, BSc Nursing of West Bengal University of Health Sciences, India. And she has several publications in international national journals in her own credit, participated as resource person, trainer in various programs of TNAI and INC, GF ATM trainer,
and attended and presented paper in international conferences, acted as resource person, participant, and attended and presented qualitative and quantitative research related papers in various international and national state level conferences. She has also conducted and supervised more than 30 research work and performed various social activities such as distribution of clothes, health camp in tribal area with club, NGO, and Buddhist welfare organizations and all others. And in spite of this, in this COVID pandemic situation, she has been appointed as Government of West Bengal State Advisory Committee, and she is working hard day and night to motivate the nursing and healthcare profession. So welcome, madam. The stage is yours. Madam, please unmute yourself. Today, Madam Sutimani will present her talk on role of environment on emerging epidemic of mucormycosis amidst COVID pandemic. Madam, please. Madam, unmute. Okay.
Huh? Now, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So my slide is shared or not?
Yes. Yes.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, madam. Make full screen, madam. Full screen. Yes.
Is it full screen now?
Yes, madam. Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much. Good morning, all of you. I'm so happy to hear to be present in this conference. And so I'm missing Malaysia. Last time we went there and we have enjoyed a lot. But this time really we are on virtual platform. So today I will discuss with the role of environment on mucormycosis in this COVID pandemic situation. I know that all of you have heard regarding this black fungus. So in India also, deaths are increasing due to black fungus or mucormycosis. Some of our states, that is Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, Haryana, Telangana, they have classified black fungus as an epidemic. And if we see in India, that is the deaths are in India, it is 219 till the date, and infected 7,250. And you know it very well that mucormycosis is frequently a life-threatening infection. A review published, it is seen that the mucormycosis cases found an overall all-cause mortality rate 54%. But this 54% mortality rate again varied depending on the underlying patient condition. That means the type of fungus or body site, on which site it is affected. For example, mortality rate was 46% among people with sinus infections, whereas 76% for pulmonary infection and 96% for the disseminated mucormycosis. So this is the situation. Actually, if we see that the fungi that cause the mucormycosis live in this environment only. So the group of fungi that cause a mucormycosis are present throughout the environment, particularly in soil and in association with decaying organic matter such as leaves, compost piles, and animal dung. These molds live throughout the environment. They are more common in soil than in air and in summer also, but fall than in winter or spring. Most of the people, we can't say that we are not confronting. We are every day, we are contacting with these microscopic fungal spores every day. So it's probably impossible to completely avoid coming in contact with the mucormycosis. So these fungi are not harmful to most people. But however, for people who have weakened immune system, breathing in mucormycosis spores can cause an infection in the lungs or sinuses, which can spread to the other part of the body. So there are usually 5 types of mucormycosis. That is the rhinocerebral, pulmonary, cutaneous, gastrointestinal, and disseminated. If we see, all of us, we know the mucormycosis symptoms, but once again, I will just remind that one-sided, in case of rhinocerebral, that is the sinus and the brain are infected. So one-sided facial swelling, headache, nasal or sinus congestion, black lesions or nasal breeze or upper inside of the mouth that quickly become more severe, and fever. So, and in case of pulmonary mycorrhizasis, fever, cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, this is like the COVID-19. And in the cutaneous mycor, that it looks like blisters or ulcers, and the infected area may turn black. Other symptoms include pain, warmth, excessive redness, or swelling around a wound. Symptoms of, if we see the gastrointestinal mucormycosis, these include abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, and GI bleeding. And disseminated mycosis, that is it occurs typically in people who are already sick from other medical condition. So it can be difficult to know which symptoms are related to mucormycosis. Patients with disseminated infection in the brain can develop mental status changes also, and they can go to coma also. So why this is so virulent? What are the reasons behind it? Actually, this is called the black fungus. This is really in asymptomatic cases, symptomatic or post-COVID cases, mostly seen and it by the airborne infection. Actually, presence of melanin and carotene provide them that the black color, which are the weapons for their virulence. And pigments such as melanin and carotenoids are deposited in the cell wall of the melanized fungi and play an important role in virulence and pathogenicity. This melanin pigment is believed to contribute to the organism's ability to elude the host immune responses through blocking of the effect of the immunodestructions. For that reason, they are so virulent. Now I will go to the point that role of the environment to enhance its power. So in treatment centers, if we see in hospitals and treatment centers, COVID infections in elderly, obese with comorbidities, actually who are immunocompromised are there, especially in ICU for a prolonged period. And COVID infection treated with excessive or prolonged steroid with uncontrolled hyperglycemia. We have seen in the hospitals, if it is not cleaned, not a well, and bed sheets, if it is not changed regularly, and dry bed sheets, if it is damp or like that, and if it is kept in a closed room which is damp and like that, so in that centers also it can, and with the hospital beds are not clean and the environment also very savvy, so in that case that treatment centers it can happen. And in home or safe home, we can say whether it is at all safe or not, this is large in number, because unhygienic lifestyle and unclean ambience at safe home with asymptomatic COVID infection or even after the infective period also. Many people also used oxygen cylinders at home. They are thinking that in this COVID pandemic period, we will keep oxygen cylinder and we will be able to handle it. They don't know what type of water should be used. They are using the tap water in the flow meters. So which has also led to fungal infection like mucor. So who are the victims? All of us, we are confronting every day, but we are not victims of mucor. So mucormycosis is rare, but it's more common among the people who have health problems or take medicines that lower the body's ability to fight germs and sickness. So who are those people? They are diabetic people, especially diabetic ketoacidosis, cancer patients, organic transplant, stem cell transplant, neutropenia, long-term corticosteroid who are using, injection drug use, too much iron in the body, skin injury due to surgery, burns and wounds, and premature and low birth weight babies. Like these conditions, they are the more because of their reduced immunity power, they are the person to get infected. So how human get infected? There are three ways that humans can contract mucormycosis, mucor, by inhaling spores, by swallowing spores in food or medicines, or when spores contaminate wounds. And we have seen that the rhinocerebral mucor is the most common clinical form. So if you see implantation or inoculation, if my needle and syringe is kept in a very bad place, so from there also we can just we can inoculate that infection. So this is the how we can get the infections. So these are the airborne transmission is most important, the modifiable factor. So these are the some facts we have to know. Is it contagious? No, from one person to one person or from animal to persons, human being, it's not contagious. Can I lower it like COVID-19 risk, that risk of mucor? No, there is no such vaccines to prevent mucor. And I want to tell that mucor is not a new something. It was there. It's not like a COVID-19. So it's difficult to avoid breathing. How can you stay without breathing in fungal spores? Because the fungi that cause mucor are common in the environment. So can you take any medication? No, you can't take medication without doctor's prescription. Some persons are always in habit for self-medication. If anything happens, they will take the medication. But no, in case of antifungal, I will tell the mucor, you don't take medicine without prescription of a doctor. So if you are at risk for developing mucor, your doctor may prescribe medications to prevent your mucor or other mold infections. If we see that the household sources of spores of black fungus creating mucor, so fungal spores are present in damp areas. Already I have told, in the dust, soil, closed dingy, non-aerated rooms, rotting food, bird and animal excretions, water and air around construction sites, and moist environment. So it's better to avoid such areas so that I will not come in contact. I have to wear a mask, so that, and if I wash my hands regularly and in a proper manner. Already yesterday also we have seen Dr. Pal has discussed how can we wash our hands and how long, so that not to pick up, and always we have a habit, we are wearing mask but we are touching our nose. So we need not to just keep our hands above our shoulder region. So rub the eyes, scratch the skin, as we might inoculate these spores into that tissues. For that reason, we have to be very careful. It is not also found in decaying organic, it is also found in decaying organic material such as fruits and vegetables. You can't take also, and you just, waste means waste. You have to throw it. So don't use it because spores may be there. So globally, outbreaks of mucormycosis have occurred due to contaminated products such as household or hospital linens, medications, packaged food, for these things. So just, can we prevent it? What are the ways to prevention for COVID and post-COVID? I am not going in details regarding the treatment side because that is the medical portion. I will discuss about the general measures and our environmental role. So general measures, what we can take, that we know it very well, the clean water in humidifier of oxygen cylinders. So that is the water we have. Any water which is already containing the spores, we cannot use that. Maintain personal hygiene. That means again and again we are telling for our COVID also that we have to wash our hands, we have to clean our body garments and everything. So all those things, and if we are in touch, so we have to use our PPE also. Use mouthwashes containing betadine, particularly in patients who are oral corticosteroids. And do not use the same face wash for a longer days. And don't keep here and there your mask. So in a place you have to keep where you are not touching the front side. So wash the cloth mask with 1% of hypochlorite solution. And for patients who are on oxygen support, healthcare professionals, it's your responsibility to sterilize the oxygen mask, nasal and oral region with 0.9% normal saline. So specific measures to be taken inside the houses, safe homes, and the treatment areas where we are providing the treatment. And control environment air by purification of outdoor air before entering inside the house, and maintain clean air inside the house. So how can we purify the outdoor air before entering inside the house? Cleaning and purification of air, it carries utmost importance for the prevention of every houses, safe homes, as well as active treatment centers. Because bioengineer, here we need not only the medical knowledge, not only the health personnel's knowledge, but bioengineering knowledge have to be utilized here, and that should be used in the form of natural and mechanical ventilation to filter the polluted outdoor air before entering inside the premises. I have seen in so many offices also, just whenever you are entering to your office, there are some purified air system. So that also can be used, and several home-made remedies and good customs, habit, behavior should be adapted to keep the inside air clean. and prevent formation of fungal spores. So, as elimination of infection may not be completely possible at all time because it is in the environment. So, what can we do? It is already there, and we have to avoid that. So, engineering control becomes the mainstay of the environmental purification. Here, all engineers, you just help us to prevent it because how it affects. Appropriate building engineering controls include sufficient and effective ventilation, possibly enhanced by the particle filtration and air disinfection, avoiding the air recirculation and avoiding overcrowding. So isolation and quarantine, social distancing, hand hygiene, this we can maintain. But if we see that the action pyramid, we'll see that the personal protective equipment, already I have told, and for the COVID reason also, we are using masks, gowns, gloves, and PPE, everything we are using. So that is the personal protective equipment. Whenever you are going to touch any client who is for a long time, there may be the chance. So always use the PPE, and all healthcare personnel, they are using that PPE. So that is the less effective. But next, we are coming to the administrative control. That is that to instruct the people what to do to avoid this mucor, because here needs the planning, here needs the supervision. So where are you keeping your linen? Where are you? What is your? Whether you are changing your water from the oxygen cylinder or not? You are doing the humidification. So all those things, administrative control, it is coming. And if we see the engineering controls, you have to separate the people and the pathogen. So how can we do that? The engineers will tell us that our main intention is the pathogen will not touch the people. So we have to separate the pathogen and people. So engineers will help you that so that infected air cannot touch the people. And elimination. So elimination means physically remove the pathogen. We have to try our best that we are not coming into the contact of the pathogen. So this is the most effective. So engineering control, the general measures are segregating infected individual, opening windows and doors, and using portable air cleaning devices, and specialized techniques, of course, the good ventilation. So if we see the ventilation, we have to replace contaminated air with the clean air. Now it is in all the good hospitals, good nursing homes, they are using this. They have the system that they are just keeping away that contaminated air with the clean air. They are replacing. It controls how quickly room air is removed and replaced over a period of time. Because whenever a healthcare personnel is entering into that room, so if that room is full of infection, so they will be infected. For that reason, how quickly room air will be removed, because that is the full of viruses. And if it is necessary to remove pollution from the outdoor air before bringing it into a building by using adequate filtration system. So in this way, good ventilation, we can replace the contaminated air with the clean air. And now we'll come to the natural ventilation. This is the from the very old system, that the good ventilation, that's the cross ventilation. Natural ventilation concepts apply to healthcare facilities also, both the developed and the resource limited countries in favorable climatic conditions. Yes, otherwise all infections will be remain. Always whenever our engineers are preparing the hospitals, or any engineering prepares a house, so it's the common thing that if there is any cross ventilation system or not, because from one side air will enter and from through another side it will go out. So however, it is if the airflow passages is obstructed, then the airborne pathogen concentration will sharply rise, leading to an increased risk of airborne transmission and infection. So that if we are sitting in the two sides, so air will come and there will be no crossing from one person to another person. So we have to plan in our sitting capacity also in this way. So, and another way of natural ventilation, we know it very well, because we have to plan in such a way that natural sunlight enter into your room, and windows for cross aeration is present there. And another thing, that the double door system, one door will be closed, so that, but if you open the another door, that air and sunlight will be able to enter, but at the same time your room will be in safety condition. So that is this type of double door system also it can be done. Another thing is the wooden things, better aeration in the house. We know it very well that bamboo furniture, these pieces are due to their airy construction, they act as agent of wind and do not retain heat. So if we use the bamboo for walls, roof to give a completely different look, it gives a different look also, and to benefit from its insulation properties, because then aeration, we want a good air, and in the room also aeration will be maintained. Now I'm coming to the mechanical ventilation system to a specific building. So use of filter for purification of outdoor air before, because in a mechanically ventilated building, ventilation air is typically provided by a heating, ventilating and air conditioning system. So these are the high, just with the high system where the good systems are present, and control the ventilation rate, including control of the temperature, relative humidity, and airflow distribution and direction. Hospital ward ventilation system to create a negative pressure in the isolation. We have seen in so many wards, and in fact, we thought about just in our country also in the HIV wards, we have created the negative pressure isolation ward, so that the provisional of additional heating in the building and to maintain thermal comfort, and not only that, they are the who are vulnerable or in a cold climate, we can overcome them also. So in that way, we can, the mechanically ventilation system can clean the air, and the environmental air within the room air can be it is safe to inhale. So for that reason, in this way also we can avoid the organisms. So avoid air recirculation to prevent reinfection. If there is no such system that air is going outside and again that air is recirculating in the ward or in the room, then there is a chance of to be infected. So particulate filters and disinfection equipments are there in recirculated air strips that can reduce this risk, but they need to be purposely designed to control the risk of airborne infection and need regular service to maintain this effectiveness. One should try to maximize the outdoor air level and apply filtering or ultraviolet germicidal irradiation to remove or deactivate potential contamination from the recirculated air. Other systems which do not have this feature should, if possible, be turned off to avoid potential transfer of virus through airflows between people and the intermittent opening of the windows. So these are the things we can use. And another thing, that the local air cleaning or disinfection devices. Yes, ultraviolet, that is the germicidal ultraviolet irradiation, or ultraviolet germicidal, provide the ultraviolet germicidal irradiation machine so that it can be kept in a room so that it can disinfect. Because these UV lamps are placed in upper part of the room, either on the walls or mounted on the ceiling, directing the UV light into the upper zone with the louvers and limiting UV exposure in the occupied space. It's a good technology to consider in crowded place but poorly ventilated environment where aerosol transmission could occur and where the ability to increase the ventilation is limited. In those areas, this kind of local air cleaning devices we can use. So this is not needed for the home persons, because this is usually for the hospitals or nursing homes where the more patients are there, but less space, there they can use it. So portable consumer of air cleaning devices are also available now. It may be beneficial in smaller rooms, although it should be recognized that such devices must be appropriately sized for the space. Because the small space, if you keep a large size, it will not be fitting. But if for the large room, if you keep a small device, then also it will not work. Effective against the removing both airborne bacterial and fungal spores from the air. So these type of portable devices are also can be used to clean your air. Now I'm coming to the house. So how can we keep our clean air inside our houses? which is really more important. Yes, for the COVID-19 period, we know it very well that we are just raising our immunity power by taking good diet, by exercise, by keeping our mental healthy, and all those things we are maintaining, and all precautions, that is the safe distance, hand washing, and our cleaning, everything we are maintaining. But how can we keep our air clean to avoid this mucor, that black fungus? So nowadays it is popular that you have to implant the indoor plants. So it helps in ventilation, remove toxin from air, and improves quality of air. Because it is already our researchers, they have told that this type of lily or Spachyphylum, snake plant, aloe vera, all those things, they are purifying the air inside the room. So if we plant all those indoor plants in our room, so indirectly we are getting the good oxygen, and it removes the toxins from the air also. They engulf it. So another thing I will tell, beeswax candles. So why just a waterfall or in the wood, why the air is so cleaner, and whenever we are taking the breath, it gives us so comfort. Why? Because nature creates that negative ions which bind with the positive one, which in turns make them heavier and they fall to the ground. So now when you burn the beeswax candles, it actually uses the same phenomena and keeps the indoor air clean and fresh. Because burning the candle does send the soot up in the air. So to avoid it, it is advisable to use the LED candles, which will pollute the atmosphere less. So we have to keep it in our mind whenever inside the room we are using what type of candles. And you have heard this is also age-old traditional. This is the use of essential oils in the room. Yes, eucalyptus oil, clove oil, lavender oil, rosemary oil. It can reduce the airborne bacteria because that reduces the number of dust mites, so that you can use that one also to keep fresh of your rooms. Now we'll come to the homeostasis of your house. So pay attention to your kitchen smoke, because this is the thing. From there, all those fungi can be there. So avoid smoking, volatile organic compounds released from new furniture and new paints. You have to avoid that one. And not only that, furnishings, building materials can release the pollutants more or less continuously. Most air fresheners just release more potentially harmful chemical into your room. I have seen that so many hotels also, they are giving the strong air fresheners, and really this is irritating and harmful chemical. And most air fresheners just release more potentially harmful chemical into your home. So be careful which is a good one, which is excellent one. And if not needed, I will tell that just you open your windows, open your door, and everything outside air will clean your home. So not only that, you have to clean your house, that is the vacuuming and dusting with the vacuum cleaner. So not only that, your sofa covers, are you cleaning it regularly? If you don't clean it, and you have to wash it also frequently, because there you are thinking it's not looking savvy, but here the germs are there. So you have to clean it regularly. Not only that, slip cover of your sofa, wash it frequently, and in the bathroom, check the walls, shower curtains, and under the sink also you have to search for the mold. Not only that, wash your towels, bath mat at least once a week. But I have seen that if you are a good maintaining good personal hygiene, then you have to wash it every day, or at least 2 days, 3 days after you can wash. At least if you are really unable to do that, at least once a week you have to wash, and you have to change your bed clothes and everything, your pillow cover, everything you have to change and clean it. And not only that, you have to inspect your clean. Kitchen is the really a place where it can survive. So you have to clean your kitchen and search it all spaces. Under the sink also you see, and you clean that one. And the refrigerator, deep tray, everything at least once a week you have to clean it. Otherwise it will really, and there may be the fungus. And so ensure vent fans or exhaust in the kitchen also. So you have to take care of your home so that you can prevent mold formation in the house, because they like the moist places. So be careful that in your house you are not doing you are just taking care of your home by cleaning and you're vacuuming and cleaning the dust. So there are some natural ways also to kill the fungal spores. Vinegar, we know it very well. White vinegar kills 82% of the mold spores as well as viruses and bacteria. It can prevent mold if you spray on on the surface and leave it to dry. So it will just kill the mold spores. And another tea tree oil solution, citrus seed extract mixed with water and 3% hydrogen peroxide and baking soda. If you are cleaning your floor with that, that is the natural way also to kill the fungal spores. Another thing, we know it very well that we have to dehumidify to prevent mold formation. So we have seen in our packet and the shoe cover also some rock salts and all those things, so which will take out the humidification from your room, and it will the calcium chloride, all those things. If you keep it, it will, if your house is really in a damp area or moist area, so you have to hang that one so that it will just take the humidification from your room, or and just it will prevent the formation of the mold. Our main aim is that not to keep the area moist so that it will humidify. So I have come to the last slide, that is the take home message. Yes, I have told that you have to enhance your immunity power, so that, and if you are really diabetic, control your diabetic conditions, and do regular exercise, take good food, and to prevent this mucormycosis. So you have to do some general good practices in the house, because try to avoid areas with lot of dust, like construction of excavation sites. And if you can't avoid these areas, because some persons they will tell that I have to go through that area, what to do? So you have to wear an N95 respirator mask while you are going there, and avoid direct contact with water damaged building and flood water after any hurricanes or any natural disaster. This time also I will tell all those persons who are going to help others also, you please protect yourself and then you go, so that you are not infected with other fungus. So take off your shoes before entering the home, because your shoes are touching all those places where the spores are already there, and so just you keep your shoes off outside of your home, then enter, so that you are keeping all your fungi outside of your home. Not only that, you have to change your filter of your AC time to time, so that there is no chance of any fungus, any spores, fungal spores. You have to wear shoes, long pants, and long sleeve shirts when doing outdoor activities such as gardening, all those things, because always you have to keep in your mind that you are you have to prevent contamination. So wear gloves when handling materials such as soil or manure, and to reduce the chances of developing skin infection. Clean the skin injuries well with soap and water, especially if they have been exposed to soil and dust. And I will tell that get rid of this mucormycosis, keeping your house a clean one, and you can protect yourself by maintaining all those things. That is the, I will tell again and again from that, the wash your hands, and frequently wash your hands, and use your at least hand rubs, and not only just for at least 40 to 60 seconds you have to rub your hands, and wear mask so that it will not touch your nose or any other area, and keep a safe distance, and stay at home, because you just don't take the infection from outside and don't give the infection to anyone else. Thank you very much. So keep your environment clean so that you can be free from mucormycosis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for your nice presentation on role of environment on emerging epidemic and mucormycosis amidst the pandemic situation. And of course, madam, as you told that, and give a nice relationship with environment and black mold. Many of us have just listened that black mold has come and it is infecting and causing a deadly means effect after the post-COVID infection. So it is a very useful information. As I want to ask any question from anybody. So please write on the chat box, and then we can take it for madam. And I must tell madam.
Someone has written that nutrition. Yes, there is a direct relationship with nutrition because malnutrition leads to just lower your immunity power. So whenever there is you are lowering your immunity power, that time any mucormycosis can affect you. For that reason, I have told that good, nutritious, balanced diet to be taken every day, and you have to take a piece of lemon every day in your diet only. So take a good diet so that your immunity power will enhance. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Are you hearing me?
Yes, 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 I can hear.
Hello? I have questions. My name is Samira Nasu.
Yes, please.
Hello?
Yeah, you are audible. Yes, please, you can tell me.
My question is that, thank you very much for the presentation. My question is that, is the mucormycosis contagious?
What?
One.
No, not contagious. It will affect only that person who is having the who is in contact with that mucormycosis. It's not contagious from one person to another person.
And because, why is it more? Okay, I'm hearing you.
Okay, it's not contagious.
Okay, why is it more common among the COVID-19 patient after recovery?
Because use of steroid, because they are using steroid for a long time. For that reason, they are immunosuppressive. For that reason, and environment, hospital environment, and all those factors are working here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is very wonderful presentation. I'm calling from Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Samira. And Nigeria actually 7 hours behind. So it is around, I think, 4 a.m. I think there.
4:15 a.m.
Yes, 4 a.m. Thank you for joining.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And any other question? Actually, madam, as you told that air purifier, etc. When I come Malaysia first time, there was an air purifier in my home. So I don't want to use it. So I told the owner, please take it away. It is wasting and keeping my place means in the home. So I give the owner, yes, please take it away. My home should be clean. So I keep it away. But of course, there is indoor plant. You can see backside. There is of course indoor plant in my room also. Thank you.
Very good.
Yes. So we will see, and we are learning every day new things. So as we don't know what is the usefulness of aircon, etc. In Malaysia, actually many aircon is on and gate is always open, all shopping mall, etc. So there is a airflow going out always. There is a good also, but electricity consumption also going up. So one way we are keeping our inside air clean, but outside the ozone layer is going to deplete. So if we think a bigger way of environment, we are in what you call a dilemma position. So we don't know where to move. So thank you, madam. And any question? I think no more question. We must thank, and I just share my screen. Thank you, madam. This is a token of certificate of appreciation for your kind deliberation today. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Now, I would request our next speaker.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Actually, I'm.
Yes. Is it okay? You are ready? Our next speaker is Dr. Sushanta Poddar. He is EHS and Sustainability Cluster Lead from Aditya Birla Group, India. He was served in PepsiCo India, Lafarge Holichem, SSC Ambuja, and Tata Chemicals, Kolkata, West Bengal. And he did his PhD from Trinity World University, completed MTech in Safety and Occupational Health Engineering from ICSEH, Kolkata. He has MSc and MPhil in Environmental Science. He did his diploma in Industrial Safety Engineering under West Bengal State Council for Technical Education, India. Dr. Poddar is IRSCA approved certified lead auditor and 2004 and by Bureau of Veritas and Det Norse Veritas respectively. IRCA approved certified internal auditor for integrated management system for ISO 9001, 14001 and by ICOQAR India Private Limited certified auditor on holistic wage, occupational health and safety pyramid system by Holichem Group, Switzerland, IOSH MS and NEBOSH GC qualified safety professional. He worked as MPanel EHS auditor for BSI India, environmental safety auditor for Young Global Partners SPRL, 105 Brussels, Belgium, and EHS consultant for Institute for Sustainable Communities, Washington, DC, USA. And Dr. Poddar has 11 years, more than 11, not at 11, it was previously, I think now 13 years, more than 13 years of experience in cement, chemical, fertilizer, and construction industry in EHS domain, and also have consulting and auditing experience in EHS field. Dr. Poddar is member of IOSH UK and life member with International Safety Council of India. Sir, we welcome you to present your deliberation.
Thank you, sir.
Today, sir is going to present on biomedical waste management, treatment, and disposal in post-COVID-19 environment with special emphasis on biomedical waste management rules in 2016. Sir, the stage is yours.
So, thank you very much, sir. So, first of all, I would like to thank you and the entire organizing committee. And also, it's my pleasure to be a part of this today's international conference. Today, I'd like to share some thoughts on biomedical waste after this post-COVID era. Just first of all, I'm just sharing my screen. Hello. Sir, I'm just facing some problem. Actually, I've connected both from mobile and laptop.
Oh.
But I'm not very sure why the line is disconnected in the laptop. But anyway, I think it's fine.
You connect one place, sir. Then
yeah.
One you log out, sir. Then okay.
Is it visible? Hello?
Not yet.
Not yet. Now?
No.
It's not visible, no?
No, sir. You only connect in one place?
Yeah, I'm disconnected from laptop, but actually not very sure what's happening. So I have sent you a mail. So can you please share from your laptop? Is it possible?
Sir, which mail you sent?
It's in shanlipodar@lincoln.edu.mi.
Okay.
If possible. I'm not very sure why it's happening. Or else I can start. To try to share, then just I'm starting. Okay, so I'm so sorry. It's for some technical reason. So very good morning to everyone. And so I think all of you know that the theme for 2021 for World Environment Day is the ecosystem restoration. And this year, Pakistan will be the global host of the World Environment Day, and the event will see the launch of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. So now, the ecosystem across the world support the life on our planet, and time is precious now. And with the coronavirus pandemic going on for the one year, I think it's going on 1 year, around 4 or 5 months. Everything has taken a backseat, and our entire ecosystem is in danger in terms of generation of different kind of waste, which includes COVID-19 waste as well. So I thought that in this conference I should tell on the ill effect of this waste. So and there are different kind of waste, and for different kind of waste there are different kind of rules and regulations. So I thought that I just correlate with this COVID waste in line with our biomedical waste management and handling rules. So biomedical waste management and handling rules generated in the year 1998, and if you see, I think perhaps about one disaster happened in the year 1984 in India, and it has happened in the year 2nd and 3rd December 1984. And this disaster is known as a Bhopal gas disaster. And after 4 years of the this disaster in India, there is a acts and rules for which all the industries are I think running. So the second slide, if you can go to the second slide. Control L. Yeah, just go to the second slide, sir. Yes, fine. Thank you so much. So why I am just referring the incident? This incident is very well known, and it was happened in 1984, 2nd and 3rd December in India, and it was happened due to the release of the toxic gas MIC, methyl isocyanide. And what I'm saying that for all the industrial establishment, because I'm from the industry and working for last 16 years in different industrial segments. So for any industry, the Factory Acts 1948 is very important, and I think for different countries having a different legislations relating with the environment and to running a factory, like factory acts and all this thing. So what happened after this incident happened? Then based on the learning from the RCFA, root cause failure analysis, they understand that now we should amend our factory acts and factory rules along with our existing. This we have to amend our. We have to propagate the environmental rules and regulations. So that's why after 2 years of the incident, the Environmental Protection Act 1986 was enacted, and they have amended entire factory acts of 1948. So there is a special chapter called Chapter 4A introduced, which relates with the hazardous processes. And after this incident, the investigation committee discovered that at that time there was no as such as a disaster plan, like on-site emergency preparedness plan or on-site emergency preparedness plan. So that's why this incident was happened. So then they introduced this chapter and incorporated this scheduled and rules and acts. And also they have amended, they have enacted another rules, the MSIC rules 1989, manufacturing, storage and import of hazardous chemicals rules. In this specific rules, there is a specific rule called Rule 13 and Rule 14. So Rule 13 specifically tells that all the occupiers, so occupier means the directors of the organization. So they have to prepare and establish the on-site emergency preparedness plan based on these rules, and that should be well communicated to the stakeholders. So that is main thing. So next slide. If you go to the next slide. So already I told that after this incident, one environmental rules, that is the Environmental Protection Act 1986 was introduced, and this is termed as a umbrella of other acts and rules for the environment in India. So under this Environmental Protection Act in 2016, so what happened? So 2016 is very important, especially for the waste related legal obligations. So in 2016, if you see the category of the law in the left side, you'll find that this is coming under the environmental safety, under legislation of the Environmental Protection Act 1986. And in the right hand side, you'll find the rules and regulations that has been enacted in 2016. So the first one is the hazardous and other waste management and transboundary movement rules 2016. So previously in 2009, especially this rule was called as the hazardous and other waste management and handling rules 2009. But in 2016 they have amended entire thing. The term they have amended, that is a transboundary movement, means if one state wants to transport their hazardous waste from one state to another state or one country to another country, then this part is applicable. So then that's why they have amended these rules and regulations. Then I think now plastic management of plastic is a very crucial for all of us, and we know that the terms called microplastic and other thing, and there are a lot of legislation especially on for this plastic waste and management handling rules. And there is one term called EPR responsibility. So EPR responsibility is end producer responsibility. So what it tells, like for say I am the manufacturer of one product. Say for example, Coke and PepsiCo is producing lot of PETs and this plastic sachets. So what will be the end producer responsibility? So here, like as a consumer, I am buying something from the shop and throwing the packets in the environment, and ultimately this will pollute the entire environment. So as a occupier, now they have enacted that they have to engage NGOs or other, third parties to collect back all the waste that has been generated. So that is one of the the specific rules under this plastic waste management handling rules 2016. Then I'm coming for the today's topic. So in 2016, the biomedical waste management handling rules 2016 entirely changed. So initially it was started in 2000, I think 1998, then again 2001, then 2008, then they have amended these rules in 2016. Other rules like solid waste management handling rules, e-waste management handling rules, and construction, demolition, and waste management rules. So just back to previous slide. Yes, sir. Yeah. So already I explained the genesis of this biomedical waste management handling rules. So in the year 1998, on 28th of July, the Ministry of Environment and Forest, MOEF, Government of India, has framed these rules termed as biomedical management and handling rules. Then the first amendment was happening March 6th March 2000. Then the second amendment was happened in the year 2003. Then in the month of 28th of March 2016, this rules was amended. So I'll be going through and highlighted this specific rules only in relation with COVID waste. So so this is a genesis generation from different sources of biomedical waste. So as per the WHO, the waste generated during the diagnosis, testing, treatment, research, or production of the biomedical products for human and animals are termed as a biomedical waste, or BMW. So the first one is the hospital waste. So hospital waste refers all the waste, it may be a biological or non-biological, that is discarded and is not intended for future use. So nowadays, what happened? Like lot of registered or authorized vendors are there who are taking care of all these biomedical waste. So they are taking all the waste. They are having incineration facilities. Now they segregate the biomedical waste in different, as per the categorization, and they try to reuse in sense of resource utilization. So lot of technology is coming up to utilization of the resources. So I think in the next slide I'll just explain how the organizations are coming up and do a resource utilization. So then the medical waste. So medical waste refers to materials generated as a result of patient diagnosis, treatment, immunization of different human beings or animals. So now I'm coming to the infectious waste. So in waste management, the first and foremost priority is the segregation. So there is a hierarchy of waste management system, and the first part is the segregation. And what happened, especially for this COVID and biomedical waste, so we are missing the segregation part. Like if a infectious waste is mixing with a normal waste, like solid waste or other waste, then the entire waste got infected. So that's why it's a very important. So infectious waste refers to the waste which contains pathogens in a sufficient concentration or a quantity that could cause a disease. It is a hazardous, that is a culture and stock of infectious agents from the laboratories, waste from surgery, waste originating from the infectious patients. So this COVID-19 waste is coming under this category. Even so, a lot of microbiological labs, means what the this testing or analysis is happening. So this waste is also coming up, this infectious waste, and we have to follow the protocol for decontamination of the waste. So in the next. So here I'm just briefing about the source of biomedical waste. So already explained, but the major sources are hospital, labs, research centers, animal research, blood banks, nursing homes, then autopsy centers. So these are the major sources. Minor sources are different clinics, dental clinics, home care facilities, like even what happened for COVID patients, the doctor was suggesting that home quarantine is desirable. So in this case, in home quarantine, if a patient is a COVID positive, and all the the waste generated from the COVID patients, like it may be a mask or other waste, so it will be transformed as a the infectious waste, and we have to follow the protocol or guideline given by the Ministry or Central Pollution Control Board. Then waste coming from the funeral services and different institutions. So different institution means like one college or universities or schools having a labs, and the labs in sense of they are having a kind of microbiological lab, and all the the medias, microbiological medias, and other discarded materials will be coming under this minor sources under the biomedical waste management handling rules. Just I'm trying to give some updates on this this COVID-19 pandemic. So here although I've given this capture from the the sites. So in when this lockdown started in last year, so there are abruptly positive impact on the environment. So just go to the second slide. So some facts and figures given as per the State Pollution Control Board or Central Pollution Control Board or even in the ministry. And in the lockdown, when the lockdown imposed in the March 22nd, 2020, the entire air quality or water quality has been improved drastically. And according to the Central Pollution Control Board, it is stated that 40 million liters of the wastewater enters in the water body. Sir, just go to the next slide. The water pollution of a river is measured based on the parameters we termed as BOD, biological oxygen demands, or chemical oxygen demand. But this biological oxygen demand is very important to measure the quality of the water, potability of the water. And DO is another parameter, dissolved oxygen. And the Ganges become one of the dump yards for the industrial waste. Basically, what happened in a lot of different states, like tanneries industries, then paper and pulp industries, refineries. So they are just generally dump all the industrial effluents in the Ganges. And it was evident that since 1985, several schemes and programs have been launched in India, especially for the Clean Ganga initiative. And the first initiative termed as a Ganga Action Plan. Later in 2015, the biggest initiative was the Namami Gange was launched. And after lockdown, the real-time monitoring data. So what is real-time monitoring data? So basically, real-time monitoring data. In real-time monitoring data, so there are sensors. So these sensors are the sensors for BOD, monitoring of BOD, sensors for chemical oxygen demand, or pH, or TSS, TDS. So these are the common parameters. So they have installed the this real-time monitoring system, the sensors in the different locations, and this real-time system is connected with the CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board server. From there, they can monitor the exact pollutants, means what the industries are discharging in the rivers. So they can they can monitor from this from their database. So the dissolved oxygen values have reported to have improved in the cities like Varanasi, where the pollution is big. So normally Varanasi is coming under the Uttar Pradesh, and this area or these places are very polluted because a lot of industries are situated in the bank of that particular river. So all the industries are just dump the liquid effluents in the water, and it was evident that during this time, during that particular time, the improvement of the biological oxygen demands, like it drastically changed from 6.8 ppm to 3.8 ppm. So that is a change during that particular time, because at that time industries was closed, and obviously so there is no further discharge in the river. So that's why that is a particular changes. Then you'll find that that time the industry find that lot of industries find that the sustainability is one of the core value. So now they have to adopt this sustainability along with this different adopt different clean technologies. So on that particular time, the Swiss Parliament passed CO2, means now I think all of you know that by 2050 we have to adopt net zero, especially for the emissions factors. And lot of industries along with a lot of countries are coming up, and they have already made an agreement. By that time, they have to reduce this much of GHG emissions. And like Swiss Parliament has imposed some tax for each plane tickets for flight departing from the Switzerland. So now, I am just quickly briefing here. So in sustainability reporting, there are some scoping factors: scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. Like whenever we are traveling by flight or by cars, so this is coming under the scope 3. Means what emissions is happening for that particular fuels that has been captured, and lot of countries are imposing taxes on that. So just go to the next slide. Now, I would like to share some negative facts. What happened after releasing the lockdown? So just go to the next slide. So next, yes. So when the unlock started, so one major incident was happened on 18th May, I think. 18th, it's not 18th May, I think it's 12th May that was happened. So we called as a mini Bhopal gas disaster. So Bhopal gas disaster was happened, so already I explained, it was happened in 1984. So when they released the lockdown, then industries try to revamping their processes, and they try to start their process. So what happened? The LG Polymers, it's I think it's a Hong Kong based organizations, and they're having a different manufacturing industries in India and abroad. So LG Polychem is a chemical industries, and so what happened? One fine morning, the leakage happened from their processes. So, and around on particular day, I think 10 to 12 people died, and others are was hospitalized. And the National Green Tribunal (NGT) slapped on the interim penalty of 50 crores. Now the penalty is increased around, I think, more than 100 crores against the LG Polymers. And the short response from the central and others on that particular incident, and saying that there appears to be a failure to company with the said rules and the statutory provisions. And also the NGT issued a notice to the Ministry of Environment Forest, LG Polymers India, Andhra Pradesh State Pollution Control Board, Central Pollution Control Board, to do a detailed investigation. So after the investigation, they have find that the industry has started their operations without a proper, approvals from the Pollution Control Board. So they have expanded their operations, but they have not considered the, safety protocols. They have not considered the, environmental protocols. So that's why immediately NGT, penalized them. And also after lockdown, because it's linked with a, chemical process safety, because it's a chemical plant. So that's why process safety is very important. And they have just bypassed the process safety guidelines. So that's why this, incident was happened. Sir, just next slide. Yeah, so just next slide, sir. So after this, even we are facing this, this is a big challenges for us. All the discarded used mask or PPEs, personal protective equipment, is coming under this biomedical waste. And perhaps we don't have any, we have a guideline. Obviously, the government or the ministry has given some guideline how to manage these PPEs, but we are not following the guidelines. We are just showing this mask or the hand gloves or the other PPEs. So that's a create a huge problem to the environment. So next. So just next. Already explaining my previous thing. So some figures and facts also it's going on. So next, just next. So these facts and figures is relating with a kind of the dumping and waste in different segments. So a lot of hospitals are not accepting, because what happened? Some authorized vendors are there, especially they are collecting the waste and properly segregate. Then they do a incineration and do a safe, secure landfills. So that's a common protocol, but they're just bypassing this thing. So here the magnitude of the problems of the biomedical waste. So globally, it was found that it developed in developed countries like Bangladesh and other countries generate approx 1 to 5 kg per bed per day. So that is the estimation of this waste, biomedical waste. In developing countries, like they are generating approx 1 to 2 kg per bed per day. As per the WHO report, 85% of the non-hazardous waste, 10% is the infective waste, and 5% is the non-infectious but hazardous. So non-infectious but hazardous, the main components are the chemical, pharmaceuticals, and radioactive. So in India, if you see the figures, the local or the regional level, the study shows that the hospital roughly generate 1 to 2 kg per bed per day. So this is a huge quantity. So for us, to manage the biomedical waste is a big challenge. So next. Okay. So what are the unsafe biomedical waste disposals and who are at the risk? So before going to the who are at the risk, we should know the terminology of the risk management. So when we are doing a risk assessment, especially for the biomedical waste, first of all, we should know the nature of the biomedical waste. Second, we should know the segregation methodology, because if we are unable to segregate properly, so then it will create a huge risk. And third one, like frontlines workers, like doctors, nurses, so they are at a risk. So they should know the hazards of the biomedical waste. So that's why this hazard identification, risk assessment, and control is very important. So first we have to identify the hazards, then we have to quantify the risk, then we have to take a suitable control measures through this hierarchy of controls. So doctors and nurses are the they're the first at risk. Second, the patients, like other patients who are in the hospitals, hospital support staffs, waste collection and disposal staff, general public in the vicinity, and the environment as a whole. So they are at a risk. So next. So I think perhaps you have seen these pictures. I think it's a very common in the suburban area, and because of already we have a rules and regulations, but we are unable to follow. Even in current scenario for this, this COVID-19 waste, we are just throwing up the waste outside, and these waste are mixing up with the other solid waste, and it get contaminated. So next. So what to do with it? So next. So the key to manage the biomedical waste is the segregation. So already explained. So segregation is one of the key by which one individual can categorize the waste, and based on the categorization, they can treat and dispose of the biomedical waste in different specific ways. So now this term is very important. CBM WTF. It's a common biomedical waste treatment facility. So means every states or every district. So now I'm just telling about the Kolkata. If you see Kolkata in West Bengal, in India, so there are around 5 to 6 such kind of the biomedical waste treatment facilities. So here they collect this biomedical waste in a proper way, then they segregate, then they do a incineration. So in incineration, they are having a control way. So they are having an incineration facility along with the proper APC devices, like air pollution control devices, because without APC devices there is a risk. Because if you don't have this air pollution control device, again it will emit to the environment and pollute the entire environment. So that's why for the incineration facility, managing the air pollution is one of the big issues. That's why they have to ensure the installation of the air pollution control devices. Then autoclaving. I think all of us know about how to do autoclaving. Even in the lab, normally we use the autoclave, and in the hospital we use the autoclave for doing disinfections of different needles, different even we are doing autoclaving of the microbial waste, like media using for the or culture using for the analysis of the microbiological test laboratory after discardation. So we do a autoclaving. Then microwaving, and the last one is the chemical and mechanical techniques. So basically, all this common biomedical waste treatment facility follow this procedure. So incineration is fast, and finally, doing all these things, they do a secured landfill. So they are having a SLS, a secured landfill, and they just after proper treatment, they do a dumping. So next. So the first thumb rule is never mix infectious biomedical waste into the municipal or other solid waste. Otherwise, what will happen? The entire waste lot shall become infectious. Then segregation and safe containment means one has to do a proper segregation and do a proper packaging with a proper labeling, because for biomedical waste, this labeling is there. So I think in the next slides we'll just and this one is the processing and storage for the final and treatment disposal. So our responsibility, like for healthcare facilities or any educational institutes, their role is to these three parts. So next, yeah. First, I'm quickly going to already explain that there are some changes in previous rules to present amendment rules. So in the 2016 amendment, so every occupier generates biomedical waste requires to obtain authorization. Previously, it was not there. Then duties of the operator means who are operating the common biomedical treatment facilities. This is clearly defined. Their roles and job descriptions are clearly defined. Then biomedical was divided in 8 categories in 2016. Previously, it was 10. And the treatment and disposal of biomedical waste made mandatory for all the healthcare institutions. So previously, it is restricted for I think 1,000 beds only. Then there is an amendment in some forms. Form 6 was absent in the previous one. So Form 6 is kind of report of the operator to the healthcare facility to the concerned authority. So I think already I briefed of the genesis of this biomedical waste. I'll just go to the next slides. So here the schedules are there. Yeah, this slide is very important. So we should know the different segregation practice, labeling practice. This is very important, and there are some steps. So if you see, the first one is the characterization, second one is the quantifications, third is the segregations, then storage, then transportation, treatment, and disposal. So how you will do a characterization? So characterization can be done through a chemical analysis. So through chemical analysis, one can understand the nature of the waste. So if you refer like hazardous waste management handling rules 2016, so there is a specific schedule called Schedule 2. So in Schedule 2, what it means the Schedule 2, like one industry or one facility is generating some waste, but they are not sure that whether this waste are hazardous or non-hazardous. Based on the Schedule 2, so they can ascertain that yes, this waste is coming under the hazardous, and when this is coming under the hazardous, then there are a lot of obligations are applicable for that particular waste. So for biomedical waste as well, characterizations through testing is very important. Then why quantification is important? Because see, for every facilities or every industries, whatever they are generated, they have to quantify this waste. There is a public domain, like one site is there for biomedical waste. Normally, ministry is managing this site, and they have to quantify and they have to give a self declaration that we are generating such much of this much of biomedical waste, and they have to also explain the different categories of the waste, like it may be a toxic, it may be an infectious, it may be a non-infectious. They have to explain in their annual returns. So in the right hand side, you'll find different color codings, like black containers, red containers, yellow containers, like blue and white. So these are the specific coding for the different waste. Like for non-infected waste, if any facility or any healthcare facility is generated any non-infected waste, like cytokinetic drugs or chemical waste, then they have to segregate in a proper way in a black container. Second, I'm coming to the red containers. So red containers is the waste coming under the infected dressings or POP casks. So that is termed as a soiled waste, and we have to dispose in the red container. So if the waste is coming under the anatomical waste, then it will be going to the yellow containers. Now I have marked the yellow containers because this COVID-19 waste, what is generated from the different healthcare facilities or even isolation centers or quarantine centers, they have to dispose in the yellow containers and mark the containers that this is a COVID waste and this is infectious. So that is very important, and we should, like all the healthcare facilities, has to follow this guideline. Then all the infected plastics like screens, glass, plastic, plastic waste generated from the biomedical facilities. They have to segregate and dump in a blue color containers. And any kind of sharp materials, they have to dump in the white container. So after dumping all these waste, then they have to do a proper, they have to follow the disposal procedure. Like already explained that one term is very important. This is a secure landfill. So after chemical treatment, like autoclaving or incinerations, or physical or follow the physical or chemical treatment, they have to do a secure landfill. They can also do a deep burials, but deep burials is applicable for the soil waste. Then even for anatomical waste, like anatomical waste is coming under this deep burial category. So just go to the next slide. Okay, fine. So just I'm quickly going through here. I stated some rules and regulations. So here like training awareness is very important, vaccination is very important. Then where the waste are stored, this area is the area should be well ventilated. Then every industry has to follow a barcoding facility. So barcoding is very important, because through this barcoding facility, Central Pollution Control Board or ministry has a central server. From there, they just capture all the data, and they give a guidelines to the concerned authority or UBLs or healthcare facilities. So just go to the next. So here some good or best practices are there. So whenever any after segregations, packaging is there, so we should keep empty 25% of the bag for proper packaging and proper labeling. So next, so here just I have shown the how to do a barcoding. So from the barcoding, one can understand like date of production, date of place of production, and the waste category. Just go to the next, sir. So some best practice of handling of the waste, how to handle, and just whenever they are doing a handling, they have to use the proper PPs and proper containers. So next, yeah, you can just next. So the primary responsibility of the disposal of the biomedical waste lies with the generator. So if anything goes wrong, so next, if anything goes wrong, the sole responsibility coming to the occupier, and this is a non-bailable offenses. If anything goes wrong, so next, if anything goes wrong, then they have to ensure all these things. And in biomedical waste management handling rules, there are specific schedules are given. And just I missed one thing. If the common biomedical waste treatment facility is not present in the 25 kilometers of the periphery, then the municipalities or ULBs, like urban local bodies, are responsible to handle to properly dispose the biomedical waste. So next, you can skip 3 slides. Just you can already I think explain. You can go to the next, sir. Yeah, this slide is very important. Why? Yes. So what happened? So after this, this pandemic in 2020 March, the Central Pollution Control Board, along with the ministry, has given some guidelines. So they have given guideline on the treatment, diagnosis, or quarantine of the COVID-19 patients. How they have to follow all these things. How they have to collect all this waste, then labeling, then segregations, and finally dispose. So disposal practice is not applicable for the healthcare facilities. So it is sole responsibility of the ULBs, municipalities, or the common biomedical treatment facilities. So they will do a proper segregation, they will do a proper incineration, then they can do a deep burials or secure landfill. Sir, go to the next. Yeah, I think you can just quickly skip and go to the conclusion page. So yeah. So now the year 2016 is very important in terms of managing all the waste. That includes biomedical waste as well. Just like plastic, then demolition and construction waste, solid waste, and hazardous waste. So our main motto is to safe and effectively manage all the waste, and that is not only the legal necessity, but it's a societal responsibility. And now we are going to crucial phases, and I'm just explain that theme this year is the restoration of the ecosystem restoration. And if we are not following proper process, proper protocol of disposal of biomedical waste and other waste, then it will create a big problem for all of us. Then we can communicate our message, means how to handle, how to dispose, how to segregate, and obviously the ill effect of biomedical waste to all the stakeholders who are closely associated with us. And it's our sole responsibility to save our environment. And obviously, if we can save our environment, then our future will be secure. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you, sir, for your nice deliberation. Actually, if any question, write in chat box. And you just mentioned that this biomedical waste during this COVID-19 period, I must mention that there is a UN's SDG goal, number 14, states that life below water. So life below water is affected by this waste mask. Mask is prepared by microplastics, and that wastage mask is going under the ocean, where it go we cannot see also, and that dumped in under the ocean, and which one we can see is suddenly any fish or any So kindly accept our token of appreciation for your nice deliberation here, sir. Thank you from all of our conference collaborators. Thank you to you, sir. Kindly accept. Diabetes. Next is assessment of knowledge and attitude regarding normal birthing process among pregnant women and their spouses in selected hospital in Kolkata, West Bengal. Third one is smoking behavior among high school students in GRX city. Implement of concurrent nursing audit, a 3-month observational report. The relationship between knowledge and husband support with the participation of fertile age women to check visual inspection of acetic acid in Surabaya. And the final one is self-management in hemodialysis patients. So thank you, Madam. Ms. Marina, kindly take the charge. And Ms. Dewi. Madam, please unmute.
Belum. Sudah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sandip. My name is Nisa Darmayanti Nato from the for the first session open papers is moderate by me. My name is Nisa Darmayanti Nato. Madam Marina Media Stuti will be interesting.
will be in charge in session 2 of open paper session. The Honorable Professor Dr. Amia Paumik, the President Lincoln University College, Malaysia. The Honorable YPHG Dato' AMB Yusuf Abu Bakar, CEO Lincoln University College, Malaysia. The Honorable Dato' Dr. Hajah Bibi Florina Abdullah, Pro-Chancellor Lincoln University College, Malaysia. The Honorable Dr. Suryapada Poder, the President Dr. Taraknath Poder Memorial Foundation, Kolkata, India. The Honorable Director of Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Hang Tuah, Surabaya, Indonesia, Dr. A.V. Sri Suhardiningsih, SKP MKes. The respectable, the Chairman of the International Conference, Professor Dr. Sandip Podar, PhD, and the committee. The Excellency Speaker and all the audience. Good afternoon, everyone. Have a good day. I am Nisa Darmayanti Rinarto, the moderator of today's conference, accompanied with Mrs. Dwi Priyantini as the secretary of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, as scheduled, we have 6 papers to present for this session. Before the paper presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First of all, the presenter will be deliver the presentation around 6 minutes. Please mention the name and the institution also. Secondly, the discussion session will be around 4 minutes after the presenter finishes present the paper. You may ask directly by click raise hand menu or write down the question in the Zoom chat column or in the comment column in YouTube link. Please mention the name of the participant and hope that the question in concise, clear, and relevant manner. Thirdly, please mute the microphone of the audience while the presenter delivers the paper and unmute when you want to ask the presenter in discussion session. Okay, without further ado, I would like to invite the first presenter to join. The first presenter with the topic, walking as a simple exercise to reduce blood glucose level in type 2 diabetes. Please, Madam Nurmuji, present your paper. Time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. Excuse me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nurmuji Astuti from ICSEH Hang Tuah, Surabaya, Indonesia. Excuse me, I want to share screen about our topic. Okay, this is our research about walking a simple exercise to reduce blood glucose level in type 2 diabetes mellitus. This is our team, Madam Christina Yuliastuti, Mr. Setiadi, and Madam Nisa Darmayanti Rinarto. Diabetes is a global epidemic problem. The data from International Diabetic Federation in 2017 show that the direct cost of diabetes treatment reached more than 727 billion US dollar per year, or about 12% of global health financing. Diabetes mellitus, or DM, is a group of metabolic disease characterized by hyperglycemia that occur due to abnormalities in insulin secretion, insulin action, or both. The crucial things needed is diabetic mellitus control through the 4 pillar of diabetic mellitus control guideline, which consists of education, dietary management, exercise, and medication adherence, or we can call it with the SME, diabetic self-management and education. Patients with type 2 diabetic mellitus who don't do physical exercise are more likely to be unable to control their blood glucose level, which has the potential to cause various complications. So the current research aim is to identify the effectiveness of walking to reduce blood glucose levels. Our research method, our research design use pre-post test without control group, and the sample is 15 randomly selected patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus with age until 65 years and blood glucose level more than 100 milligram per dl, and taking anti-diabetic medicine and without diabetic foot ulcers. And in this research, the intervention is walking intervention was carried out 3 times in a week, that namely twice in week 1 and 1 in week 2. And each for walking intervention is about for 30 minutes. The instrument was a glucometer and an observation sheet, and the data analyzed used parity tests and repeated ANOVA with a significance level of rho less than 0.05 and less than 0.0025. The result of our research, this table show that glucose level in day 1, day 3, and day 8 with pre and post glucose level, there is a difference of glucose level of the respondent. It shows that the rho of significant level is 0.001. And this is show that the study found that there were differences in blood glucose level before and after walking on day 1, 3, and 8. And then this data show that in day 3 and day 8, we use repeated ANOVA test, and then the level of significance show that there were less than 0.016 and show that walking is effective at lowering blood glucose levels. Taking medication, physical activity, exercise, and eating habit are related to blood glucose level. Related was Paji in Sugondo, Suwondo, and Subekti 2015. And data from our research show that walking is effective at lowering blood glucose level. At rest, insulin is needed for glucose absorption by body tissue, while active muscle are not accompanied by an increase in insulin level, even though the need for glucose increases. From Ilyas 2012 in Sugondo, Suwondo, and Subekti 2015. The sensitivity of insulin receptor in active muscles increases when a person is physically active, because muscle construction occur when a person is doing a physical activity, so that it is easier for glucose to reach the cells. During exercise, insulin resistance is reduced. Conversely, insulin sensitivity increases, thereby reducing insulin requirement in people with type 2 diabetes. This response only occurs every time a person exercise, is not a permanent or long-lasting effect. The study assumed that in addition to diabetes drug, blood glucose level are influenced by the patient's ability to perform self-care, patient compliance in physical activity, and sport and dietary compliance. Our research or the study add to the evidence that a walking program can lower blood glucose level related to many of research has explained that in previous studies, a walking exercise program can reduce fasting blood glucose level by Kohlberg et al. And Paula et al. And Suk and Bay. In other research by Vidya, Jatmiko and Widyatmoko, and Tasmansu, a walking program can lower or reduce random blood glucose level. Sung and Bay states that increased daily physical activity, physical strength, and energy consumption, it means a behavioral aspect, and reduce HbA1c and triglyceride, it means biochemical aspect in people with type 2 diabetes. So the conclusion of our research is walking that is carried out 2 to 3 times a week with a duration of 30 minutes is effective in reducing blood glucose level in diabetic mellitus sufferers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Nurmuji, for share your presentation. I'd like to open the discussion. Is there any question directly to the presenter or in column chat box? Let me see. Okay. So far, there is no question.
There is no question. I want to ask one.
Okay.
Okay, Mr.
Just
Pandit.
to ask that if means walking you are told for diabetes. So if there is walk and gap, there is a difference you can tell. Means I'm telling that regular walk, supposing somebody is walking only in morning and maybe somebody walking only in evening, or somebody walking in between the times. So there will be a hormonal, this means effect on different type of exercise, different time of exercise. So can you tell about this thing? Unmute, please. Yes.
Okay, Professor Sandip, thank you for a wonderful question. There are in our research we use walking exercise in public health. So in patient diabetic mellitus, we give the intervention together in public health. So maybe it is a variable. There are yeah, I think sorry, the intervention is doing the same time in public health like that, Professor.
One more question I have.
Okay, maybe in the next research we can develop about the time to intervention.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
One more question I have.
Yes. Yes, please.
Actually, how you have selected the control group, and what about the exercises given to the control group only? Because you have not said anything about the control group.
Excuse me.
How you selected the control group? What about exercise you are given to the control group, or you have not given any exercise to control group? How you can compare it?
Okay. Okay, thank you for the question, Miss. In our research, in our research only pre-post control group, yes, only one group, and we selected the sample with criteria inclusion such as age in 45 until 55 years old and the blood glucose level more than 100 milligram per DL, and then taking anti-diabetic medicine and without diabetic foot ulcer. So before and after intervention we measuring the blood glucose level of respondent.
Yeah, but your research design is pre-test, post-test control group, no? Your research design?
Pre-post and after, no, there is no pre-post. Only blood glucose level, only measuring in
No,
pre-post.
your research design, just show your research design.
Parity test. Pre-post test.
No, excuse me.
With one group only. Sorry.
Excuse me. Yes, our research, the design of our research is pre-post without control. So we just the intervention is for one group, and they.
No, if it is not control group design, then only it is okay. But I can't understand. I cannot remember that I have seen that pre-test, post-test control group is there or not in research design. That is why I am asking. Okay, only one group is okay, no problem.
Yeah, we check or we measure blood glucose in pre-test intervention.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. In chat box, it's no more question. I think it's enough for this presentation. Next, move on the next presenter. Thank you, Madam Nurmuji. And the second presenter is the topic of the second presenter is assessment of knowledge and attitude regarding normal birthing process among pregnant women and their spouse in selected hospital, Kolkata, West Bengal. Please, Madam Asoka Mandal and Madam Pratima Katarje to present your paper.
Are you around, Madam?
Mrs. Asoka or Madam Pratima?
They're not disconnected, I think. We can go to next speaker.
Okay. The next
We cannot
speaker
see them.
is, yes. The topic is the third speaker. There are smoking behavior among high school students in Gresik City. Welcome to me, Madam Dian Mutia. Please present your paper. Time is yours. Ada kok tadi kelihatan.
Please unmute.
Okay. Let me open the presentation.
Full screen, please, Madam Dian Mutia.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you can start now.
Yes, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say thank you for coming in my presentation. It's great to see you all. My name is Dian Mutia, and your team, Sukma Ayu Chandra Kirana, Madam Lela Nurlela, Madam Ave Sri Suhardiningsi, and Lailatul Amelia. I am and my partner, we are Stikes Hang Tua Surabaya. Indonesia. We're all in the mental health public department. In this opportunity, I would like to present my paper titled Smoking Behavior Among High School Students in Gresik City. First, I will explain to you about background on the study. Then I will explain research mentor. Finally, you will know result, discussion, and conclusion from your research. Adolescence is a phase of transition from children to adulthood, marked by accelerated physical, mental, emotional, and social development. They are still looking for self-identity, tend to follow trends, and are still unstable and are very easily influenced by their peers, including the influence to smoke. The World Health Organization (WHO) 2014 estimate that the number of adolescents in the world research approximately 1.2 billion or 18% of the world population. Smoking behavior is caused by internal and environmental external factors, including family of parents, siblings, and peer who smoke and cigarette, advertisement in the mass media. Data from basic health research, ICSEH, that there is an increase in the prevalence of smoking in the population 18 years from 28.8% in 2013 to 29% in 2008. At this time, smoking is not only a problem adults, but also increasingly prevalent among children and adolescents. This is evidenced by the increasing prevalence of smoking in the population age 18 years within 1.9% from 2013 7%, 2018% based on the basic health research ICSEH. This study aimed to determine the description of student smoking behavior among high school students in the Gresik City. The studies use quantitative descriptive while constructive sampling technique. The sample used in 61 high school students conducted. Interview were conducted on the 161 male students who smoked in the Gresik City area at the State High School in Gresik City. The data were analyzed descriptive using the distribution frequency, and the final result were present in the form a percent. Result and discussion characteristic of respondent. Table 1, distribution frequency of respondent in Gresik.
based on the table 1, it be explained. That the number of respondents was 161 among high school students, so that the 142 respondents of high school students in Gresik City, more than 80.2% are 16 to 17 years old. At greater than 17 as many as 12 people, 7.5%, and 7 students age 40 to 15 years. 4.3% based on science class. There are 30 students, 51.6%. Social science, 60 students, 37.3%, and language, 11.2%. This one experience is 110 students, 68.3%, and 51 students, 31.7%. Based on smoking status, 91 students, 56% did that not smoke, 51 students, 31.7% did not smoke, and 19 students, 11.8% quit smoking, 43.5% greater than 1 years, 46 student, 28%, and similar time, your 45 student, 28%. Smoking behavior of male student in Gresik. Table 2, smoking behavior of male student in Gresik. Based on the result of the study is note that the age of 40 was 161 among high school students, so that like smoking behavior with a total of 50 students, 30.8%, but 53 students, 32.9% moderate, 51 students, 1.7%, and very bad, 1 student, 0.6%. Discussion based on the result of the study is know that of the age of years, teenage students have been exposed to cigarette, and the majority years old. Based on the risk data in Gresik City, it was found that the male population 18 years and over will smoke every day, amounting this also supported by the result of the global youth tobacco analysis, which explained that there has been an increase in the prevalence of active smoker of male adolescent 18 years by 12 times, namely 0.3% in intercon to 3.7% in or all are getting younger, where children age 5 to 9 years have started smoking. Based on the result of the study is know that age of years teenage students have been exploited to cigarette, and the majority are 49, 17 years old. Based on the risk data in city, in Gresik City, it was found the malpopulation at 10 year and over were smoker every day. This is also smoking behavior can also be influenced by external factor. One of the with is the influence of friends. For more individual smoke, the more friends that individual smoke, and vice versa. Nasution. The influence of peers. One smoking behavior is very large. It's proven that statistically most students have friends with bad behavior smoking, and there is a significant relationship between peer smoking and smoking behavior in high school students in Gresik City. With rise 10 times greater, this in line with the research submitted by Saisomoro, namely peer factor influence smoking behavior in school student or adolescent. According in ROCA 2017, dependence on smoking behavior is influenced by the social environment and conditioned stimulate the effect of smoking. Dependency score can increase over time depending on the frequency with which the smoker faced the stimulus. The level of dependency of respondent was like because respondent list the bad effect of smoking, so that they beg to reduce their smoking activity. It was indicated by some response starting to associately replace cigarette with candy. This show that there is a willingness to stop smoking. Therefore, the need for support and motivation from the closest people and health workers. Conclusion: knowing that the first teenager has been exposed to cigarette at the age 14 to 15 years, it's advisable to take preventive measures such as health counseling as early as possible, starting in primary and secondary school. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Madam Dian Mutia. I'd like to open the discussion. Is there any question directly to presenter? Chat. No? Maybe in column chat. Okay, there is nothing. Okay, so far there is no question yet. All right, I think the presentation completely done. Next, move on to the next presenter. Thank you, Madam Dian Mutia.
Okay, thank you.
The next presenter is Usa Malik with the topic Implement of Concurrent Nursing Audit, a 3 months observational report. To Madam Usa Malik.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, ma'am. Good afternoon, I'm here. Just a minute.
Okay, time is yours.
Just a minute, Kyola.
Okay.
Just a minute. Stop sharing হয়ে গেছে। Is my slide is visible to all of you?
Yes, please full screen.
Okay.
Make full screen, Madam.
Now is it okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Very good morning. At the beginning, I must give my sincere gratitude to Mr. Poddar, who was always the inspirational for us to participate in such a wonderful international conference. Thank you, sir. At the beginning, I must congratulate your team as well. Today I will be talking with you. I am from a nursing background, so I will talking with you as a topic with the nursing audit. Slide দেখা যাচ্ছে না, slide ছোট size. I will talk with you the nursing audit. So that in the as you know, the nursing is one of the most important aspect. Nursing is one of the most important aspect for the healthcare professional, and the nursing are the most leading professionals in the healthcare sector. Without the nurses, the hospital cannot be progress proper, and nurses are that such a wonderful persons that they work in 365 24 into 7 into 365 days. Keeping the view on that, I just wanted to tell you that today I have taken the topic as the implementation of concurrent nursing audit as a method for developing quality nursing care. For that, I have taken to highlight the discrepancies between actual practice and standard in order to identify the changes needed to improve the quality of care. This was the aim of the study. And the objective of the study were to measure the degree of quality of patient care against a defined criteria, to identify the gap between the care and the standard, to improve the quality of nursing care, and finally to find out the correlations between the demographic variables and quality nursing care. For that, the operational definition that I have chosen, that nursing audit, all of you know that is a process of collecting information from nursing and other documented evidence about patient care and assessing quality of care by the use of quality. Concurrent nursing audit, this nursing audit method of conducted when the patient is concurrently undergoing treatment at the healthcare factor. And quality nursing care, it is a key component of the health. It is essentially delivery nursing care that meet quality care. So these are the operationals for that. Hypothesis, I have taken the two hypotheses over here. Hypothesis 1, that is the null hypothesis. There will be no significant differences in nursing in implementing the concurrent nursing audit. There will be no significant relationship between the demographic variable and nursing care in selected demographic variable. Review of the literature, if I am talking about, there are many nursing research done on the basis of the nursing audit. We have got many of the findings from there. The audits were finding from a nursing care audit based on the nursing process. The nursing audit integrated review in thesis and dissertation. There are so many nursing audit was there on the basis of the research. Methodology, coming to the methodology, it's a research approach was quasi-experimental. Research design was modified multiple time series design. I will discuss why it is a multiple time series design whenever I will tell you the data collection procedure. So the proper variables was nursing audit as an independent variable. Nursing care is a dependent variable. Population staff nurse having more than 6 months of experience. Sample size was 400. Setting corporate hospital in Kolkata. Sampling technique non-probability convenience sampling. Ethical permission was taken from the ethics committee of the hospital. Validity was done with the 5 experts from the nursing education and administration, and their agreement was 90%. Reliability done with the integrated reliability whose results came out 0.72. Pilot study done with the 10 staff. Data collection tool that you have taken for the study, tool 1, that's the interview schedule related to demographic variables related to age, sex, experience, education of the staff, and tool 2, evaluating the degree of quality of patient care according to the structure outcome process of each nursing procedure, observation checklist. We have prepared the procedures for the medicine administration, IV infusion, Riles tube feeding, insulin administration, nursing care plan, checking of vitals, and finally the nurse's call bell response. Data collection procedure, this is the procedure of the data collection, which is very important. We have taken the feedback from the patients and the relatives, and we have taken the feedbacks of the negative feedbacks from the respective supervisor of the ward, that how many incident report are going on in the error happening. Then the nursing manager and the to make a SOP. Then with the SOP, we have constructed the tool on the basis of the SOP of the nursing manual. We have made the 8 checklist for the 8 procedure. For each procedure, criteria checklist prepared on the nursing manual. Nurse auditor was given the responsibility. First phase of the audit done for 30 days on different procedure. Total 8 procedural checklist was introduced in the different unit of the hospital. After seeing the result of the audit, every supervisor of their respective unit has given the education and demonstration provided to their staffs as per the need. Re-audit done again after 30 days on the same procedure. Again the re-education and demonstration provided to the staff as per the need, and same way the data was collected for 4 consecutive months. So these are the few samples that we have taken for the users during the time of the audit. Here it is showing the medicine administration. This is the showing the nurse's note. So like this, the 8 procedures checklist we have, and I am showing you an example that after each procedures, each audit, how the supervisor has taken the actions and showing the demonstration for their staff to according to their need and to make their standard and to enhance their quality and competency. At the result that we have find tool 1 for demographic variables, it was shown that majority of the sample, that is 70% 280 year, belongs to the female. Majority of the sample, that is 75% 300, are having 1 to 2 years of experience. Majority of the sample, 60%, that is 240 people, are between 20 to 24 years of age group. Majority of the sample, 65 to 60, have completed their diploma in nursing. There were BSc in nursing also. So this is the tool 2, which measure the gaps. As you can see that in the first month, here the medicine administration, the positive cases was 80%. After second month interventions, after third month and fourth month, it was 90%, 98%. Back care procedure, same the way. In every month after the audit, the supervisor, the educators, the evaluators has given the demonstration and taken the classes, and they have done the action plan. That's why I have risen the question. That is a multiple time series, modified multiple time series, that is given the every time, because we as a nurses cannot consider the unless the nurses are meeting their standard criteria, we cannot leave the procedure. That's why we have taken this for the consecutive 4 months, and after each audit we have given the administrations of their education, provided the demonstration, and also taken the next audit. Like this we have done the 4th. And in the final objectives, I will find out the demographic variables and the relationship. Yes, this presentation is showed the nurses' experience and age had a significant positive relationship with the implementation of the care indicator. The coefficient value was ranges between 0.7 to 0.8. In the discussion, I must say the present study audit tool was developed and used to evaluate nursing activities in accordance with the structure checklist, and there were some gaps in the beginning, and the gaps were simultaneously reduced as the evaluators, as the educators, and the administrator and the supervisor have done their best effort to make the positive response from their staff, because the medicine administration, insulin, care, IV administration, all this required the expertise and full phrases of the positive response during the care of the patient. Yes, the implementations can be done in the nursing education in a large aspect. This can be done in the nursing administration in every hospital. If it is being practiced, the staff nurses will be skillful and they will be competent. It can be also done in the nursing practice in day-to-day, not only for the staff nurses. It can be done for the staff in charges, for the supervisor, for the superintendent level also. And the checklist may be different. It can be definitely used for the nursing research. We can recommend this for a comparative study can done between government and private hospital. Large sample can be taken for this study. Study can be done in rural setting, and this can be study done from the early level of the nursing fraternity. In the conclusion, I must say internal audit performed by the nurses can be useful in assessing the quality of care. As we have seen, the nursing audit is a method for developing nursing care and ensuring patient safety. However, the positive response will be coming from the nurses, the patients will be more safe. And one of the aspects of the nursing care is to ensure the patient safety. So after the analysis of the scientific production nursing audit, it is possible to emphasize that the nurse contribute to the improvement in the quality of the assistant and participant in the identification factor that lead to not only the patient satisfaction but also the satisfaction for the nurses, evaluator, administrator and nursing educator as well. These are the few references from there. Thank you so much for your patient listening. If you have any question, please.
Thank you, Madam Lusa Malik. Nice presentation. I'd like to open the discussion. Maybe is there any question directly to the presenter? Okay, I will check.
Can I ask one question, please?
Okay, please.
Now you mentioned just now the presenter says that one of the things that they audited is with regard to research. May I know what kind of audit that you do, you expected from the nurses in terms of research aspect?
Hello? Hello,
Hello,
sir?
yes.
Yes. Sir, actually, we have done prepare the checklist. We have a SOP for the nursing manual. On the basis of that, we have prepared the checklist for every procedure, as I showed: medicine administration, back care, insulin administration, Riles tube feeding. On the basis of the checklist, we have went to the staff side, bedside of the patient, and whenever the staff was administering medicine, it was the randomized audit, and it was done without informing to the staff that we will be coming for the audit, that we have not informed to the staff. After getting all the information from the staff, we have make it as a percentage, and if you see that it is 80% that we need to have done is 95 to 96. We have given the re-education, we have given the re-demonstration to the staff in a nursing lab and nursing teaching room. Then the next month audit we have performed. If we are not being satisfied, then also we have provided the education and demonstration as well. Like this, we have done the 4 months consecutive audit, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Madam Yusa, there is a question in chat room. The question is the tools of audit using technology application.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry. If you please repeat the question.
Audit using technology application.
Technological application.
Oh, okay.
Technological applications for nursing research we can do nowadays, because previously we used to do the checklist in hand papers, and like there are now computer systems, so we can use many things for the staff. But actually nursing audit, whenever they are doing for the patient side, actually we feel to check them on that time. So that's why we've am I really giving the right answer of the question? If you please repeat the question.
Okay, Madam. Nice presentation. Thank you, Madam
so
Musa.
much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, move on the next presenter. Welcome to Madam Dini Mei with the topic, the relationship between knowledge and husband support with the participation of fertile age women to check visual inspection of acetic acid or IVA in Surabaya. Please, Madam Dini. Are you ready? Okay, please, Madam Dini, full screen for the PPT.
Okay, sebentar. Okay.
Not yet, Madam.
Okay.
Thank
you. Okay. Thank you for opportunity. In this time, I will share our research. It is the relationship between knowledge and husband support with the participant of women of fertility. Visual inspection of acetic acid in Surabaya. Myself, Miss Lela Nurlela, and Miss Ari Susanti. Cervical cancer is still a health problem for women with high incidence and mortality rate. Nearly 70% are found in an advanced stage. Cervical cancer, which is generally caused by HPV, can be transmitted through sexual contact or skin contact, causing disturbance in the cervical area in women of childbearing age who are married. The visual inspection method of acetic acid is a low-cost method aimed at detecting cervical cancer. The visual inspection of acetic acid has a sensitivity of 84.2% and a specificity of 55.2%. The participants of women of childbearing age who follow the visual inspection of acetic acid is still very, very low, even though women of childbearing age have gained knowledge through socialization about health problems. The low participation of women of childbearing in conducting the visual acetic acid infection can be caused by several reasons, such as infection procedure and lack of social support from the close person or husbands, so that they are less motivated to do the visual acetic infection acid. The aim of the research objective was to determine the relationship between knowledge of support from husband and participant in conducting visual inspection of acetic acid in women of childbearing age in Surabaya. Materials and methods in the study using a descriptive analysis method with a cross-sectional approach. The population in the study were married women of childbearing age in Surabaya, age 16 until 49 years in number, 9,023 pupils in range the 1st of March until the 20th of May 2020, and the sample technique used probability sampling as most 140 respondents. The research instruments were questionnaire and observation sheet. Data were analyzed using the Swiss scale. The result, the statistical result with the chi-square test between participation, incidence of acetic acid obtained rho equal 0.00, and statistical result between husband support and participation of women of childbearing age it was found that rho equal 0.001. They saw that there is a relationship between knowledge and support husband with the behavior of visual inspection of acetic acid in women of childbearing age in Surabaya. Husband support is the support provided by the husband in making decisions for mothers to carry out a visual inspection of acetic acid. The husband is the first and foremost person in giving a current algorithm and spot to his wife before the other party give it. Husband spot will provide a sense of security, comfort, and make the mother feel enthusiastic about doing a visual inspection acetic acid for early detection of cervical cancer. Husband spot is an encouragement and motivation for his wife, both morally and materially. Researchers assume that husband spot that a major influence on the visual inspection of acetic acid. The role of the husband in making decisions in family with a very dominant on their own care. In the conclusion, this research a good knowledge of husband spot can increase the participation of women of childbearing age in carrying out the visual inspection of acetic acid. It is hoped that health workers can provide more health education regarding the procedure for the visual inspection of acetic acid so that it can motivate women of fertile age to carry out the examination. I think it's enough and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Madam Dini. I'd like to open the discussion. Maybe is there any question to Madam Dini? Okay. So far in the chat book is not the question. Maybe later on. Please write down in the chat book and the presenter will answer. All right, I think this presentation completely done. Next, move on the next presenter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Dini. Okay. The next presenter is Madam Rizky Maulani. Sorry, Rizky Mulyani. Okay. The topic is self-management in hemodialysis patients. Madam Rizky? Okay. Okay. Are you ready? Okay.
Yes.
Please full screen your PPT. Thank you. Okay, time is yours.
Thank you, Miss Nisa. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rizky Mulyani. I come from Bakti Kencana University, Bandung, Indonesia. I would like to presentation my research with the title Self-Management in Hemodialysis Patient. Introduction. We know CKD is a serious health problem in the world and Indonesia. And CKD that has entered stage 5 or end-stage renal disease requires kidney replacement therapy, such as kidney transplantation and hemodialysis. And hemodialysis is the most widely used type of kidney replacement therapy. Approximately 1.5 to 2 million people have to live a life dependent on dialysis. The National Institute of Diabetes and Digestive and Kidney Disease report a 1-year survival rates for dialysis patients at 80%, while 2 years, 5 years, and 10-year survival rates are around 64%, 33%, and 10%. In Indonesia and West Java, according to the Indonesia Renal Registry report, the number of hemodialysis procedure has increased in Indonesia from year to year, and also increase in new patient, and also increase active patient. And in West Java, the incidence of chronic kidney disease actively undergoing hemodialysis is also increased. Hemodialysis patients will face several problems, such as physical and psychological problems, physical problems such as fatigue, pruritus, weight problems, hypertension, muscle cramp, burning feet syndrome, and others, and the physiological problem such as anxiety, depression, and stress. And hemodialysis patient also must undergo the hemodialysis process 2 up 3 times per week and must perform several non-pharmacological intervention such as modifying lifestyle, complying with medication rules, and performing every component of CKD disease management, such as managing dietary compliance, fluid intake, and physical exercise. And also, hemodialysis patient takes a long time in the management of CKD control to overcome various problems that arise from disease complication and the dialysis process, so that effective and consistent self-management is needed to reduce mortality on complication and can improve quality of life. So, self-management is a set of positive abilities of hemodialysis patient in supervising and participating in self-care management to optimize health status, which include management of preventing complication and managing signs and symptoms that occur by participating in health service and changing lifestyle. So, self-management in hemodialysis patient is very important because it greatly influences the management of complication, symptom control, minimize negative effect, delay disease progression, reduce mortality, and can improve quality of life. So, hemodialysis patient must carry out self-management properly to improve their health status. Condition in the hemodialysis installation at Majalaya Hospital, patient undergoing hemodialysis experience several physical and physiological problems, such as shortness of breath, edema, fatigue, weight problems, and anxiety. More than half of patients complain of the most frequent disturbance is shortness of breath after eating certain food, such as banana or other fruits. A nurse always reminds the patient to make effort to control himself so that complications do not occur due to his illness. So it is necessary to study further self-management in hemodialysis patient to reduce mortality and morbidity in hemodialysis patient. Method of the research, type of research is descriptive research. Population is all hemodialysis patient at the hemodialysis Majalaya Hospital, namely 168 patients, and sample, namely 63 patients, taken by purposive sampling technique with inclusion criteria, patients who were actively undergoing hemodialysis for at least the last 6 months, communicative and be able to work together, age above 20 years, and routine undergoing hemodialysis 2 times a week. Instrument, I use hemodialysis self-management instrument, and data was collected by distributing questionnaire to hemodialysis patient during the hemodialysis process, and data analysis with median and frequency distribution. The result, it was found that most of the hemodialysis patients in Majalaya Hospital had high self-management, and it was found that the dimension with the highest average score is the partnership dimension, and the lowest average score is the emotional management dimension. Based on the research, it was found that most hemodialysis patients had high self-management because patient in the hemodialysis room of Majalaya Hospital is due to nurses often educating patients. Based on interview, the majority of patients said that nurses often reminded them about what foods to limit, fluid intake limits that must be adhered to, and hemodialysis patients who were always open to nurses about the problem they experience related to CKD. In addition, the high self-management of hemodialysis patients is due to good communication between nurses and hemodialysis patients. Nurses or doctors often remind about what to limit, and hemodialysis patients who always express problems that occur to nurses. It was found that the dimension with the highest average score was the partnership dimension. The item with the highest score is on the statement about discussing body fluid that will be disposed of by health worker. Hemodialysis patient said that every therapy carried out, the patient always asks about the result of hemodialysis carried out in the form of weighing wet and dry weight before and after hemodialysis. And the item with the lowest score on the statement about discussing with health workers to determine the place of stabbing, hemodialysis patients said that they only want to do a needle stick in place usually because the patient felt pain when the needle was inserted in a different place. The dimension with the lowest average score was the emotional management dimension. The highest score was on the statement talks about my emotional stress well. Many hemodialysis patients said that when they had emotional problem related to CKD, they would share them with relatives and nurses. And the item with the lowest score on the statement about reducing emotional stress by exercise, most hemodialysis patients said they didn't exercise because they were often short of breath and felt tired easily since they had CKD. About the problem-solving dimension, the highest score was on the statement, will hemodialysis patients improve or change their lifestyle when they get abnormal laboratory result? And the majority of patients answer often and knew what to do when they had abnormal laboratory result. The lowest score on the statement about do hemodialysis patients discuss the result of blood tests. Most patients have undergone hemodialysis above 1 year, and some even have up to 10 years. So patient hemodialysis rarely discusses the result of the monthly examination. And the last, the self-care dimension. The highest score on the statement choosing food in the form of vegetables and fruit that are low in potassium. The majority of hemodialysis patients answer often because patients already know the types of food that contain potassium and the side effect of eating foods that contain high potassium, so that hemodialysis patients avoid eating foods that are high in potassium. And the lowest score on the statement about doing arteriovenous fistula treatment, the majority of hemodialysis patients answer that they rarely did arteriovenous fistula treatment, and a small percentage of patients answer that they sometimes did arteriovenous fistula treatment. Hemodialysis patients at Majalaya General Hospital rarely treat arteriovenous fistula because hemodialysis patients do not know the importance of arteriovenous fistula treatment. The conclusion, based on the result of the study, it was found that most of the patients had high self-management, where the partnership dimension had the highest score, and the emotional management dimension had the lowest score. It's hoped that the hospital will continue to maintain a program of providing education and routine information in the form of installing pamphlets in the hemodialysis waiting room. And hemodialysis nurses are also expected to maintain good relationship and communication with patient and families by opening discussion session for each giving laboratory test result to family and patient, and providing education and explanation regarding aspect of safe management that can be applied by hemodialysis patient. That's all my presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Rizky. Is and there is one question in chat box. How do you think that perceive and access patients' self-management skills on a daily basis when they are living with one or more chronic conditions?
Because if the patient know and they have skill to self-management, the patient can improve their health status because they know what to do about their self-care about CKD. Many patients do not do about self-care in CKD, such as not other to fluid limitation, and also they eat food anything. That's
Okay, thank you for the answer. Maybe any question again for the presenter? Okay. There is no question yet. And we
The second presenter.
okay, the second presenter, which is the topic is assessment of knowledge and attitude regarding normal birthing process among pregnant women and their spouse in selected hospital Kolkata, West Bengal. Is not join this session. Okay, I think the session is enough.
Madam Rizky, thank you for your share.
Madam Rizky, thank you for your share. And then, well, finally we
thank you,
come.
Madam Nisa.
Yes, you're welcome. Well, finally we come to the end of this open papers presentation for this session. Thank you to all the presenters for the bright sharing and the participants. Please give applause for the presenter and their team. Okay, I'd like to return the program tentative to Professor Dr. Sandip Podar.
Thank you, Madam. Both of you are organized very well this session, and all the presenters have presented at their best level and very good presentation we have here. So we will take a break and we will soon join within, I think, 30 minutes around that. 30-minute break, not 40 minutes. So we will join again 2 p.m. so that we can start on proper time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
seperti laboratorium dan perpustakaan serta hal yang lainnya. ICSEH Hang Tuah sendiri memiliki lebih dari 20 UKM. Salah satunya UKM Tari,
UKM Kesehatan Matra Laut, dan UKM lainnya.
Dan pastinya, ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya siap mencetak tenaga kesehatan yang unggul, berwawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan.
Menurut survei studi, 90% lulusan dari ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya telah diterima dalam bidang pekerjaan mulai dari rumah sakit, puskesmas, klinik, PNS, dan BUMN. Dan lebih menariknya lagi, bakal ada free laptop untuk penerimaan mahasiswa baru yang daftar di tahun ini loh. So, buruan gabung bersama kami dan daftarkan diri kalian di www.ICSEH dan juga Instagramnya di ICSEH Hang Tuah SBY. ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya.
LUC, Lincoln University College. A truly global university. A top 25 performing universities in student mobility. That enhances lifelong learning opportunities, practical and scientific skills, social values, leadership and entrepreneurship. By harnessing information technology including machine learning and deep learning to create a noble, eternal, peaceful human society. Lincoln University College was established in 2002 and now has 3 campuses, which is 2 at Kuala Lumpur and 1 at Kota Baru. Lincoln University College Malaysia has been worldwide recognized by multi-rank universities, World University Ranking and also QS Asia University Ranking.
Surabaya adalah ibu kota Provinsi Jawa Timur, sekaligus kota metropolitan terbesar kedua di Indonesia. Surabaya juga merupakan salah satu kota tujuan pendidikan, khususnya pendidikan tenaga kesehatan di Indonesia yang sangat diperhitungkan. Ribuan siswa maupun mahasiswa dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia mengenyam pendidikan di kota ini. Salah satu pilar penyangga pendidikan tinggi kesehatan di kota Surabaya adalah Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya. Selamat datang di kampus Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Hang Tuah Surabaya. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya di bawah naungan Yayasan Nala, yaitu salah satu yayasan yang dimiliki oleh TNI Angkatan Laut, sehingga kampus kami berada dalam satu lokasi dengan Rumah Sakit Pusat Angkatan Laut Dr. Ramelan Surabaya, yaitu di Jalan Gadung nomor 1 Surabaya. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan tenaga kesehatan di rumah sakit, klinik kesehatan, puskesmas, maupun tempat pelayanan kesehatan lain, baik yang berafiliasi dengan TNI Angkatan Laut, pemerintah, maupun fasilitas pelayanan kesehatan swasta, serta memberi kesempatan pada putra-putri anggota TNI, khususnya TNI Angkatan Laut, serta keluarganya untuk meningkatkan jenjang pendidikan tinggi, dan juga memberi kesempatan kepada putra-putri terbaik bangsa Indonesia untuk menjadi tenaga kesehatan profesional yang memiliki kompetensi, berbudi pekerti luhur, tangguh, sehat, cerdas, patriotik, berdisiplin, kreatif, produktif, dan profesional. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya lahir diawali dengan adanya kerjasama antara Yayasan Nala dengan Rumkital Dr. Ramelan Surabaya dalam mendirikan Akper Hang Tuah Surabaya pada tanggal 7 Juni 1995. Pada pertengahan 2005, dimulailah usaha-usaha untuk merintis perubahan bentuk Akademi Keperawatan menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan. Dan pada tahun 2006, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Hang Tuah Surabaya resmi berdiri.
Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Hang Tuah Surabaya memiliki visi menjadi sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang mandiri, bermartabat, kompetitif, berwawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan. Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya menyusun misi, yaitu pertama, menciptakan pendidikan dengan budaya akademik yang kondusif dan mampu bersaing. Kedua, mengembangkan penelitian yang berorientasi pada iptek, kesehatan maritim, dan kelautan. Tiga, melaksanakan pengabdian masyarakat dimulai dari wilayah pesisir. Empat, mewujudkan pelaku pendidikan yang memiliki integritas. Yang kelima, mewujudkan penguatan tata kelola organisasi yang efektif, demokratis, dan terpercaya. Kami menerapkan tata nilai di lingkungan Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya yang mendasari sikap dan perilaku seluruh sivitas akademika. Tata nilai yang kami laksanakan adalah cerdas. Cerdas merupakan singkatan dari nilai-nilai luhur yang kami yakini, yaitu caring, excellent, respectful, disiplin, altruistik, dan smart.
Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya telah memiliki 5 program studi, yaitu D3 Keperawatan, S1 Keperawatan, Prodi Pendidikan Profesi Nurse, S1 Gizi, dan D4 Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan. Program studi keperawatan adalah program studi unggulan di Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya. Kami selalu mencetak tenaga keperawatan medis yang unggul dan siap bersaing di dunia kerja. Prodi ini dibagi menjadi 2, yaitu Prodi Keperawatan S1 dan D3. Alumni Diploma 3 Keperawatan berperan sebagai perawat terampil dalam menyelesaikan masalah keperawatan secara mandiri dan berkelompok yang direncanakan sesuai dengan standar asuhan keperawatan. dengan kemampuan menerima tanggung jawab terhadap keputusan dan tindakan asuhan keperawatan profesional sesuai dengan lingkup praktik dan hukum dan peraturan perundangan. Prodi S1 Ilmu Keperawatan menyelenggarakan pendidikan akademik untuk menghasilkan sarjana keperawatan dengan gelar S.Kep yang nantinya berpeluang untuk melanjutkan pendidikan ke jenjang profesi nurse ataupun jenjang magister sesuai dengan minat masing-masing. Prodi Pendidikan Profesi Nurse merupakan perawat profesional yang cerdas dan kompeten dalam memberikan asuhan keperawatan kepada klien dan mampu melakukan fungsi manajemen keperawatan. Prodi S1 Gizi mencetak lulusan yang dapat menjadi pengambil keputusan dalam memecahkan permasalahan gizi, baik program dan kebijakan gizi, komunitas maupun sosial secara profesional dan bertanggung jawab. Prodi D4 Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan mencetak lulusan yang kompeten dalam mengumpulkan, mengintegrasikan, dan menganalisa data rekam medis serta data pendukung lainnya untuk kepentingan perawatan pasien yang efektif serta kepentingan lain seperti penelitian, pendidikan, perencanaan, dan evaluasi pelayanan kesehatan. Sarana pembelajaran yang lengkap sangat diperlukan untuk menunjang efektivitas pembelajaran offline guna meningkatkan kompetensi mahasiswa. Sarana yang terdapat di Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya adalah lab keperawatan dasar, keperawatan medikal bedah dan gawat darurat, lab keperawatan maternitas dan anak, lab jiwa, komunitas dan keluarga, jiwa dan gerontik, laboratorium biomedik, anatomi dan ruang tutorial, lab skill yang terdiri dari 2 lantai untuk meningkatkan skill prosedur, lab komputer, perpustakaan, terdiri dari ruang baca, ruang internet, dan ruang pelayanan. Selain itu, untuk mendukung pembelajaran daring, tersedia berbagai macam video pembelajaran di website dan YouTube. Indonesia sebagai negara maritim terbesar dunia memiliki sejumlah wilayah laut, pesisir, dan pulau-pulau kecil yang luas dan bermakna strategis dalam pembangunan ekonomi nasional. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya dalam peranannya di bidang pendidikan kesehatan memberikan wawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan di dalam kurikulum pendidikannya dalam bentuk materi kuliah matra kesehatan, laut, dan udara serta dibentuknya UKM atau unit kegiatan mahasiswa Kesmala. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya telah bekerja sama dengan instansi untuk penyerapan lulusan, yakni Rumah Sakit Mitra Keluarga Group, National Hospital Surabaya, RSPHL Dr. Ramelan Surabaya, Siloam International Hospitals. Selain itu, kami juga bekerja sama dengan beberapa instansi untuk lahan praktik mahasiswa Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya, yakni RSPHL Dr. Ramelan Surabaya, RSAL Dr. Sukantio Jahya Lanudal Juanda, RS Marinir Ewa Pangalila Gunung Sari Surabaya, Lembaga Kesehatan Kelautan TNI AL, Diskes Kuarmada 2, Rumah Sakit Haji Surabaya, Rumah Sakit PHC Surabaya, Rumah Sakit Jiwa Menur Surabaya, UPTD Gria Werda Jambangan Surabaya, Diponsos Keputih Surabaya, Dinas Kesehatan Kota Surabaya, Puskesmas di Kota Surabaya. Tingkat kelulusan mahasiswa Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya. Tingkat kelulusan ujian kompetensi D3 Keperawatan 96,8% Oktober 2020. Tingkat kelulusan ujian kompetensi profesi nurse 94,7% Oktober 2020. Tingkat penyerapan lulusan yang bekerja sebagai tenaga kesehatan di fasilitas pelayanan kesehatan lebih dari 90%. Tingkat masa tunggu kerja kurang dari 6 bulan lebih dari 90%. Hal ini menandakan bahwa lulusan Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya siap untuk masuk ke dunia kerja.
Salam tangguh, salam sehat, salam kemanusiaan. COVID-19 di Indonesia telah ditetapkan sebagai bencana nasional tepatnya pada tanggal 2 Maret 2020. Pandemi ini berdampak pada semua aspek kehidupan, baik di sektor kesehatan, sektor ekonomi, sektor sosial dan kemasyarakatan, tanpa kecuali di sektor pendidikan. Kendati demikian, adanya pandemi ini mampu mengakselerasi pendidikan di era revolusi industri 4.0. Wabah corona ini justru memacu dunia pendidikan dengan mendorong lebih banyak pemanfaatan teknologi informasi dalam aktivitas belajar jarak jauh. Namun pada kondisi ini, terdapat tantangan yang besar dalam pelaksanaannya. Menjawab tantangan tersebut, Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya dengan membentuk Satgas COVID-19 dan mempersiapkan sarana-prasarana yang sesuai sebagai adaptasi kebiasaan baru dalam kehidupan kampus. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya siap menjadi kampus tangguh, yaitu kampus yang menyelenggarakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi dengan memprioritaskan kesehatan dan keselamatan bagi seluruh peserta didik, pendidik, tenaga kependidikan, keluarga, dan masyarakat. Saya dibantu oleh seluruh sivitas akademika di bawah koordinasi bidang 1, 2, dan 3 terus mengembangkan diri menjawab tantangan ini. Di bidang 1, bidang akademik, kurikulum dan model pembelajaran disiapkan untuk menjawab era industri 4.0 dengan memastikan ketersediaan sarana dan prasarana, serta sistem informasi yang memadai, memastikan kegiatan pembelajaran baik di kelas, laboratorium, maupun klinik dapat terlaksana secara blended learning dengan memprioritaskan keamanan, kesehatan, dan keselamatan. Di bidang 2, menjamin seluruh kegiatan administrasi umum dan kepegawaian berjalan dengan baik, serta menyediakan sarana-prasarana yang mendukung upaya protokol kesehatan yang memadai. Di bidang 3 kemahasiswaan, berbagai penyesuaian dilaksanakan untuk memastikan kegiatan kemahasiswaan baik intra maupun ekstra kurikuler dapat terus berjalan dengan memanfaatkan teknologi informasi. Pada masa pandemik ini, Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya telah mempersiapkan diri dengan baik, menerapkan protokol kesehatan untuk mencegah COVID-19 di lingkungan kampus. Kami laksanakan dengan disiplin tinggi. Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya berkomitmen sebagai kampus tangguh.
Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya adalah institusi pendidikan di bawah TNI Angkatan Laut yang mahasiswanya belajar di wahana rumah sakit militer, yaitu Rumah Sakit Pusat Angkatan Laut Dr. Ramlan Surabaya. Mereka mendapat pendidikan yang penuh disiplin dan bertanggung jawab, menjadikan mereka sebagai mahasiswa yang unggul. Ini mempermudah kami untuk transfer pengetahuan dan attitude kepada mereka. Oleh sebab itu, hampir sebagian besar lulusan Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya setelah lulus dari pendidikan dapat diterima di Rumah Sakit Pusat Angkatan Laut Dr. Ramlan Surabaya, juga di rumah sakit di Surabaya dan sekitarnya. Semoga Stikes Hang Tuah Surabaya selalu jaya dan senantiasa memberikan kontribusi terbaik bagi nusa dan bangsa.
Lebih dari 20 tahun, kami berproses dalam membentuk sebuah lembaga pendidikan kesehatan untuk mencapai sasaran terwujudnya masyarakat yang makin sejahtera, lahir dan batin, secara adil dan merata. Terselenggaranya pendidikan nasional dan pelayanan kesehatan yang makin bermutu serta merata, mewujudkan manusia berbudi pekerti luhur, tangguh, sehat, cerdas, patriotik, berdisiplin, kreatif, produktif, dan profesional. Kami akan terus berkembang dan akan meraih mimpi kami, yaitu menjadi sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang mandiri, bermartabat, kompetitif, dan berwawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan pada tahun 2031. Mari bergabung bersama kami.
Surabaya, di situasi pandemi seperti ini, kebutuhan tenaga kesehatan semakin meningkat. Maka dari itu, kita membutuhkan kampus yang berkualitas di bidangnya. Nah, ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya ini telah mendapatkan akreditasi B dari Lembaga Akreditasi Mandiri Perguruan Tinggi Kesehatan yang memiliki 5 prodi unggulan, yaitu D3 Keperawatan, S1 Keperawatan, Profesi Nurse, dan memiliki 2 prodi baru, yaitu S1 Gizi dan D4 Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan.
ICSEH Hang Tuah sendiri telah memiliki 40 dosen S2,
2 dosen S3,
dan praktisi kesehatan yang sangat berpengalaman. Serta ICSEH Hang Tuah memiliki fasilitas, sarana, dan prasarana yang sangat lengkap, seperti laboratorium dan perpustakaan, serta hal yang lainnya. ICSEH Hang Tuah sendiri memiliki lebih dari 20 UKM. Salah satunya UKM Tari,
UKM Kesehatan Matralut, dan UKM lainnya.
Dan pastinya, ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya siap mencetak tenaga kesehatan yang unggul, berwawasan kesehatan maritim dan kelautan.
Menurut survei studi, 90% lulusan dari ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya telah diterima dalam bidang pekerjaan mulai dari rumah sakit, puskesmas, klinik, PNS, dan BUMN. Dan lebih menariknya lagi, bakal ada free laptop untuk penerimaan mahasiswa baru yang daftar di tahun ini loh. So, buruan gabung bersama kami dan daftarkan diri kalian di www.ICSEH dan juga Instagramnya di ICSEH. ICSEH Hang Tuah Surabaya.
LUC, Lincoln University College. A truly global university. A top 25 performing universities in student mobility. That enhances lifelong learning opportunities, practical and scientific skills, social values, leadership and entrepreneurship. By harnessing information technology including machine learning and deep learning to create a noble, eternal, peaceful human society. Lincoln University College was established in 2002 and now has 3 campuses, which is 2 at Kuala Lumpur and 1 at Kota Baru. Lincoln University College Malaysia has been worldwide recognized by multi-rank universities, World University Ranking and also QS Asia University Ranking.
Good morning, Dr. Emil.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine. Good morning. Good morning from Saudi Arabia. Time now 9 o'clock in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, you are in Saudi now.
Egypt. Thank you for invitation and the participation in conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So you can share your slide?
Yes.
Okay. So I just introduce you start then. Just wait for 2-3 minutes. Let us everybody join. Wait, madam, later. Just after 2-3 minutes.
After 2 minutes, okay.
After 2-3 minutes. We start then.
Okay.
Good morning, good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to our post-lunch session. Ms. Dewi, you want to start the session? Then
Yeah,
I
good
introduce.
morning. Good morning, Mr. Sandeep. Yeah, we are ready to start now.
Okay, I share the screen. Welcome back to our post-lunch session. And we have today with us our invited speaker, Dr. Amel Daud Kamel Gouda. She is Assistant Professor, Maternal and Newborn Health Nursing, College of Nursing, King Saud bin Abdulaziz University, Riyadh, and Department of Maternal and Newborn Health Nursing, Faculty of Nursing, University of Cairo, Egypt. Dr. Amel has more than 20 years of experience in the field of women health. She has attended more than 30 national and international conferences related to nursing and healthcare. Her area of specialty is maternal and newborn health nursing. She is also an author of 5 books entitled Assessment of Common Types of Vaginal Infection Among Women, Early Bleeding During Pregnancy, Management of Primary Postpartum Hemorrhage, Evidence-Based Practice in Clinical Nursing and Critical Thinking in Nursing Critical Practice. She is also among the editorial board members and reviewers of several scientific journals, both domestic and international level, and one of the scientific committee and domestic and international medical of nursing conferences. She was awarded the Best Teacher Award 3 times and Best Thesis Award at Cairo University. She was also awarded by Faculty of Nursing, Cairo University, for putting Cairo University as one of the partners of Global Science and Technology Forum conferences in Singapore. And Dr. Amel also editorial board member of Malaysian Journal of Nursing. And we welcome Madam, and the stage is yours. And she is today delivering on her topic today for delivery is environmental health. So, Madam, kindly share your screen and start presentation. Welcome.
Welcome, Doctor. You see share screen?
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Today I will discuss about environment health. Old French word en equal an veron circle, the circumstance, object, or condition by which one is surrounded, or the complex climatic, adaptive, soil-based, and biotic factors that act upon organism or ecological community. Public health definition of the environment, all that which is external to individual host can be divided into physical, biological, social, cultural factor, any or all which can influence health state in population. Environment is a total of natural condition under which animal live, including climatic, geographic, physiographic, and the final condition, all that which external to the individual human host. Environment health, plants supply us with food, water, air, and everything that stays in our life. Hysterical environment health focused on preventing infectious disease spread by water, waste, food, radiant, and insects. Expansion of the modern day definition, encompassing all interaction of human with their environment and the health consequence of this interaction. WHO definition of environment health. Environment health comprises two aspects of human health, including quality of life that are determined by physical, biological, social, and psychosocial factors in the environment. It also refers to theory and practice of assessing, correcting, controlling, and preventing those factors in the environment that can potentially affect adversely the health of present and future generations. Environmental Health Science. The National Institute of Environmental Health Science, England, define environmental health science as a study of those factors in the environment that affect human health. Factors as pollutant, toxicant in water, air, soil, or food, transferred to the human by inhalation, ingestion, or absorption, production of adverse health effects. Contributors to the environment: physical, biological. Physical as air, water, soil, housing, climate, geography, heat, light, noise, temperature, noise, air pollutant, toxic waste, both types. Biological as viral, bacteria, microbes, insects, radiant, animal, and plant. Disease-producing agent and reservoir of infection. Intermediate host, reservoir of infection. Contributors also continuous to contributors to the environment: social, psychosocial, socio-economic, culture, value, custom, habit, moral, religion, education, lifestyle, community life, health service, social and political organization. Basic requirement for healthy environment: clean air, safe and sufficient water, safe and adequate water, safe and peaceful stable global environment. Scope of environment health: water supply, wastewater treatment, waste management, vector control, prevention and control of land pollution, food hygiene and safety, air quality management, environment radiation hazard, occupational health and safety, environment noise management, accommodation establishment. Environment impact assessment, port health, accident prevention, environment health aspects of public recreation and tourism, environment health measures associated with epidemic, emergency, distress, and migration of pollution, and migration of population, establishment of effective environmental health, surveillance and information system, research on environment health issues. Water and health, safe and wholesome water free from pathogenic agents. Water should be free from pathogenic agents, free from harmful chemical substance, pleasant to taste, free from color, odor, or usable for domestic purpose. Water requirement per day for person. For drinking purpose, 2 liters per person. It's about from 6 to 8 glass per day. A domestic purpose, about 150 to sorry. Domestic purpose about 150 to 200 liters per person per day. Water and health, domestic uses, public purpose, industrial purpose, agricultural purpose, hydropower production, source of water, rainwater, surface water, groundwater. Surface water in Egypt as River Nile. It is the most safe and healthy water. Water pollution, sewage industrial and trade, pollutant agriculture, purulent physical, purulent and radioactive substance, water purification on small scale, household level, pooling, chemical disinfection, filtration, disinfection of the wall, purification in large scale, slow sand filter, rapid and sand filter, waterborne disease, viral disease, bacterial disease, protozoal disease, Sanial and Sclops disease, viral hepatitis and hepatitis A, hepatitis E, polymyelitis, rotavirus, diarrhea. It is one example of viral infection from waterborne disease, bacterial as typhoid, paratyphoid, fever, bacillary dysentery, diarrhea, protozoal, hemoptysis gravidasis, Hemlensic roundworm, straight worm, hydatid disease, Senial schistosomiasis. It is the one type of the disease from water, characteristic mainly by cleanliness. Cyclopius, Jonia worm, fish tapeworm. Water-related disease, acute and chronic toxic effect of chemical pollutant, disease associated with inadequate use of water as dehydration, dental health problem, 1 gram fluoride per 1 liter. Water is beneficial for dental health. Vector-borne disease, malaria, it's most common in Africa. Cardiovascular disease, hardness of the water, have beneficial effect on hardness of water. Water quality criteria and standard. The guideline for drinking water quality recommended by WHO until now, acceptable aspect, microbiological aspect, chemical aspect, radiological aspect. Physical parameter, turbidity, less than 5, color, free from color, taste and odor, pleasant to taste and no odor, temperature, cold water is more palatable. Inorganic constant, this is the mineral should be contained in the suitable water and with average range as chloride, not up to 200 milligram, calcium from 100 to 300 milligrams, ammonia is less than 0.2 milligram per liter. This is a component of proper water for drinking. Microbiological aspect, microbiological aspect, bacteriology indicator, chloroform organism, fecal streptococcus, prefiguring, virological aspect, biological aspect, protozoa, helminthia, free living organism, chloroform organism, several reasons for choosing chloroform indicator. Fecal pollution are easy to culture. Even single E. coli can be cultured in 100 ml of water. They are foreign to the water and generally not present to water. They are present in greater number. Normal of the human can excrete about 200 to 400 billion E. coli. They resist natural purification. They live longer than other pathogens. Fecal streptococcus, Clostridia. It is the confirmatory test for fecal contamination. Sometimes, very rare, E. coli doesn't present in water, but it presents streptococcus, then there is 100 fecal contamination. Clostridia, these 4 Clostridia are highly resistant against this infection. If only 1 spore Clostridia is present in water, it shows fecal contamination taking place in Romic time. Viral aspect, virology aspect, drinking water should be free from any virus, and disinfection of virus can be easy by free residual chlorine. Infection to mean, it is a level of 0.5% of free residual chlorine. All pathogenic virus will be dysentery. Virus can be easy dysentery by chlorine, including hepatitis A when placing powder mixed with 25 of gram mixed or 1,000. Sorry. Biological aspect of protozoa and hemophilius embodied Histologia clavicia limbia post should not be present in drinking water, and both slow and rapid SAMS filtration are effective in removing protozoa. Helminthia roundworm, flatworm, even single egg larva can be produced. Disease in the main should not in water. Guinea worm and is hazard upon water supply and source protection is best approach in prevention. Biological aspect, free living organisms should be the all water free from fungi or any other protozoa in the water. Chemical aspect, an organic constituent, arsenic, cadmium, chromium, calcium fluoride, lead, mercury, nitrate, selenium, organic, polynuclear aromatic hydrocarbon prestigious inorganic constitution as arsenic, cadmium, candium fluoride should be all water should be free from all this substance. Another type of environment pollution, air pollution. Daily requirement of air about 20 to 1 cubic meter per day, composition of air, nitrogen, oxygen, and other gas. Nitrogen about 78% by volume, oxygen about 20.9 by volume, carbon dioxide about 0.03 by volume, and other gases about 0.94% by volume. Air pollution, presence of harmful gases, nature of harmful gases as other particular atmosphere generated by human activity that interfere with human health, safety, and other discomfort also affect other environment media, resulting in chemical entering and food drinking water. Source of air pollution, automobile, industrial, domestic source, miscellaneous from burning refuse, pesticide spraying, natural source, fungi or bacteria. Air pollution and health effects, carbon monoxide, sulfate, acid rain, lead poisoning, decrease IQ level in young children, global warming and climate change, hydrocarbon eye damage, cadmium cancer, sulfate and hydrogen sulfate, unpleasant odor, conjunctival irritation, mental and neurological damage, polynuclear aromatic hydrocarbon, lung cancer, particular matter, COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, air pollutant anti-effect of the health, effect of air pollution, health aspect, acute effect, pneumonia, acute bronchitis, immediate death by suffocation, chronic effect, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, lung cancer, emphysema, respiratory allergy, social and economic aspect, destruction of animal and plant life, corrosion of materials, damage of building, cost increase in cleaning and maintenance of anesthesia, nuisance, reduction of visibility of town, damage of soil, damage of clothing. Prevention and control air pollution. WHO recommended contaminant prevent escape of toxic substance in atmosphere by enclosure, ventilation, and air cleaning. Replacement of coal, firewood led to petrol by new technology, electricity, natural gases, central heating, solar power use. Dilution, safe cleaning, capacity of environment, example, establishment of green belt and increase of tree plant and increase of the green area. Prevention and control of air pollution, legislation formation, implementation and monitoring of Environment Act regulation, international action. WHO established international network laboratories for monitoring and study of the air pollution. Medical entomology, a study of erythrobates of medical importance is known as medical entomology. It's an important branch of prevention of medicine. Some erythrobates are beneficial as they help in fertilization of the flower and the crops, and some are harmful to the human being as they are factor and reservoir of disease and also history means crops of the food and foods. Erythrobates disease through mosquito, housefly, sandfly. Mosquitoes can cause malaria, filaria, dengue fever, Nile fever, yellow fever. House fly can cause typhoid, paratyphoid, diarrhea, gastroenteritis, immobilis, poliomyelitis, trachoma, anthrax, and anthrax. Sandfly, Kila azera, oriental sore, sandfly fever, orca fever. Testfly, testfly causes disease of sleeping sickness, lows, epidemiology typhoid, Rita fly, epidemiology typhoid, black fly, encephalitis. Encephalitis lead to blindness, duval blood chain Shiga disease, Epchemeta scapes, transmission of orthopedic-borne disease, direct contact, and mechanical transmission. Direct contact, orthopedics are direct transfer from man to the man through direct contact, scabies and pedipalpus. Mechanical transmission disease-causing agents are transmitted mechanically by orthopedics transmission through diarrhea, dysentery, typhoid, cholera. Principle of earthboats control, environment control, chemical control, biological control, genetic control, newer method, integrated approach. Environment control, elevation of breeding place, spelling and draining operation, careful planned water management, puppet water supply, disposable of water, proper housekeeping, chemical control, using of insecticides in appropriate way, not using forever or for long period. Biological control, erythropods by using other organisms to minimize environmental pollution, use live-raised fish to control malaria, genetic control, male trial technique, cytoplasmic incompatibility and chromosomal transposition are found to be effective in small trials. Newer method, insect growth regulator, chemistry, sex attractants, integrated approach, combining two or more methods with view to obtain maximum result with minimum effort and adverse consequence. Public health important. Human excrete is important causes of environmental pollution and the source of infection. Safe, disposable excrete is the responsibility of everyone. The hazard of improper disposable excrete, soil pollution, water pollution, food contamination, propagation of flies. Food sanitation, according to Center of Disease Control, the following factors contributing to many foodborne illness: about 63%, inadequate cooling and cold holding temperature, 29% preparing food ahead plant service, 27% inadequate hot holding temperature, 26% poor personal hygiene, infected person, food preparing carrier of infection, 25% inadequate reheating, food inspection, pure food act of 1906, USA Department Agriculture, USA Food and Drug Administration, overall the food distribution state and efficient. Population growth about discuss about overgrowth of population worldwide. Worldwide population country estimated about 6.5 billion, 150 people every minute, increasing by 67 million per year to exceed about 9.1 billion by 2050. How many people can the world hold? Food, available land and water, energy, minimum acceptable standard of living and quality of life. Factors that contributing to population growth, highly fertility rate, lack of family planning, low death rate because the increased service of health and population. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
And actually, madam is very elaborate in her studies, as I told in the CV, in women health and also other healthcare aspects. So, madam has today, what you call today, give a talk on environmental aspects, on pathological aspects of bacteria and other effects, microorganisms. Thank you, madam, again for your nice deliberation and
Thank
being
you
with
for
us.
your invitation. Thank you. And congratulations for your conference. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to share the certificate of appreciation for your kind presence and deliberation from the committee of organizing committee of ICSEH Surabaya, Hang Tuah Surabaya, Indonesia, Lincoln University College, Malaysia, and Dr. Tarok Nakut Memorial Foundation, Kolkata. Thank you, madam, for your presence here today.
Thank
Kindly
you.
accept. Any question from the participant? Let us see in the chat box. I think no question in chat box. Anybody have any question can talk? Want to discuss anything with madam? I think no question, madam.
Okay.
So, Ms. Dewi, we can conclude the session and go for paper session now.
Yes, please, Dr. Sandeep Poddar.
Yeah. So our open paper session now starting, and it has 9 paper presented today, and I think all of you are present here now. So, madam, Ms. Dewi, kindly take over the chairmanship and moderatorship. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Poddar, for getting me speaking here as moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. May I have your attention? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Marina Widyastuti. I'm very pleased to be a moderator for the session. And before the presentation begins, let me inform you how the presentation will be going on. First, the delivery time for each material is 6 minutes, and discussion session is 4 minutes and will be open after the presenters have delivered their material. To the audience who wants to ask questions, I will appreciate if you text your question in the Zoom chat column by mentioning your identity so that it's easy for me to get your point. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the first presenter to deliver the research with topic Nurse Social Support Toward Family Stress and Anxiety Level in Intensive Care Unit. Then Ms. Dwi Priantini, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Dwi Priantini, the floor is yours for about 6 minutes.
Okay, thank you. The moderator, Ms. Marina. Please wait, I will share the screen. Okay, is it possible, the PPT?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon,
Waalaikumsalam
everyone.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My name is Dwi Priantini from the Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Hang Tua Surabaya, and then our paper related with the nurses social support toward family stress and anxiety level in intensive care unit. Our team in this paper is Ms. Marina Midyastuti, Imro'atul Farida, Mr. Dedi Irawandi, and including me. Okay, first of all, I would like to present this one as we know that this paper is related with the intensive care unit. As we know that in intensive care unit, it is a room for critical patient who require continuous airway, breathing, circulation, and also intensive matter related with the medical and nursing services. This situation will cause the family to become anxious because of the mortality of rate in the ICU is quite high, related with the circulation itself, respiration, and also infection, and also endocrine. So the patient family member experience psychological problem too, because of their family was taking care in the intensive care unit. In this case, factor that can trigger also the stress, including the change in the environment, and then the role of the treatment in the ICU room, and also the activity or maybe the family emotional support related with the intensity of the intervention itself. So one of the urgent but often overlooked is that the family of the patient in the ICU needs social support. As we know that nurses is the frontline caregiver for the intensive care in the intensive care unit. So this is made us wants to identify the relationship between social support nurses and the level of stress and anxiety of the patient family in the ICU. Well, related with the research method, this is a cross-sectional approach that the population is the family who patient treated in the critical care room starting from May to June 2019. Then the sampling technique was simple random sampling, and we got 95 respondents who met the inclusion and exclusion criteria. The instrument used to measure social support, we use the critical care family need information, and then when we are using the present anxiety stress scale to identify the stress and the anxiety level. Data was collected and the respondents were analyzed also with the statistic software with Wilcoxon, and then the result show as this table. Based on the table, there are 95 respondents, and then 51.5% of the respondents are in a range of age 41 till 60 years old, and then the gender is 59% are female, and then there are 34.7% of the respondents with a high social education level, and then average, the length of the hospitalization is less than 7 days. And then the table 2 show that 95 respondents, the majority of the respondents felt there are get the social support is around 63 participant or respondent,
and then 32 respondents didn't get fulfilled social support. And then based on those data, we do the Wilcoxon test. The results show that there is the p-value is less than 0.01, and then with the significant level less than 0.05. Based on this result, this data show that the respondents still didn't get social support in this case, even though the majority they got the social support. We assume that this related factor is based on the environment itself, the regulation in the ICU, the critical room. As we know that in ICU tend to be strict because sterile, and also we have to do the intensive care. So the family cannot wait for a family member continuously. So they will cause the anxiety because they are facing that they can get too close with their family member. And also this one, they need the information also. How is the progress of the family itself? Because day by day they are waiting for the progress getting better and better. So this one is can be assumed that the regulation itself and also the situation of the ICU will be related with the factor of their less of the social support. The social support obtained by family will provide a positive perception and can reduce anxiety. So the family need to know every day ongoing that the progression of the patient member, the family member, at least once a day. Furthermore, the study also that we have to having a good communication and also give a consultation with the consultation schedule for the family to get more information, the progress of the condition of the patient. So to sum up to this paper, families member patient ICU need social support toward reducing level of stress and anxiety in ICU. Thank you.
Thank you for the informative and interesting topic. All right, participants, now we are going to discussion question and answer session. Do you have any question? Put your hands up, mention your name, and I will check to the chat box. We don't have any question already. All right. Then, welcome to the second presenter, Ms. Nini and team with research topic, the relationship of stigma and anxiety levels with adherence on treatment schedule, patient with HIV. Then, Ms. Nini, the floor is yours for about 6 minutes. Oh, I'm so sorry. So this article will deliver by Mr. Huda. Mr. Huda, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, thank you. 6 minutes, time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon. First,
Sir, full screen, please.
The speaking is Mr. Huda, Mr. Nuhuda. Oh, could you to full screen the
slideshow?
Your PPT?
Yes, yes.
Nah. Okay,
Yes.
nice. Carry on.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon. First, I hope you all in healthy always, and I would like to thank Ms. Ave Sriwardiningsih as Director of Stika Sang Tua Surabaya. Secondly, congratulations on this collaboration to Lincoln University, Stika Sang Tua Surabaya, and Dr. Taraknath. Well, I will present our research entitled is the relation of stigma and anxiety level with adherence on treatment schedule patient with HIV/AIDS. And my team is Elna Heni Tri Susanti and Nuhuda, saya am, Nini Ambarsari, Ceria Nurhayati, and Sriani Rustini. The background of my research is patients with HIV/AIDS are not only having problem with their decreasing physical condition, but they also can get social problems that are quite concerning as a result of stigma against this disease. The stigma felt by patients with HIV/AIDS cause feeling of inadequacy, stress, depression, guilty, and anxiety. This become an inhibiting factor in adherence to treatment schedule. The feeling of anxiety felt by the patient with HIV/AIDS as a result of the stigma gives a negative reaction in the form of not taking the medication. The purpose of this study was to analyze the relationship between stigma, anxiety, and adherence to therapy in HIV/AIDS patients. Our research methods, the research design use a cross-sectional approach with simple random sampling. The population of patients with HIV/AIDS who visited VCT Polyclinic of Manur Mental Hospital Surabaya were 126 respondents, and the total sample were 97 respondents, period October 2020, with online methods. The instrument of stigma variable by Berger, HIV stigma scale, and level of anxiety by Zoom self-rating anxiety scale, and adherence to treatment schedule use a questionnaire by modified Morisky adherence scale H. Data analyzed use the Spearman root test with degree of significance p-value less than 0.05. An instrument to measure the stigma perceived by people with HIV was developed based on literature on stigma and psychosocial aspect of having HIV/AIDS. 4 factors emerged from exploratory factor analysis, personalized stigma, disclosure concern, negative self-image, and concern with public attitude toward people with HIV. Coefficient alpha between 19 and 93 for the subscale and 96 for the 14-item instrument provided evidence of internal consistency, reliability. The HIV stigma scale was reliable and valid with a large, diverse sample of people with HIV. The result of demographic data, variable is sex, men and women, more than men in the demographic, age, and level education, elementary school, junior high school, senior high school, and diploma or university. And statute married, a single is more respondent. Profession does not work, retired, private work, and others. Comorbid, yes, and more than no. Long of suffering HIV or undergoing therapy, 0 to 5 years is 40, and 6 to 10 years is 24, and more than 10 years is 33 respondents. And we can see the coefficient correlation, stigma, and adherence is minus 0.425. And p-value 0.012. And the level of anxiety is light, medium, and high. And coefficient of correlation which adherence is minus 0.308 and p-value 0.002. And the result of this research show that there is a relationship between stigma. P-value is 0.012 or minus 524 with adherent, and anxiety level is coefficient correlation with minus 308 with adherent to treatment schedule for patient with HIV/AIDS. There is a negative relationship, and it means that the higher the stigma and anxiety, the lower the value of adherence to treatment schedule HIV/AIDS. The higher stigma felt by the patient with HIV/AIDS, the greater sense of concern that their HIV status will be revealed, so that patients with HIV/AIDS tend to close themselves off from their environment. Leco et al. State the stigma is related to social life, which is usually aimed to people who are viewer friendly, such as victims of crime, poverty, and people who disease. One of them is people with HIV/AIDS. We found that 68 respondents choose the answer to agree in a questionnaire containing trying hard to keep their HIV status a secret. This is in line with the research of Habibi and Supodo, which states that patients with HIV/AIDS in their interaction tend to cover up their HIV status in public. Patients with HIV/AIDS seem to be someone who is normal or HIV negative in society. Public stigma, it is the way the public react to a group based on the stigma about that group. Public stigma manifests in the form of avoidance, social distancing, and the use of violence, and this will lead to self-stigma experienced by HIV/AIDS patients, so that they can cause negative reaction to themselves. The result of the study states that several factors that can affect the adherence of HIV/AIDS patients in undergoing treatment include number one, in the healthcare facility. Two, patient characteristic, therapy guidance, characteristics of comorbids, and relation between patient and health worker. The stigma felt by patients with HIV/AIDS appear when someone living with HIV is aware of the stigma against their group. They will agree with the stigma and apply it to themselves. Internalizing the public stigma. This will lead to reduce or loss of self-esteem and self-efficacy. People with low self-efficacy due to feeling stigmatized have a lower probability of accessing health service. In the psychological adaptive response of a patient with HIV/AIDS in the form of self-acceptance of a disease will generate various feelings and stress reaction, frustration, anxiety, anger, denial, shame, grief, and uncertainty, leading to adaptation to disease. But anxiety and fear are not only caused by the illness, but also by the pressure of the people who often given certain symbol to their illness. And the conclusion, the implication of this research is showing the stigma and anxiety level affect the treatment schedule of patients with HIV/AIDS. The suggestion from this research is hope that we will provide more coping strategy and education at the beginning of ARV treatment, reactivate family gathering activities again, and assess the anxiety symptom of a patient with HIV/AIDS during therapy, so that compliance with treatment schedule can be achieved. Let's together stop discrimination, stop stigma, and stop HIV/AIDS. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Mr. Huda, for interesting and informative topic. And then now we are going to Okay. Thank you, Mr. Huda, for the informative and interesting topic. And then now we are going to discussion question and answer session. And then I have two questions already here in chat box. First from Anggraini Prameswari Putri. Okay, let's see. How is the selective attitude of HIV in conveying their condition so that there is no discrimination or negative stigma against them?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Marina. Thank you, Ms. Anggraini Prameswari Putri. And I will to explain the how is selective attitude of his HIV conveying this condition is no discrimination or negative stigma against them. Number one, starting from the closest and known as a partner or family. And we give a strong reason why it is necessary to tell the condition to the person. And we can prepare for the worst reaction that will be received and understanding more deeply related to the disease he is suffering from, the HIV/AIDS. I think so.
All right. Anggraini, I hope you can catch the...
And question from...
Thank you for
I will read,
sir, for the explanation.
Okay, I will read for you, Mr. Huda.
Yes.
I'm sorry. All right. The second question from Ms. Kori Ila Saida. All right. Based on your research, patient with HIV get stigma from community that affect their treatment process. So, as a health worker, what is your solution with this issue? And what is your suggestion for community related to this stigma? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Marina and Ms. Kori. And the first, to health worker, we can education for health worker about the bad influence of stigma on HIV patient. And number two, the use universal precaution that must be done on all patients so that there is no patient discrimination. And the patient condition is confidential. We must keep it a secret. Ensure that health workers do not violate this right. And health service need to establish a regulatory system that prevent discrimination against HIV patients. And suggestion for community. Number one is health education that's aimed to increase knowledge about HIV/AIDS in many studies. Has been proven to be one of the most influencing factor in reducing stigma. People who have sufficient knowledge about risk factor, transmission, prevention, and treatment of HIV/AIDS tend not to be afraid and not to stigmatize HIV/AIDS. And the last, positive attitude and non-discriminative family support, and the last, health worker support. Can we do that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Huda. So in conclusion, so we have to respect to the patient, and then this will also improve their quality of life, isn't it? Okay, thank you, Mr. Huda. And then the last question I will read for you from Siti Aisyah. What if our environment cannot accept people who suffer from HIV and instead give them bullying? Then what we can do? Thank you, sir. Please, Mr. Huda.
I think the same as first answer. And the first, we starting from the closest and known as a partner or family. We and give a strong reason why it is necessary to tell the condition to person. Maybe my team can help me. Hello.
Okay, I'm so sorry for our limit time. Thank you for Mr. Huda. I'm so sorry for adding answer. Maybe we can do it in out of this event. Thank you, Mr. Huda. Yeah, for
Miss
the great
Marina
presentation.
and all of you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Mr. Huda. Thank you so much. And then move to the next session. The next presenter. Welcome to the third presenter. And Miss Minaja and team research with the topic reviews paracetamol's toxicity and medical plans as an alternative for paracetamol. Okay, Miss Mina, are you ready?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Am. I am very much ready.
Yeah. Could you like to? Yeah. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Ma'am, my screen is visible, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see it now. Carry on, Miss Mina.
And am I audible, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
I can see it
Am
now.
I audible?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You're so adorable. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you
welcome,
very
Miss
much,
Mina.
dear moderator, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Miss Mina.
I'm very much thankful to organizing committee. I'm very much thankful to my research professor, supervisor, guide, Dr. Asita ma'am, and that I have got the opportunity to present here. And let me introduce you myself. I'm very happy, smiling, and lovely. And my name is Meena Jha. I am research scholar, PhD, doing from LUC Lincoln University College, Malaysia, and I am from India. So I am sending my warm love to everyone and lot of thanks and gratitude to everyone. And let us start the topic. We all are aware the wound is not my fault, but the healing is my responsibility, as well said by Mariana. So now let us discuss about the paracetamol's toxicity and medicinal plants as an alternative for paracetamol. So we all are aware that how paracetamol, everyone, it is very much available. So as our lifestyle is now getting techno-savvy and we are moving from nature and increased dependence on all synthetic medicine. Wherever we see the paracetamol, wherever we see the medicines, we just pop it without knowing how it is causing harm. But yes, there are herbal products today which are having safety in contrast to synthetic. They are regarded as unsafe to human being and environment. But yes, medicinal plants have many benefits. The three vital benefits are health benefits, financial benefits, and society-wise benefits. So now let us know about paracetamol. The scientifically it is known as acetaminophen. It is most widely used analgesic because it is easily available everywhere, in every market, wherever you go, in any chemist shop, you can purchase it. But we know that with its needed effect, it has lot of unwanted effect, like it causes drowsiness, fatigue, rashes, itching, and children may experience low blood sugars, tremors, they feel hungry. So there are so many things, and when we pop up overdose, if we take, what will happen? It will cause abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, liver problem, so many things. But since ancient time, we Indians are basically dependent on green plants, herbs. So plants are very reliable and important source of all bioactive components. So they are used to treat several diseases. So now let us see our research, what we did. So current statistical analysis and consumption of paracetamol. Now we see this graphical analysis, so that how according to Academy of Pediatrics, we can get paracetamol in various forms: liquid suspension, drops, tablets, injection. And Zion Research has published that comprehensive analysis which talked about global acetaminophen market, which valued at around USD 801.3 million. So there are various global acetaminophen marketing. So now there is reason for increase in demand of paracetamol. What are the reason for paracetamol? People generally take paracetamol in order to reduce pain, but different pains and different, what are these? Let us discuss. Increased dominance of diseases like swine flu, cold, fever, arthritis. So to get quick relief, immediate relief, people just pop up on paracetamol. And the prescribed dose of for adults are about 500 mg tablets for 4 to 6 hours, and for children different hours. Now the paracetamol is also causing toxicity, and this is the main emphasis which we have to see. Paracetamol is the most common single agent involved in poisonous injections in young children. So if paracetamol is broken down, it is metabolized in the body into byproducts which can be very, very toxic to liver. So whatever medications we are taking, actually they are going to cause harm to our liver, our kidney, our vital organs. So this topic basically is that how body's glutathione stores are finite and they are quickly depleted when the recommended dose of acetaminophen are exceeded. So if we increase the dose, how it gets broken. Then is, we can see determining paracetamol toxicity in blood, various age groups, various risk factors we can see. We can plot the graph and we can see how toxicity arises in normal patients and how it affects the very high risk, how it is little safer in little cases. So paracetamol concentration is plotted via nomogram hourly, which we can see that in paracetamol nomogram. Then we have seriousness of paracetamol toxicity. That is the need of the hour to make aware to public. The main reason of my research is that we should make people aware that without prescription, don't just keep on consuming. We thoda sa headache, small fever, and we just keep consuming medicine. We should not at all do, because paracetamol is very common cause of acute liver injury, especially in high income population. It is the second most common cause of liver transplantation world. 50% of these are unintentional overdoses. And further risk of paracetamol toxicity increase with excessive alcohol consumption, fasting, and different drugs. Then is actions taken to treat paracetamol overdose and toxicity. If patient is affected, what we can do? We can prescribe NAC, N-acetylcysteine, used to treat a paracetamol overdose, and it helps to increase the rate of glutathione, helps detoxify paracetamol in the liver. And NAC is associated with a number of adverse effects also. It can cause nausea, vomiting, dizziness. So these can be caused. So there are previous studies and findings by various scientists, various research scholars. Sarabjit and his co-researchers have found cystic fibrosis, acute viral illness. Then we can see, according to Medicines Control Agency, which gives on changing the legal classification of medicines where the hazard of health and the misuse has been prescribed. Then we are switching over to the need for alternatives. So what we can do, how we can overcome these issues. So as I told you, we Indians since ancient
I'm
times,
sorry,
we
Miss
rely on
Mina. I'm so
herbs,
sorry,
herbal
Miss Mina,
medicines.
for
Yes,
interrupting
ma'am.
you. You still have 3 minutes remain. Can you
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I'm winding.
faster? Thank you so much, Miss Mina. You can
Okay,
continue.
ma'am. Noted, ma'am. Noted. So we have need for alternatives, that we should need alternative therapies like medicinal plants used to manage symptoms and medicinal herbs. Plants have phytochemicals and potentials which are liable to cure. 6 times we are doing this. Then comes replacing the antioxidant property of paracetamol. We, according to research by National Institutes of Health, the best source of antioxidants is organic herbs, fruits, veggies. We can see this graphically. Various herbs have various antioxidant-rich herbs. Their plants, their phytochemicals, their juices, their leaves, their barks are so effective in curing various diseases, which we can see with graphically. Then plants which need to be used, that is ginger. Ginger is a most common widely used spices. It is contributed to phenolic compounds and it helps to cure inflammatory, antimicrobial, anti-cancer, neuroprotective, cardiovascular protective, respiratory protective. Then we have turmeric. Turmeric is also known as golden skull. I myself, I was taking turmeric milk. So it is so important. It is a golden spice used for wide range. It improves blood circulation. Blood clotting can be cured. Then comes, we have neem. Neem is the member of Meliaceae family and it has been used in Chinese, Ayurvedic, Unani medicines. And it is very important for disease management. Then comes Tulsi. Tulsi is the mother medicine of nature. In India, every house we are worshipping Mother Tulsi because it is the queen of herbs and it has a lot of deep tissues, dry tissue secretions, and it tastes little bitter, but it has very important, it helps in anxiety cure, hiccups, vomiting, indigestion, etc. So these are the various references through which I found. I'm so happy and so thankful to everyone, and special thanks goes to my professor, Dr. Asita. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you so much for Ms. Mina. And then the question is from, I will read for you in Zoom. Okay, paracetamol easily available on the counter. Open to abuse, should it be regulated as other drugs? And replacing herbal product has the dosage equivalent to paracetamol identified, and paracetamol 1000 milligram. How much to replace that for herbal product? Okay, please.
Yes, ma'am, we are doing a lot of research in this. Lot of research has been conducted that yes, it is very easily available and it is open to abuse, but yes, we need to replace it through herbal products along with good balanced diet, exercise, morning, everything. And we should herb products like we should take ajwain leaves, we should take tulsi leaves, we should take neem leaves so that they can be able to control. And antioxidant properties can be taken. An immediate cure for fever to lower the body temperature is ice cold bath. If we take sponge bath, ice cold bath, that will immediately reduce the fever. No need to pop up the paracetamol. So instead of that, we should intake lot of herbs. And in my area in India, there is Forest Research Institute in Dehradun. We have found so many herbs which are very important. And Forest Research Institute says that yes, we can replace it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mina. That's so amazing, interesting presentation. And you have explained to us about toxicity of paracetamol already and reminding us to back to the nature, isn't it? That's right?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay, please.
Yes. Ms. Mina, thank you
Yes, sir,
for
please.
nice presentation.
Yeah.
Actually, paracetamol.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, paracetamol you told, it is acetophenone. You have to told the chemical name.
Yes.
And like Malaysia,
Yes,
it is
sir.
Panadol. And it is a well spread, means
Yes.
well used medicine. Usually it is given for headache, etc. And also fever. and it is having effect on hypothalamus and reducing the body temperature like that way. It is not killing the source,
sir.
but it is giving relief to some of the, what you call, the relief for the fever and what it means any swelling, etc. It gives the relief, such as quick relief. So paracetamol is used. And next is, you mentioned that national level, so you should mention the country of national standard. Like you are mentioning maybe from India, so you have to mention national standard from India, because in every country have different standards.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay. And another thing,
Sure,
the
sir.
slide just
Yeah,
a small. Yes, can you hear?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. So another thing, just for slide, just a small note, that slide is your slide. So it is showing downstairs copyright 2013. Now it is 2021. So you can use Lincoln logo, but don't use that copyright 2000, what you call 13 or 11 like that.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Sure. I definitely make note of that. That definitely. And my main concern for this paracetamol topic, I choose this topic is to make awareness among public. I want to aware public that we should not increase the toxicity in our liver. So in order to make people aware and for the health concern issues, to help humanity, to help individuality, I choose this topic. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you, organizing committee.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you so
for
much.
Miss Mina, you're so energetic. And then thank you for Professor Sandeep. And then I'm so sorry for the audience because we have the limitation time for you all to raise hand. Maybe you can privately text the message to Miss Mina. I'm so sorry. I apologize for that. And then welcome to the fourth presenter about quality of life, stress, coping, and burden among caregivers of behavioral disordered children. Narrative review. Okay, Miss Anita and the team.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And welcome you all. First, I would like to thank you, my sincere gratitude to am I visible? My slide is visible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Hello.
Please.
Yes, visible.
Slide not visible yet.
I cannot see your
Slide not shared.
material. You can
No, I am sharing.
I cannot see that. Would you like to share your screen?
Yes, sir, is it visible?
I'm sorry, I cannot see your screen. I cannot see. You maybe try again.
Okay. Okay,
It's
I'm
okay,
trying.
slowly. It's okay. Take a time.
Is it visible now?
Yes, coming.
Yeah, in process. Okay. Would you like
Thank you,
to open it widely?
Full screen.
No. That's PPT. Yeah.
Okay, is it visible now?
Yeah. I can see it.
Make full screen, madam.
Make full screen, please, Miss Anita.
Yes. Is it now full screen, ma'am?
Okay, very good. Very good.
Yes, sorry
6 minutes.
for the late.
Yes, I see that. 6 minutes. Time is yours, Miss Anita.
First, I want to convey my sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Poddar for giving this opportunity, as well as the organizing team members of this international conference, and my sincere gratitude to Professor Mani for this one inspiring me to present here. It is evident that the quality research work on the caregivers, especially on the caregivers of the children with behavioral disorder, is not much. So I am here in a review on quality of life, stress, coping, and burden among caregivers of behavioral disorder in a narrative review form. And myself, Anita Pal Samanto, along with my guys, Dr. Shoshmita Das, Dean, and Dr. Saraswati Nath is conducting this one. The children actually are considered the future of this nation, and keeping them healthy and physically, psychologically fit in this situation is challenging for every parents is experiencing, especially in this COVID-19 pandemic situation, as they are stuck at home and separated from their peer and unable to avail the mental health services. It is seen in the literature that the children under 15 years of old address roughly 33% of the populace, and around 5 to 15% of them have the conduct problem. Again, also in a study in India, it is seen that there is an increased rise of behavioral disorder among the children. It is about to 15% also. The behavioral issues and its seriousness, which may include the fits of breaks, sometimes lying, cheating, attack, all these are matched with this condition: attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, the oppositional defiant disorder, as well as the conduct disorders. So parenting of this type of child is very stressful, distressing, and there is higher rate of anxiety, depression, and reduced quality of life. Presence of this type of psychological distress again associated with reports of poorer social support, family dysfunction, greater adverse impact of their child situation on the family, on the job situation, poorer child behavior, and unfavorable parenting style, monetary strain, everything. And their parents sometimes, the caregivers sometimes losing their self-adequacy, their confidence, and sibling rivalry is there. There is parental disharmony and shame and interference works. It is already seen. In India, the behavioral disorders prevalence rate varies 0.2% to 8.7% in a study conducted and published in 2018. So, with the researcher made an attempt to cover the fact that how behavioral disorders of a children keeping trouble to their caregivers, mainly the primary caregivers, and what amount of stress, compromised quality of life the caregiver follow with, what are the coping strategies they are following throughout as a narrative review. So the original research papers from different countries were actually considered in this electronic database: ProQuest, Embase, PubMed, Psychiatrical, and then ResearchGate, then CINAHL. All these databases are searched here, and the terms searched here is the quality of life, stress, coping, risk factors, burden, caregivers, behavioral disorder, the guardian, tension, perceived stress, and the parent. The inclusion criteria for this review is the paper only which directly belongs to the behavioral disorder children's caregiver, stress, or their quality of life, or their coping strategies, or the burden. And only 3 kinds of behavioral disorder considered here with the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, CD, and the ODD. The paper which is freely accessible online or offline and with a full text. The studies which are completed in English language, and articles included from the year 2010 to 2021. The exclusion criteria was poor quality journal publication, the research study which is published without ISSN number of journal, the research studies which are not available on journal database, the research studies in which only abstract is available, the studies which are published in local language, all these are the exclusion criteria. So the results and discussion. From the literature search, the total of 464 articles we received, and 332 excluded based on the exclusion criteria. So retrieved articles were 132. Among 132, finally retrieved articles were 36, as because 36 were already published behind review idea. 1 was not published in English language. 44 were not relevant, and 15 studies were published in abstract form. Among the 36 articles, again 22 full articles were excluded based on the inclusion criteria. So I have done a narrative review on 14 articles. This is the flowchart. Now coming to the results, I have organized the results and narration according to the key terms taken. Here just is a sample. I am showing the table 1, actually summary of study characteristics in relation to stress of the caregivers. Here I given the details of author, that article, the country, and the sample characteristics. If we consider the stress of the caregiver, it is founded that Maridal it all reported a high level of psychological distress in the caregivers. A number of studies also reported that caring for their disabled child, mainly ADHD, CD, ADHD with autism, had a negative effect on the caregiver's economy, physical health, social life, their expectation for the future, and there is a significant relationship between the caregiver's psychological distress, degree of caregiver's burden, and quality of life. It is also found that mothers had more raised degree of accomplished distress than did the parental figure. And in another study, it is revealed that meal score and depression score and the burden score are significantly diminished after a comprehensive comprehensive intervention program on need-based psychological education intervention. It was a 8-session program in 2-stage study. Again, in relation to the quality of life, the study revealed that quality of life decreased significantly for all caregivers from pre-COVID-19 to COVID-19 situation, with the exception of family functioning of caregiver of neurotypical children. In this study, they have taken a neurotypical children too, and the magnitude of the decrease in quality of life in relation to pre-COVID-19 to COVID-19 was greater for caregiver of the children with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, autistic spectrum disorder, and comorbid ADHD as well as ASD than the caregiver of the neurotypical children. Now, in relation to the coping mechanism of caregiver, I am giving just token of reference of the studies. That is the Sudhashettu conducted a cross-sectional study on burden and coping, and which comprised of 70 caregivers, and the study revealed that there is higher mean maladaptive brief coping score than male in case of the female, and caregivers of the children with ADHD showed higher maladaptive coping. There is a negative correlation between the burden assessment score and the maladaptive behavior brief coping score also. In another study, in respect to coping mechanism, it is showed that after giving a workshop how to handle the situation, how to manage the situation, how to adjust the situation, it is found that the representative, the parents in the interventional group showed the problem focused coping other than the emotion focused coping. In the pre-intervention group, the pre-score, they use basically emotion focused coping. The female candidate, the mothers using the emotion focused coping, but after the workshop, attending the workshop, they used mostly the problem focused coping, which is need of the hour. Now, in relation to the caregiver's burden, I am giving here that a study conducted in Europe found that mean age of the ADHD is 6.9 years, and majority of the male. A greater portion of the caregivers declare issue like schoolwork, social association activities, and family association, regardless when the youth or adolescents was tolerating ADHD medication. It was a study where the children are receiving the medication, or sometimes they are not attending the treatment facilities like this. So though the children taking the medicine, the parents feeling the burden, and they take away from and adjusted their lifestyle, their day-to-day life according to the requirement of the child, and there is a marital disharmony. In another study, it also found, and their social contacting also so less, and they detain at home around their child to take care of the child. So this is the burden of the person. So after going through all these things, the conclusion, we may conclude that it was seen through gathered scientific investigation that caregivers of children with behavioral disorders are facing very stressful situation actually, and prevalence is increasing. As I told earlier, that so many studies I have searched here also, that gradually increasing across the globe, and where India is also not an accepting of it, because in a systematic review it is found that in India the presence of ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity children, among children is 1.302. It is rising now 28.9%, and it was a systematic review conducted by the Indian researcher also. The increased case of these behavioral disorders gives impact on quality of life, the day-to-day situation of the primary caregiver, and also it also helps them to practice this maladaptive measures, coping measures. The most of the caregivers utilizing the maladaptive coping measures. The majority of the study work actually done on the children with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, there is a few studies on conduct disorder and oppositional defiant disorder. From the search, I also find out that most of the studies done throughout the world, it is study done on the children, basically studies on in this perspective does on children. Like as for example, the prevalence of ADHD among children, the effect of life skill training on children with the behavioral disorder or ADHD or mental illness. But there is least studies regarding the caregiver. This is the gap. I find out that this is the knowledge gap here. We need to empower the caregiver. We need to empower the caregiver because how they manage their child situation, how they manage the aggressive child, how they handle the situation, how they communicate with the children. It is very important to handle the child and to help the child to recover from the situation and to adjust with the life. And it will not only help the children, it will also help the caregiver, especially the parent, parent who are so helpless to handle their day-to-life situations, the stress situation, and they can manage their well-being as well. They can manage their mental health. So empowering is very important. So I wanted to actually recommended that parenting stress and caregivers family functions intervention is very much needed, because throughout the narrative review, throughout the search, I found that the interventional program on the caregiver given basically on the coping mechanism, given on problem solving coping individually, as well as the intervention given specifically on this one, the therapeutic intervention also, and psychoeducation form. So if combined is a comprehensive package, if you can provide to the caregiver, which will empower the caregiver to handle the child and to handle their stressful situation, that will definitely give result to improve their quality of life with their day-to-day situation. So it is our recommendations, and that will definitely help to prevent the illnesses in the caregivers, because if the caregivers is healthy, mentally healthy, then only they will take care of their diseased children, and they will be the future. Because it is found that the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is most common mean age is 6.9 is commonest, and behavioral disorders before adulthood, those who proceeds, they are sometimes transferring to the antisocial behavior like this one bipolar disorder. Sometimes secondary diseases like schizophrenia may develop this type of children. So if we very careful beforehand, if we empower our caregivers how to take care of their health, that indirectly or inversely help will the development of our children. So this is all about, and there is no conflict of interest. And again, I wish to acknowledge and show my gratitude to those who helped to conduct this review, because I searched so many database and all helped to me. And again, I want to convey my gratitude to Professor Poddar for giving me this chance to this present over here. Here is the literature I have contacted. This is the reference.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anita. 10 minutes is running out. And then there's no question here. So thank you so much. And your presentation give us more information about how the stress and burden among the caregivers of behavioral disorder children, especially for ADHD children. All right. For all participants, I remind you to please fill the link evaluation for today, and you can see on chat box. Okay, thank you so much, Ms.
Thank you,
Anita.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
That's very amazing. And then move to the fifth presenter. Okay, Mr. Ignancy. Mr. Ignancy, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, ma'am.
Okay, you can share screen your material.
Yeah, sure. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yep. Okay. Welcome to the fifth presenter, Mr. Ignacy and the team research with the topic behavior change, communication for positive environmental outcomes, an assessment of environmental studies among communication students in higher educational institutions in India. Time is yours for about 7 minutes, please.
Yeah, sure. Make full screen?
Yeah. Would you like to make full screen?
CTRL F5. Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
Just a second. So, very good afternoon, Malaysia. This is Father Ignacy, research scholar from India. Behavior change communication for positive environmental outcomes, an assessment of environmental studies among communication students in higher educational institutions in India. That's my topic. Let me introduce about the human behavior. As all of us are aware, human behavior is always complex and it's very difficult to study. At the same time, the behavior change can help us bring a lot of sustainable development in terms of nature and human development and in our lifestyle. So therefore, the behavior change communication known as BCC, I'm just introducing the topic here. The individuals and communities to change behavior and adopt healthy, beneficial, and positive behavioral practices in order to live meaningful or more sustainable lifestyle. It helps. Environmental education is an important part of every student's education. It promotes environmental awareness. Young minds will be instilled with a positive attitude towards the environment. Purpose of the study, to understand the role of BCC in environmental studies for positive behavioral change among communication students towards environment. Materials and methods. The research scope examined BCC, which promotes appropriate and essential attitude change among the target group, communication students after they had learned environmental studies in their higher educational institutions. The survey method was adopted and structured questionnaire was circulated to collect data from the communication students throughout India. Random sampling technique was adopted to choose sample respondents. 646 communication students throughout India were chosen at random for the study. 22 variables were selected to test the behavior of the students using behavior scale. The data were processed using SPSS and analyzed using percentage analysis, t-test, ANOVA, and factor analysis. So you can just glance through the behavior change scale, which was adopted. Due to want of time, I just wanted to just glance it. I'm not going to read everything. The results, the majority, 70% of the communication students opined that environmental studies is an important subject in the course. Most of the communication students, 55.66%, are not involved themselves in learning EVS with full interest. The majority, 64% of communication students have been positively influenced on their behavior change towards environment through learning environment studies. Only 41% of the communication students involving themselves in protecting environment through eco clubs and forums. The result of the study reveals that there is a significant difference among male and female communication students' behavior towards environment after learning environmental studies. The communication students' behavior on environment was positively influenced after learning environmental studies. The 22 variables in the behavior scale were loaded into 4 factors based on personal, communicated, influenced, and concern towards environment through behavioral change by learning environmental studies. And the result of KMO test is presented here, 0.765. The KMO value of 0.765, which is greater than 0.50, indicates that a factor analysis is useful with this data. Since p-value is less than 0.01, the hypothesis is rejected and indicates that variables are related to a factor analysis and is useful with the data. So the first one, the personal behavior change. These are the factors classified. Again, you could just glance through, I'm not reading the whole thing, but you can see the factors presented here: communicated behavior change, influenced behavior change towards concern. I will just give you the result for the factor analysis. So the cumulative percentage, as you see there, of variance explained in the above table that indicates the 4 factors extracted together account for 65.624% of total variance from the information contained in the original 22 variables. This is a pretty good result.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ignasi, would you like to full screen?
I'm just presenting the data which is there in my hand.
All right.
I'll come back to the full screen.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
So this is a pretty good result because to economize on the number of variables from 22 variables have been reduced into 4 underlying factors, which lost only about 34.376% of the information content. 65.624% is retained by the 4 factors extracted out of the 22 original variables. This represents a reasonably good solution to identify grouping of behavior change. Then from there, I go to the recommendations. Again, the recommendations I'm just presenting from my paper. Field activities should be incorporated in the curriculum itself. Awareness champions should be conducted often to the students to increase their perception in protecting environment. The higher educational institutions should give more weightage to environment learning programs. During the course of educating the students with the environmental education, our day-to-day responsibilities like closing the leaking taps, switching off the lights when not used, ways to save electricity and water should be given equal importance as to the global environmental crisis. So these are the suggestions given. Now, I'm going to the conclusion part. The behavior change communication is a tool for positive behavioral approaches that influences communication students' behavior change towards the environment. Rabindranath Tagore, a great saintly poet from India, says, "The butterfly counts not months, but moments, and has time enough." This is the moment the humans need to be awakened towards the environment. India's strength is the youth. the young minds in its higher educational institutions. And this is the moment the students, particularly those in communication studies, need to be more conscientized. This brings not just a change in attitude, but in their behavior level. And this research brings a ray of hope, resulting in behavioral change among the communication students for a sustainable lifestyle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for interesting presentation. And then we still have 2 minutes left. Maybe the participants have any question for Mr. Ignacy. Okay, in the chat box, there's no questions. Okay, we can move to the next session. Thank you so much, Mr. Ignacy. Your
Thank you very
presentation is
much for having
so
me here.
interesting.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you so much. And then welcome the sixth presenter about impact of work environment on occupational stress among menial healthcare workers. Okay, Miss Bulomin Regi, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Very good. Yeah, I can see that.
Okay.
Okay. 6 minutes. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone present here virtually. It's my immense pleasure to present my paper on impact of work environment on occupational stress among the menial healthcare workers. So regarding introducing my research topic, occupational stress is very common. You all know that people start working in various sectors, employees are facing stress everywhere. So when particularly talking about this menial job workers, there are very limited studies were carried out in healthcare sector, and the importance for this menial job workers are not up to the limit, and they are getting more stress due to three important factors. One is societal value of work, because people are not recognizing their work, and the amount of time they are spending at their work, and current changes in the nature of work to be carried out. So regarding healthcare workers, here the major concept is when we are talking about a stressful at the workplace, healthcare workers frequently experience work-related stress because of insufficient time, skills, and social support at work. That the major cause for the stress is talking about 46% of workload and 28% of people issue. That means 3/4 of our working time we are dealing with stress because both are together in a workplace, and that will goes with the main causes of stress. And the next one is talking about the purpose of the study. The study is mainly focusing on the impact of environment on occupational stress among menial job workers in healthcare sector. It is very important to study about the study because it is to the maximum job opportunities as well as optimal work-life quality. But the need for the study is the growth of stress in the workplace is going on increasing. As per the report from Mental Health America 2021, they observed that out of 10, 9 employees report that there is a workplace stress affect their mental health, and many are facing the same situation in all kind of occupation. It is there. And this mental mind the workplace report says clearly that out of 10, 9 is facing mental health issues because of the working condition and working environment. And it is noted that in 2018, 46% of the employees are facing work stress in a working environment, and that leads to stress. But the current review said that 46 to 65% of the employees are facing occupational stress because of the working environment. And financially, they are struggling, and 60% employees are facing financial insecurity to work in some during emergency. They are not getting a kind of loan or any other financial support from the organization. And the research methods adapted for the studies, here we are talking about the mental health or among the menial workers due to work environment in the healthcare sector. So very limited study were carried out on occupational stress among menial health workers. Because if you talk about healthcare sector, people are concentrating on doctors as well as nurses, but they fail to concentrate on menial job workers who are the core for the hospital sector, which is to be very neat, and they are talking about the cleanliness of the environment. So that must be this study is really focusing on the menial healthcare workers, and survey method was adapted, and it is a structured questionnaire, and the data were collected using telephone interview, because during this time of COVID it is very difficult to meet respondents to collect data, and 80 menial job workers were selected and contact over the phone, and the weightage is given equally for both government sector as well as private sector, and 40 menial job workers from government hospital and 40 from private hospital. Out of that, 64 respondents are interested to attend this that means interview schedule, that means over telephone, they are interested to answer for the study. So the data were processed using SPSS and analyzed using percentage analysis, t-test, and ANOVA. So these are the top 10 workplace stresses which were studied using a 5-point scale. The first one is it's talking about low salary, and here the long working time, excessive workload, uninterested in work, organizational culture, relationship at work, lack of social support, bad management and physical work environment, and not having enough work-related decision and few more activities. When you go with the discussion part regarding the result, 72% of the menial job workers are women, and 69% of the respondents are in the age group between 41 to 50 years. 55% of the menial job workers are working more than 10 years in the healthcare industry. Most of the respondents experiencing stress in the work environment. The menial job workers are getting stressed because of lack of recognition, low salary, and poor treatment of hospital management, which affects their mental health. Majority are working as menial job workers because of financial instability in the family. So if you are talking about the hypothesis testing, the result of the study reveals that menial job workers are more stressful in the occupation due to disrespect among peer authorities and patients. Due to the problem of unemployment and the lack of skill for other qualified jobs, they are forced to choose the job to run their family financially. It is found that there is no significant difference between government and private sector menial workers in healthcare sectors. So menial workers reported significantly higher from a stress from professionals, which are significantly high stress towards work environment in all dimensions of occupational stress. And it shows that the employees should be treated properly when they are at work. It is not based on the categories or hierarchy. Whoever maybe they may be recognized with some rewards at the end. Few suggestions or recommendations made to the hospital management as well as the respondents to overcome occupational stress. It is categorized into 3 important categories, that is streaming, schedule management process, and regular communication and well-being. When we talk about streaming schedule management process, sudden process or change in the work schedule from day shift to night shift, or the working hours, the long working hours, the preference of working hours need to be analyzed, and the opinion of the employees need to be calculated. Based on their preference, the work should be allotted. The management should have take necessary steps to understand the mind of the people who are working in their organization, because their mental health is very important to increase the productivity as well as the goodwill of the hospital. So the hospital management need to be fixed when they are scheduling the work, what exactly the employees are expecting, and frequent research should be conducted by the hospital management to understand the employees' mindset. And there should be regular communication. When we talk about the hierarchy level from top to lower, that means upward communication as well as downward communication, there should be a proper communication to reach their employees exactly what is in the mind of the employee when they are working with the organization, whether the communication from the top level reaches the lower level in an exact way, or the lower communication to the upward, that should be communicated in a right way to reach what is the exact mindset of the employees working in the organization. Because whenever we are talking about only top management, giving preference to stress analyzing of doctors, nurses, or paramedical staff, receptionists, or you may go with the scans or whatever may be. But the important role of this menial job workers need to be recognized in the hospital sector, especially this healthcare sector need to be given more importance, because they are giving more weightage. When we go with a patient, they are going with cleaning, everything. They are giving a minute level, they are giving importance for the not only for the current disease, for also to protect others from future disease. So it is very important that the employees, especially this menial job workers, need to be concentrate when they are going with. And this wellness program is meant for both hospital management as well as for the respondents. When we talk about wellness program, so the hospital management frequently may arrange some wellness program to make their employees feel happy at their workplace, because most of us are spending their time more than 8 hours or 10 hours, even 12 hours in their workplace. So majority of us, that means the entire 24 hours, most of the time we are spending in the workplace. So that workplace should be very pleasant and it should not lead to stress. And surely that will affect the both productivity of the worker as well as the hospital management. So frequent stress blasting program should be arranged, and that should be given to the employees. And also when we talk about an individual, it is very difficult to spend much on menial job workers can spend for de-stressing or burnout therapies, but they can spend time along with their families, pet animals, and there are so many relaxing techniques that can be adapted as an individual. That should be lead to the hospital management, that they can instruct the employees how to ban out their stress and be happy at the workplace, and how to get good intention of being peer members. And that should be explained neatly, because when we talk about this menial job workers, they are really felt very bad because of forcing them to work because of their financial situation they are entering into the job. And we are supposed to make them feel happy at work, because their role is very important in healthcare sector. So it is very important to conduct these type of researches. When we talk about, when I am referring for the database of various databases regarding research, I found very limited studies talking about the sanitary workers as well as menial job workers in healthcare sector. But there are ample number of studies talking about the stress among doctors, nurses, and others. So it is very to understand the mind of these menial job workers to increase the productivity of the organization. To conclude this, it is very important the professional authorities in the hospitals need to recognize the menial job workers in the healthcare industry, because both the job category as well as specialization influence on their occupation stress, and it leads to unpleasant working environment. So flexible strategies need to be implemented to improve employees' productivity and the contentment and the personal well-being, because that will increase the goodwill of the hospital as well as increase the wellness of the individual. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for Ms. Bulomin Regi. This is so interesting, yeah. So I can get that 72% menial job workers as a woman, and most of them experiencing stress in work environment. Thank you so much for the presentation, Ms. Bulomin Regi. And then now,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And then now we move to the next topic. Yeah, Miss Ruma Roy.
Yes.
Mr. Ruma Roy?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Miss Ruma Roy. Okay.
Yes.
Your research topic is about analysis of established behavioral and physical risk factors associated with non-communicable disease among rural and urban women in West Bengal, with a view to develop an awareness program related to the modification of behavioral change to prevent and control NCDs. Time is yours for about 7 minutes. Please.
Very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is it visible, no?
Yeah,
the slide?
that's good. That's good. Very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, myself is Ruma Roy, Senior Lecturer, Government College of Nursing, ID and BG Hospital, Kolkata, West Bengal, India. It is.
Madam, your camera little bit go down.
I just.
Your face cannot see.
Is it?
Yeah, I can
Is it?
see.
Yes, yes. Now.
Nah, that's
Yes, yes.
excellent.
Is it
Excellent, ma'am.
visible? Okay, thank you, thank you,
That's excellent.
thank you.
Okay.
Okay, then I just want to share my expressions, and I want to express my gratitude to Dr. Poddar and Professor Dr. Sriti Mani. Actually, it is my privilege to share my experience of my study in front of all people in a very this such of platform. So this is very important issue. The next, I just straight away I go to my presentation, isn't it? So the problem statement, it is the study to compare the established behavioral and physical risk factors of non-communicable diseases among women in selected rural and urban area in West Bengal with a view to develop an awareness program related to a modification of behavioral changes on identified risk factors. So we should know the background of this study is, yes, non-communicable diseases presently have become very emerging problem. Actually, it is given by Tajik next in 2011. NCDs in India also it is expected to worsen in the future, and mainly the diabetes, it is from 40.9 million to 69.9 million by the year of 2025. And obesity also will affect 52.1 million by the year 2030. It is given the report by Kelly 2008, and nearly 75% of death. It is very, I think it is very emerging problem to us also. 75% of death due to NCDs and 82% of premature deaths occur in low and middle income countries. WHO given these statistics, and not only that, NCTs have been marked a global threat also. So it is a background of my study. So next we go for the need. According to current research, more than 80% of heart diseases, hypertension, type 2 diabetes, and over 1/3 of cancers also can be prevented by eliminating the common risk factors. So it is very needful study, I think, so that if we can prevent all those things, all these risk factors, we can reduce the non-communicable diseases and its threats also. Furthermore, the World Health Assembly set a target of 25% reduction in overall mortality for 4 considerable NCDs like in cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular, and chronic respiratory disease by 2025. So we have to prepare ourselves to be a part of this health assembly target, and to reduce the occurrence of the NCDs and to prevent our human being. So the objectives of this study: to compare the distribution of established behavioral and physical risk factors of NCDs among women of selected rural and urban areas in West Bengal by WHO STEPS tool. It's a standard tool to develop and validate an awareness program related to a modification of behavioral changes on identified risk factors for prevention and control of NCDs. Now I have adopted this conceptual framework. It is very interesting. That is the Fishbone behavioral, and it is actually the cause and effect structural or framework of the diagram. It is given by Kaurau model in 1986. Here it is given as like that. All these it is the head in these non-communicable diseases, and this is the spine of the fish, and these are the branches where we have given the demographic variables and the risk factors, different behavioral risk factors and all, and these are the factors which may cause the non-communicable
non-communicable disease occurrence, and we may prevent or reduce this by giving the awareness. So this framework I have adapted for this study. Next is the assumption behavioral and physical risk factors contribute to the causes of NCDs. There are some precipitating factors recognized as risk factors of NCDs, and non-communicable disease we know that diseases are preventable. Now we have to set some operational definitions. No, so these are the operational definitions. Like NCT, we have just contributed this: hypertension, diabetes mellitus, cervical cancer, chronically respiratory disease. These all are given the standardized criteria by the WHO. Current tobacco users, it refers to the current smoking or use of smokeless tobacco by an individual within last 12 months. Alcohol consumption also like that, within the last 12 months. Low physical activity, it is defined as physical activities less than 150 minutes per week. It is also given by WHO 2010. Vigorous physical activities refers to such activity that causes increased heart rate, breathing rate, and excessive sweating. Low serving of vegetables and fruits refers to the use of vegetables and fruits less than 5 servings per day. And overweight can be defined as the body mass index exceeds 25 to 29.9 kg per meter square, and obesity is termed as the equal to as or more than 30 kg per meter square. And raised blood pressure also, it is defined by the increased blood pressure, where systolic blood pressure is 140 more than equal to 140 mm of Hg, and diastolic is more than equal to 90 mm of Hg. And high intake of salt, that is salt intake, that is it is defined as the adding more salt during cooking and during the eating time. That these are the operational definitions which have been used in this study. Delimitations of the study: rural and urban women who were between the ages of 40 years to 70 years, women who could understand Bengali and English language, because here the mother language is Bengali in West Bengal, and English also it is going on as our office language, and women who were present during period of data collection and who were willing to participate in the study. Now it is my schematic diagram of research methodology, which I can easily explain what I have done for the study. The research approach: research approach. Research design is cross-sectional survey design. Setting is a Ramganga village here, and 33 number ward of Beliagata urban area, which I have taken from this from where we have taken the I have taken the sample. Population: urban and rural women of West Bengal. Multi-test sampling was done to select or assign the sample. From here the sample and sample size we have collected. After the calculation of the sample size, I have taken 210 rural women and 210 urban women between this age group, which is already I have told. So variables are used here: demographic variables and behavioral and physical risk factors, which is given by the WHO. And data collection tools: the WHO step 1, that is self-reported structured interview schedule on demographic variables, behavioral risk factors of NCDs, and step 2 is the measurement of physical behavior. Physical measurement. And plan for data analysis: this is descriptive statistics and inferential statistics like mean, standard deviation, independent t-test, odds ratio, chi-square test. I have done for this for my study. Now the data analysis and the interpretation, just I go for the table 1. It is here the demographic, the findings related to demographic variables in terms of frequency and percentage, chi-square and p-value. So here we can see that the most of the participant from rural and urban both, that is belong to the age group of 40 to 49 years. And here the caste system also it is given in the WHO tool. So the caste here it is one type of caste. Both from the urban and rural, the most of the participants belong to the caste group. It is 44.3% for rural and 47.6% for the urban. Next is the high school complete, the level of education. Most of the participants, like 31.9% of rural and urban, that is 40.0% from they have completed their high school. So from this table we can see that the more or less the rural and urban people, they have some educational level more or less similar, and very few are completed their higher level of education like college or university. Next, table 2, findings related to demographic variance in terms of pregnancy, that is marital status. In both cases, rural and urban, the 75.2% rural and 44.8% they are married. But here, urban people, they are very much distributed. Women are there in different cases, never married or separated, divorced and widowed. But in cases of rural, it is seeing that 75.2% they are married. Work status also, most of the urban and rural women, they are the homemaker, like 35.7% and 19.0%. So it is seeing that it is significant. The p value also is very significant, because the urban people are very mostly they are working people, and the work status in terms of the rural women, that is they are very much interested to stay in the home, and they are doing their home activities. But in case of utilization of health facilities, it is seen that in whatever the status is, it is seen that the 77% of 77.1% rural women and 72.9% urban women, they are
I'm
utilized
sorry,
their health.
Mrs. Ruma.
Okay.
2 minutes left.
Okay. I will just. Now the behavioral factors, they are here. It is that the current smoking habit, mostly they are not using the usually habited with the smoking, but in the case of smokeless tobacco, it is seen that rural women are using the smokeless tobacco, and it is seen that the pan jarda ban, here it is used, mostly they are using that type of smokeless tobacco, and it is seen that it is important for the occurrence. And next, consumption also, it is not so significant, because now current smokeless tobacco, what the adjusted odd ratio here, the multivariate analysis is given. The current smokeless tobacco, it is seen that p value is it is significant enough, and odd ratio is 1.85, and BP also, it is urban women are so risk for the high BP, it is significant enough, and four times I think they are 4 times risk for this in contrast of rural. BMI also, it is seen that in urban people, they have the significant BMI level, and it is twofold. I think it is multivariate analysis we have done the twofold risk for risk in contrast to rural women. Overweight and obese also, it is seen that it is significant for the urban, and diabetes also, it is seen that in case of urban women, it is significant. Next, we compare the comparison of physical risk factors like BMI. It is a mean value is 23.9, and urban 26.1, and SD is plus minus 3.2. Systolic value also, it is 127 for the rural and 145 for the urban. So it is also very significant, and diastolic pressure also, it is significant. So we can say that the last we can say that this is the awareness, and in case of awareness, where the only thing, the presentation, it has some modifications was done according to the suggestion. Illustration and pictures also some modification was done, and practicability and feasibility also some modification was done. So these already I have told the major findings what I have seen, that most of the rural women, the married, already I have told all these things, and the prevalence of current smokers was high in the is not so high, but in the smokeless tobacco, it is high in the rural in contrast to urban. The physical activities, it is seen that urban women are most risk for the, because they are doing the less activities, and they are not doing the less than 150 minutes per week, they are not doing the more than 150. So this is the lack of exercise also, it is seen, and the odd ratio also I have told, and blood pressure also, it is seen the urban woman is high risk of the in contrast to rural women. Already I have told all these things in the table presentation. The study was supported by the Enu Marie Women and Binod Joseph Abram, they are also supported that the BMI and 61%, their study also risk factors of non-communicable disease, the obesity and BMI also they have targeted, and limitations that the study had certain limitations and weaknesses. There were difficulties to collecting the data because that is the COVID pandemic situation. I have done my, when the lockdown is just over, that time I have taken the data, so it is it was very difficult to collect the data in the home to home visit. So that is why I have collected all this data in a sub-center level to for this study. And the following conclusions are that it is very emergently seen that the diabetes, hypertension, and other obesity and BMI, it is very much I think it is a very emergent problem among the women. So we have to take the strategy to prevent or reduce the NCTs by taking some preventive measures. And so I have taken the awareness program, and these sorts of awareness program can be done everywhere. The study can be replicated in larger. It is a recommendation. It can be done in the experimental methods also, can be done for this, and similar study in another area of the West Bengal or another area of the India also it can be done. Comparative study can be done by giving some schemes or strategic methods for the effectiveness of the awareness program also. And the implications of the studies is also that it can be very beneficial, helpful to reduce and control and prevent the non-communicable disease in our nursing scenario, because we are very much aware that we have to prevent first, because early prevention is better than cure promotion. So we have to ready for that we have to select all the strategies to reduce, to prevent, and to promote our health, especially for the women health, because women in the women empowerment is our very much challenge to us for the nursing personnel. So being a nursing personnel, I have to share our experience in that we have to take measure to take awareness camp and all. This is my reference, and thank you very much. So
All
I
right,
have
thank
taken
you so
some
much.
little time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Ruma Roy. I congratulations to you. That's a really great presentation that I've ever known. And then thank you so much. Hopefully you so well. Health always. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for giving the chance to continue my presentation. It is very thank you to you, both of you. You have given the chairperson. I am very much thankful to you. You have given me chance to continue and finish my periods of study. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Very excellent.
Okay.
Okay. And then next, our presenter will deliver topic research about determinants of intra and post-operative maternal mortality among women undergoing cesarean section at Maternity Theater of Murtala Muhammad Specialist Hospital, Kano. For Mr. Rabiu Musa, are you ready? Okay. Could you hear my voice? Mr. Rabiu Musa.
We cannot hear you.
Okay.
Maybe
I can
hanged.
hear now. I can hear you now. Could you
No,
like
he
to...
is hanged, I think.
Yeah.
Now.
Okay, could you like to full screen your material, please? And your camera, could you like to move to below a little? All right, that's good, excellent. Okay, and then could you like to full screen your material? Do you have any trouble, Mr.?
Control F5.
All right.
CTRL F5, please. CTRL F5.
Sorry, pardon me.
We cannot hear you.
Maybe he touched mute.
Ravi, we cannot hear you.
Okay, now how about this? You can hear me now? You can hear my voice now? Do you have any trouble on your signal? Okay, we still wait for 3 minutes for that. And then if the trouble is cannot overtaking, maybe we can move to the next presenter. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I can see you clearly, Mr. Rabiu. Okay, Mr. Rabiu have a trouble signal. I'm so sorry for that, and we're still waiting for you, Mr. Rabiu. And then the next presenter about abundance of microarthropods population in different sites of Midnapur East Coast of West Bengal, India. Could you like to, Mr. D? Okay, yes, Mr. D, could you like to hear my voice?
Please unmute, Dr. De.
Okay.
Audible? Am I audible?
Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Okay, I can hear your voice now.
Okay.
Are you
Okay.
ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, please full screen your material now.
Okay.
All right.
Start me.
Okay, that's excellent. Excellent,
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Day. Yeah.
At first,
7 minutes. Yeah, time is yours.
I am sincerely gratitude to organizing meeting, and I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of the participants of the globe, and I also wish to record my sincere gratitude to Dr. and Dr. Rikipal to give me opportunities of these presentations. At first, I am the last presenter, but my topic is the theme, the biodiversity. So biodiversity is one of the most important thing throughout the globe. But biodiversity and conservation, it is most related to the World Environment Day that is gone already yesterday. The biodiversity and conservation, so directly or indirectly related to the human life. To the soil microarthropods, that the very neglected organism due to the lack of knowledge in coastal environment. So we know that the coastal environment is good environment in the globe. We do not know the microarthropods have the very active role for the high resource productivity. They enhance the nutrient substance to the decomposition process. Now, my topic is abundance of soil microarthropods populations in different sites of Midnapur coast, the West Bengal, India. Now, the mangrove estuarine ecosystem is one of the most productive ecosystem in the world. So, the mangrove estuarine ecosystem represents one of the most productive ecosystem of the world. The soil microarthropods represents an important group of faunal components in any coastal mangrove estuarine ecosystem. The Midnapur coastal tract extends over 2.82 million hectares, the 220 kilometers of the coastal line, and attempt has been made to present paper the documentation and distribution pattern of intertrial microarthropods of the short, sensitive, and productive and eco-degradative coastal tract of West Bengal. The role of microarthropod in the process of selected mangrove plant decomposition also studied, And basically, the 7 major groups of soil microarthropod, that is the most important part in our research work. That is the Acarina, Collembola, and Coleoptera, Diptera, Isoptera, and Hymenoptera. And other arthropods are found to be inhabit in different areas of the coastal tract of West Bengal. That can enhance the nutrient in coastal environment in the coastal tract of Midnapur district and all over the globe. My study's objective is to explore the diversity of microarthropod in the coastal tract of Midnapur district, to record the seasonal dynamic in different and physiochemical parameter also study, to assess the seasonal change in the density, diversity of microarthropod to month, season, etc. To study mode of the decomposition. That is the most interesting parts of this research work. That is only done in particular newly emerged virgin deltoid island in the Huldia, near Huldia, at the coastal tract of Midnapur district. That is called the Noachur Island. So to estimate the change of physiochemical parameter during the study period of the time, to assess mode of the occurrence of different microarthropods in different phases of decomposition in the mangrove area. These are the 4 study sites. The study site 1 is very important. Basically, it is the island and the most productive areas, and the more about the 5 or 6 the mangrove plants are gradually increasing day by day, and this island is very productive ecosystem in this coastal tract. The study site 2 and study site 3 and 4, these are the more or less same. The geographical areas more or less same, and it's the soil particles and soil structure and the environment also the more or less same. To show the study site 2, 3, and 4 are more or less same in manner. These are the study site some of the photographs. Some of the photographs are also and collect the samples and different study site areas. These are the thematic map. One's in India's West Bengal, and West Bengal's is Purbo Midnapur districts, and study site 1, 2, 3, 4. The method are basically laboratory standard method. The principal method is option decompositional method, and another is the laboratory standard method, also used for the soil microarthropod analysis and collection of preservations and identification process. The decomposition studies only options by 1963, this standard method done by the coastal environment. These are the some physical also temperature, pH, moisture, organic carbons, and salinity, total phosphorus, total nitrogen. These are the most important factors for the studies of this nutrient and another decomposition process purpose. This is average monthly population of soil microarthropod during the old study sites. One thing is important in my studies, that is that in Noachur Island, the more productive ecosystem. Here the naturally mangrove are grown up, and the climate is very good, and the mangrove also be very rich and nature, and decomposition studies also be more significant. So there the soil microarthropod populations are day by day increase, and the productivity and also be enhanced. And another, the 3 study sites, the more or less same. These are the talked about Khichuri and Chunpur. These are the coastal tract. One thing is important: the salinity level is very much very much effective measure for the decrease of these soil microarthropod populations. These are the pH level. Basically, the study site 1 pH level is more or less lower. The other 3 sites is the more or less same. The organic carbon contents also very much high in our study site 1. The organic carbon is the major indications for this production or the productivity purpose. The soil microorganisms is not rich where the organic carbon is very much high level, and another is the nitrogen level. This organic carbons also the very much high at the study site 1. Another these three sites at the more or less same. The total nitrogen also this temperature is the temperature and the basically lower at the study site 1. Another the three sites are the more or less same because they are the more dense mangrove areas. They show the climate also the cool. The results, the physiochemical parameter, temperature, humidity, rainfall, pH in different study sites display the similar trends of fluctuation throughout the different seasons. But some ecological parameters, the organic carbon, total nitrogen, and available exhibit the difference with regard to the study site. Maximum value of the some ecological parameter was recorded study site, followed by the study site 2, 3, and 4. The maximum value of the some ecological parameter was recorded in the month of October. This is the post-monsoon time at study site 1, whereas the parameters of the exhibit the maximum values in the month of June, July, and other sites. These are the some of the soil microarthropods, Isopoda, Hymenoptera, centipedes, and Acarina. These are the Acarinus populations, the more microscopic animals. These are the Polymola. These are more indicative species for the soil fertility status study purpose. These are the Polymola. These are the different types of Polyptera and the Hymenoptera also. These are the indicator species for the soil fertility status. This is one type of important thing is that the decomposition process. Basically the 3-month interval we studies. The litter are already choked, and then it fill the litter bag, and after the 3 months and after 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months, and 12 months extracted, and there the phonal contents also exhibit, and their study, and another the soil parameter also studies. The study site once represents the both the high level of species richness, high species evenness as compared to other the study site. From the comparisons of the post study site, it was found to the variation with respect to the species evenness and species richness had the similar in nature, but had the population value of the study site is study site 1 is supposed to be due to the undisturbed condition. No anthropogenic activity. This is the very, very important. No anthropogenic activities was concerned. This is the dominant diversity curves. These study site ones are the very much effective and popular species richness property are very much distinct, but other three sites. Then other three sites. These are the different indices also represents for this study site. One is more effective and more richness, more evenness index also good. These are the indexes and different. In the present study, the soil microbe populations register the positive significant correlations with relative humidity, organic carbon, and total nitrogen and available potassium, but significant negative correlation with temperature, pH, salinity. Salinity is the known principal factor decreasing the soil microbe populations. These are the Samuel index also represents. These are different types of indices also coincide this my research work, and these are the icon plot also shows the different times time to time the soil microbe population increasing or decreasing. This cluster analysis, there's so many groups are here, and there's so many species associated with mangrove plants. They are decomposition, different types of months and seasons wise. They are the fluctuations. More or less after 12 months, decomposition is rate is very much high. The relationship in different plots of microarthropod and physioparameter and CCA plot also exhibits the similar results. Shows these are the icon plot. More study site 1, 2, 3, 4. More salinity is the one of the most principal factor of this, the decreasing the soil microarthropod populations and decreasing of the decomposition rate. Basically, a total 7 major groups of soil microarthropods already identified, and one basis are counted, and these are the little decomposition rate, relative abundance, and different types of species relation. Each of organic carbons, they also very much important for the decomposition and rate purpose, total phosphorus, available nitrogens at the shows the at the 6 month interval, 6 month periods is the very much high. So the soil microalgae populations also be high at that time. Salinity is the main principal factor for the decreasing the soil microalgae populations. These are the decomposition, different types of rates, and plan with the decomposition Bruguiere was recorded the maximum after 12 months and followed by 9 months and 6 months and 3 months. After 6 months, the decomposition and relative abundance of soil microalgae was the maximum in Columbola, followed by the Acarina, Ptera, or other arthropods. Diptera, Hymenoptera, and Isoptera. These are the principal significant factors. Columbola is the Acarina and Columbola and Polyptera are the principal decomposer. They are the enhance the soil fertility status, the maximum levels. Okay, thank you.
All right, excellent, Dr. Mrinal Kantide. Thank you for the interesting topic. You gave new insight for us, especially for nursing profession. Thank you so much for the very, very excellent presentation. All right, next our presenter, Mr. Rabiu Musa. Are you joining us today? Mr. Rabiu? Okay, I'm so sorry for the signal. I'm afraid of your signal. Professor Sandip, do you have any suggestion for this? Maybe we can wait for 3 minutes.
We just wait for 1 minute, I call.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Mr. Rabiu Musa, you're joining us now. You're joining us now? Okay, maybe if your signals are afraid of your signals not good, maybe you can turn off your video. It's okay. Is it okay, Professor Sandip? Not turn on the video because of the signal? Okay, very good. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Rabiu Musa, could you like to share screen, share your material? Take your time, it's okay. We're not in hurry. We're still waiting for you. Or maybe would you like to, we can help you to share your screen? I'm so sorry,
You can
Mr.
WhatsApp me the PPT also. I can show. Okay.
Okay.
But we cannot hear you. You unmute yourself. Rabi, you unmute yourself.
The microphone, Mr. Rabiu. You can unmute yourself. Okay, we still cannot hear. We still cannot hear you. Okay, but your material is open up. Okay, your microphone still mute. Okay, perhaps another member team for research topic. Ms. Samira, are you ready?
Samira, no, I'm a participant.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry because I can see
Yeah,
your video.
Mr. Rabi has problem with network. I advise him to use his phone. So maybe he's trying to catch you up.
Okay, okay. Thank you for your information. Mr. Rabiu Musa, Regidor Dioso, Ramesh Prasatrai. That's the member of the research topic for the last presentation.
Okay, he's the last presenter?
Yeah, he is the last presenter today.
Oh my God. So let us see.
Okay, it's okay. Take your time. Take a time. Maybe we can just wait.
Any other person can speak for him also, no problem. You just make full screen and any other author can want to speak. Dr. Duke, Dr. Ramesh.
Yeah, there's no member of the team on the Zoom meeting.
Yes, I think.
Yeah, I have called for Regidor Dioso and Mr. Ramesh Prasad Rai, and there is still no response for that. Okay, now we lost signal for Mr. Rabiu Musa, but we can still have him. Okay. Mas Lendra bisa di mute karena dia masih okay. I can see that.
Please join with audio. You unmute yourself. And please join with audio. Talk. Unmute.
Mr. Rabiu Musa, maybe you can see what is that? The button in front of your screen, and then you can I'm afraid of his signal. Okay, excellent. Mr. Rabiu Musa, welcome. Okay, now it's about your voice. We still can hear you now. We are still cannot hearing you now. Or maybe you can text to chat box what your problem. Okay.
To call. This is another line.
Is calling back. Just 1 minute we give. 1-2 minutes.
Yes, yes, Professor Sandeep. We are waiting.
In Nigeria, we have a line problem.
I remind you all, for all participants, please fill the link evaluation for today while we are waiting for Mr. Rabiu Musa for the last topic research. We still have 91 participants in our link evaluation for today. So I remind you again, please fill the link evaluation for today. Thank you so much for your participation.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, yeah, please. All right, we are starting validatory. Rabiu. Kan. Rabiu. Yeah. Okay. No. We didn't get it. Yeah.
Ravi, can you share your slide? I can talk for you.
Yeah, excuse me.
Ravi, are you
Who is
here?
speaking now? Mr. Abdullah Dahiru, is that you?
No, I am speaking.
Yes, it's
Oh,
me.
I'm so sorry.
Yes, Ravi, you can speak.
Okay.
Ravi, you can share the slide. Ravi, yes, Abdullah, can you? Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes, you please read.
Excellent.
Mr. Abdullah, you please read.
Welcome, Mr. Rabiu Musa. You have started screen sharing now. Okay, excellent. Excellent, Mr. Rabiu. And then full screen. Could you?
Okay.
Control F5, CTRL F5. Press CTRL F5, Control F5.
Okay. Mr. Rabiu Musa, can you hear my voice now? Indonesia. Okay, I afraid about low signal, but Mr. Robia Musa
Yeah.
still trying.
Yes, speak.
Yeah, okay.
So my present.
Okay, please. Time is yours. You can start your presentation now.
Yes, can hear.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Rabiu, time is yours. You can start it now.
Hello, sir.
Yes, speak. Present.
Yes, Mr. Rabiu, please. Yeah, I can hear you now. You can start.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
You show the slide, I show.
So objections include what are the rate of intra and postoperative maternal mortality among women undergoing cesarean at Murtala Muhammad Specialist Hospital. The second one, what are the most common causes of intra and postoperative maternal mortality among women undergoing cesarean section? What are the age groups that are mostly affected? Can CS be among the factors causing maternal mortality in this hospital? The objectives of the study: to determine the rate of intra and postoperative maternal mortality among women undergoing cesarean section at Murtala Hospital. To find out the age group that are mostly being affected. To find out the relationship between CS and maternal mortality rate at the Murtala Muhammad Hospital. Materials and method. Research design. Observation research design was used in this research in which the record of the cesarean section Hello, sir. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent. I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. So in addition, questionnaires were distributed among the staff working in the theater and also postnatal ward for further information toward the achievement of desired objectives of this research.
We are lost signal.
Okay, sir. I have an issue. Over to you, sir. Very much, please. Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Rabiu, please.
We can hear. Just speak.
Yes, my computer went off now, so I can only send my full paper to you.
All right, all right.
Hello?
We understand that.
Okay.
Okay, please continue.
I can only send my full paper to you because the computer went off right now.
Yes.
Okay, you just send in the chat.
No.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem.
You just
You can continue.
You just tell the conclusion.
Okay.
Last.
So the conclusion shows that the is not only one. It's not only it has many related causes. There are blood hematoma, there are dehydrated, that is hypovoltage to the patient's state during the surgery as a result of cesarean section. In fact, we concluded that the CS is one of the solutions to the problems of the obstetric patients at times, because as a result of many related terms with CS, you found that with a pregnancy without CS, the patient might not even survive. Might not survive, and the child might not survive. So we conclude that the CS is the best solution to solve the problem of obstetric patients. That's our conclusion, sir. Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rabiu. Thank you so much. Yeah, and the result we need.
I'm very sorry for the issues I have. Yeah, I'm in critical section now. Actually, things, everything is upside down.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Rabiu Musa. Hello.
I will send the full paper to you.
Okay, we understand that you have presented nicely, and I have shared the screen for your article abstract on determinants of intra and post-operative maternal mortality among women undergoing cesarean section and maternity theater of Murtala Muhammad Specialist Hospital, Kano, Nigeria. And you have recommended that the management should mount periodic orientation for the healthcare workers on determinants of intra and post-operative maternal mortality among women undergoing cesarean section in maternity theater of ICSEH Kano in order to improve their practices and to avoid the occurrence of death from cesarean section. Thank you, Mr. Rabiu, for presenting and trying very hard to be with us, and we appreciate your presence. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sandeep Puder. Finally, we come to the end of our presentation. We would like to thanks again to the presenter for the informative and interesting research topic. Thanks to all participants for active participation. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for us and everybody. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For the next, I would like to get back to Professor Sandeep Puder to process. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Professor Sandeep. Professor Sandeep. Hello.
Now my computer got stuck.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
From Nigeria to Malaysia, now my one, just 1 minute.
I hope not for Indonesia.
Thank you. Thank you for nicely moderating the session.
Thank you so much, Professor Sandeep. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, for the next, I would like to get back to you, Professor Sandeep.
Yes, I think again, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. That's so clear.
Okay, my computer already hangs. So thank you for moderating the session.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Professor.
I just Miss Marina and also to Nisha Dharmayanti. Thank you for moderating.
You're welcome.
So now we will start the valedictory session. So everybody may present their views. Just give me 1 minute.
Professor Padar, am I audible? Professor Padar, am I audible?
Yes.
How are you?
Yes, sir. Fine. Actually, we want to start the valedictory session, sir. Just now, I would like.
Not audible. You are not audible now.
Thank you, all of you, for joining for today's conference. And Ms. Dewi, can we start the valedictory session?
Yes, please.
Okay. I would like to invite the director of Stickers Hangtua Surabaya, Dr. A.V. Sri Shwardyan Singh. Madam, kindly press your. Thank you, madam. You want to talk fast or you want to talk at the end? Up to you, madam.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. On this occasion, I would like to thank you for our togetherness for today's and the conference, which has run smoothly and successfully. Special thank you to Professor Sandep, who has been with us for today. Hopefully, in the future, we can work together again in another activity. Thank you all. See you in another conference. Thank you. Salam. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, madam. Just before we go for other speakers' view, we have with us Dr. Shanot Kumar Saha and other guest dignitaries. So we will listen to all of them. First, we want to release the result for our open paper session. The best paper presenters, the the panel member have selected a few best presenters. So, Ms. Dewi, want to share the names and their title? Or I?
Please, Professor Sandip will be share the screen also.
Okay, thank you.
yeah, there are 5
All
best
presenters
presenters
are
today.
very good and excellently presented, and all of it is the main floor where we are presenting. There is nothing to lose, nothing to miss. We are gaining here by experience, and from there we are learning. It is a learning process, and we are learning every day. Like I also learned the different things in 2 days conference, and also I have consulted with some presenters directly after the presentation over. So it is a learning process, and there is, in spite of that, we have selected some good presentations for regarding the terms and presentation and etc. So, Ms. Devi, please show the names.
Oh, okay. Based on the evaluation from the committee, allow me to share the best presenter for this conference. Along to this, we have been through the first presenter in the first day of our presentation. In the open paper session, we have Miss Nur Habiba. Give applause to Miss Habiba.
Miss, make full screen.
Yeah, full screen. Right. Miss Habiba already doing a good job to present the effect of the hyperbaric oxygen therapy on rest and sleep need in the elderly and experimental study with their team. So congratulations to Miss Habiba. And then the second one is Madam Mahuya Karmakar. Please give applause to Madam Mahuya Karmakar. She is present the topic related with the nurse attitude toward communication with conscious intubated patient. Congratulations to the team. And then the third is Miss Nur Mujiastuti, best presenter. Give applause to her. She is good to present the paper related with the walking as a simple exercise to reduce blood glucose level in type 2 diabetes. Congratulations to presenter. And then another best presenter is Mr. Nuhuda. Congratulations to Mr. Nuhuda. You are doing good to present your paper today. And then the topic is related with the stigma and anxiety level with adherence on the treatment schedule for patient with HIV. Congratulations. And then the third one, wow. Wow. Thank you for this achievement. The Professor Sandip already select the best presenter for us, the participant, and then this is the final presenter is me, related with the nurses social support toward family stress and anxiety level in intensive care unit. I think that's enough, Prof. Sandip. That's all for the participant, for the best presenter for during this international conference.
You have another one, I think, the slide.
All right. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, this one is the best presenter for the last session open paper. Madam Ruma Roy, congratulations.
Thank
Madam.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you giving me the best
Alright.
appreciation.
You are good to present your topic today related with the how
Yes.
to awareness
This is very
program.
related topic for the women.
Yeah. Thank you.
Especially.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Congratulations to all best presenter and also the team
Best
of the
presenter.
participant today. Back to Prof. Sandip. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. So we have selected 6 best presenters among our presentations. And now I would like to share my screen again. Sorry, my computer little bit problem now.
That's a common.
Yes. So we are thankful to Ms. Marina Udyastuti for acting as moderator for open paper session. Thank you, Ms. Marina.
Thank you so much, Professor Sandeep. It's honor for me that can participate in this international conference.
Thank you. And also thank you to Nisha Dharmantirianto for acting as moderator of the session, for your kind effort and time. Thank you. Also Ms. Dewi Priyantini, not only as moderator, also organizing this conference on behalf of STIKES Hang Tuah Surabaya. And thank you again. We give big applause to her.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So also I would now like to show you our key member, Professor Sajal Bhattacharya of Postgraduate Department of Zoology and convener of Postgraduate Studies in Ashutosh College, University of Kolkata. He has yes. Okay, Dr. Bhattacharya is the alumnus of University of Calcutta and has carried out his doctoral research at the Department of Medical Entomology, School of Tropical Medicine. He pursued his postdoctoral assignment at Institute de Hygiene de Medicina Tropical, Lisbon, Portugal in 2000, followed by a brief stint at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine in 2004 by the invitation of renowned medical entomologist late Professor C.F. Curtis. His field of research is eco-epidemiology of vector and vector-borne diseases. He has about 100 of scientific publications to his name. He is a fellow member of JSI, Royal Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene, London, and he has been invited into several various countries, Australia, Hungary, Italy, England, Kenya, Indonesia, to present his talk. He has also been invited to participate in WHO organized meeting as an expert in 2017 in Brazzaville, the Republic of Congo. In the following year, he has honored the government of West Bengal, India with the Outstanding Teacher Award. His bibliography titled Dr. Sajal Bhattacharya, an Outstanding Medical Entomologist, has been published 2015. And it is from ICMR. And he has also published 3 papers of life and works of Sir Ronald Ross, and also co-authored a book titled Dr. Ronald Ross, Mosquito Malaria, India, and the Nobel Prize in 2019. He was conferred the prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award by the Society of Medical Anthropology at Sir Ronald Ross Institute Parasitology, Osmania University, Hyderabad, India, and presently he is the regional chairman of Eastern and Northeastern states of India of National Academy of Vector-Borne Diseases, National Executive Member of Social and Medical Entomology, Hyderabad, Association of Entomologists, and member of Advisory Board of Society of Vector Ecology. So he is actually working very hard on malaria and vector-borne diseases, and he have some Zoom problem. So he has sent a message for us. So I just read this message. It was a great occasion to celebrate and talk about the pressing issues concerning our environment. The conference has beautifully depicted how our environment and healthcare go hand in hand through the slide presentations. It becomes an utmost necessity to vocalize how a sustained environment is a life giver during such challenging times. I congratulate all the speakers and participants for their wonderfully crafted speeches. The conference was an eye-opener for the masses as well as for speakers to create a comprehensive strategy to aid in sustainable environmental health. The talks delivered would have a strong impact to help in preventing and containing emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases. And actually, sir is cannot able to log into Zoom, but he attend all the sessions through YouTube in his mobile. Thank you, sir, for your nice, what you call it, nice message to us. Now, I would now request our other participant, means other delegate, Professor Shonat Kumar Saha is around. He plays a very important role in our last year first international conference in Kolkata. Sir, you want to say something?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, please. Sir, unmute, sir. Yes.
Now, am I audible? Thank you, Professor Poddar, for inviting me as a special guest to attend this second international conference on sustainable environment and healthcare. I was fortunate enough to attend the first one, which was held in India, Jadavpur University, and chaired one of the sessions and also delivered one of the keynote address in the inaugural session. This conservation of nature and biodiversity, we must have realized with the current pandemic situation of COVID-19 all over the world. We have to be hand to hand with the nature and the healthcare. In fact, we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors. Whatever problems we are facing today, that we are not taking the environmental protection, causing lot of health hazards all over the world, not only in India. As in India, as per the report of ICSEH, that 1 out of 8 unnatural deaths in India is taking place due to single factor, that is air pollution, and that too through traffic pollution. You can imagine, if we don't take care of this air pollution, in coming 10 years, maybe there will be 2 unnatural deaths out of 8, and that will be a disastrous future for our next generation. Now, we are definitely observing this World Environmental Day on 5th and 6th of June every year. I just want to emphasize that celebrating or just bringing an awareness to the common public, to the general citizen, every citizen of this world under this planet, to focus on this particular day. This World Environment Day should be there in our way of life on day-to-day activities as a routine sort of thing. How to bring this awareness? What are the hazards? How we can have sustainable environment and health care? This we need to educate. This we need to bring an awareness from the grassroots level, from the school going students. And it should be incorporated in the school syllabus that what we need to do and what we should not. This is the most important part of our maintaining the environment how to protect the environment, and how to make this sustainable development on environmental protection and healthcare. We have seen this COVID-19. It has been a learning lesson for all of us that how much importance and significance lies with our environment. So my only submission to this August gathering that
Sir, muted again. Sir, unmute. Yes.
Yes, it is already done. So am I audible now?
Yes, yes. Thank you,
Yes.
sir.
Thank you, Professor Padar, for giving me this opportunity at the last moment to be here. I had some other virtual
Yes, you
program
told me, so you cannot join.
on World Environment Day yesterday. So it was overlapping. So I couldn't attend yesterday's one. And I'm glad that you have remembered me to be here today and spend some time with all of you, my dear participants. Thank you
Sir, for being with us and supporting us always.
Yes, I'm always with you.
19, you come in Malaysia. After that, you in the ICSEH past, you have taken a very good part. I think Datin Hafizah, our Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Dr. Datin Hafizah Madam is here. So
yes, I could see her.
Datin,
kindly convey my regards to her.
Yes, Datin will speak some afterward, and think Professor Jarina also there, Dean, Medical Faculty, Prof. Jarina. Prof. Jarina, you want to speak something?
Yes, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon and good evening, everyone. Okay. On behalf of the Medical Faculty of Lincoln University College, I must say that this course is a great success. So I would like to congratulate the organizer as well as the speakers and participants for the wonderful speeches. So over the last 2 days, I've gained a lot, and I hope this kind of can be repeated again. So a lot of participants has given a good insight on the environmental threat that we are facing. So in future, I think we need to look into whether we have succeeded or we have failed in overcoming the COVID. Only time will tell. So I think we will need more of this from time to time. And I think we don't have to wait for another year to have another meeting. So hope to see everyone again and best wishes. And I must congratulate you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Jarina. I now request Professor Dr. Datin Hafizah Hassan, our Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic. Datin, please say something. Unmute, Datin.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Dan selamat petang semua. Sahabat saya dari Indonesia, all my colleagues from India, Kolkata, and of course Malaysian participant. I'd like to thank all of you who participate, who organize, who did a lot of work during these 2 days. I really appreciate your hard work and good work which Lincoln University really enjoy our collaboration with you. So hopefully next year maybe more participant and more presentation from I saw from Africa, from Ghana, and few other the rest from Indonesia itself, of course, from Malaysia, and from other participants which very interesting, and from India, of course. All the research is very well and an excellent discovery that we see. So hopefully next year all of you will join in again with Lincoln University. And of course, not forgetting my colleague, Professor Dr. Sandip Puda, who initiate the whole thing with Surabaya, sahabat saya di sana. Saya pun tinggal di Indonesia dulu selama 5 tahun. Jadi Indonesia is part of my family because I have Malindo grandchildren. So anyway, there is Indonesia and Malaysia grandchildren. So hopefully we will continue next year, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Yes, thank you, Datin. I must tell that Datin also traveled to India to attend our first international conference on sustainable environment and healthcare, ICSEH first one in 2019. And after that, 2020, we cannot conduct physical. Again, we have planned to visit India or other place, but now we have done on virtual mode. And Datin always support our foundation as well. Thank you, Datin. And any other speaker, any other participant want to share it, any view? Please come forward. Participants? I can see Doya.
Sandeep.
Yes, please.
This is Father Ignacy from India.
Yes, yes.
I just wanted to give you a congratulations for meticulously organizing this. So I found it was one of the best organized conferences. Congratulations to you and to the team.
Thank you for joining, and also sorry for late response in email.
Oh, it's okay.
That one go to spam box. Some problem.
But you responded very quickly. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We hope that we will see you again.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
It is very good experience of us, and excellent job you have done. The whole organizer. I want to congratulate all of you to arrange such a virtual conference, and it is very impressive to us. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, madam. And any other?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. This is Usha Mallik from Kolkata, West Bengal.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, at the beginning, I must congratulate you and your team. It's an excellent job that you have done, sir. Even in the corona pandemic, such kind of the opportunity for us for participating in an international conference. It's a very wonderful thing for us as well. Definitely, it was a good platform to present ourselves as well. Hope our relationship will be continued and will be next 2022 also will be same. Hopefully not by the virtual mode. We'll be definitely in physical mode, expecting so. And sir, one thing more, if possible, by the time it's a 1 year interval that we are doing, if possible, by the time, if you could arrange some kind of the small presentation, at least on the basis of the COVID and impact of the post-COVID symptoms among the patients, because many patients we are seeing and hearing that are having much more problems in the post-COVID, which they are not having much more in the during the time of COVID also, sir. But I felt during the time of my giving care to my community, to my surroundings. Like this, many cases, if you can able to do such kind of the, not the international like that, not such a big platform way, but if you can able to arrange something like that, will be better beneficial for us. Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. And actually, your topic on electronic data registration in nursing is very good. And of course, now it is very useful. Actually, in electronic data, when you are talking, last year, one of our hospital in Malaysia is totally based on electronic data. So,
yes, sir.
And some computer problem occurred in the server. So that time they face a havoc because they have no paperless work fully on that hospital. So everybody have to queue up for several hours for getting the record, because there is no record. Actually, here system is different. All patients' record is kept in hospital itself. They don't release to the outsiders and out to the patient's hand. So there is a
Sir,
problem.
I have done
during,
another study that is based on the electronic medical record. That is actually retrospective study.
Yes,
because during the concurrent, it could not be done able to when the patient was admitted, but the post discharge with the help of the health informatics and our IT system and the EMR record, that also I have done a study on that.
Okay, so we will
so
move forward also. Thank you, madam, your suggestion. And actually here, I have just received one leaflet that there is insurance company offering insurance for the vaccination, side effect of vaccination insurance. So there is different side effect vaccination, means before vaccine have to take the insurance for any side effect of vaccination. So
yes, sir, I had
that type
I
of
can tell
insurance
you
also
my experience.
Yes, so we
huge
will
side effect for me.
Yes, so we will organize different already organizing different what you call the sessions of webinars, and we will definitely inform all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
And any other participant? Any participant from Nigeria? They are facing big problem for internet. Internet is very poor in Nigeria.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir, is Abdullahi Dahiru.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sir, I'm presenting on good morning, sir. I'm presenting on Abraham Maslow's application of Abraham Maslow's theory to improve nurses service quality delivery. Okay, so there had been issues of discussion among the healthcare delivery cycle that nurses service quality delivery is on decline. Now, the paper is trying to provide an in-depth review on the state of nursing care. Now, nurses being the most critical human resource component for the attainment of SDG and as well as fight against COVID-19. Hence, I think it's very important for us to appreciate the fact that what brings about low quality delivery among the nursing care profession, of course, is nothing other than the fact that there have been a number of studies and relevant literatures had shown that nurses, because they are demoralized, they are demotivated, and in terms of their salary and remunerations, it's not enough for them to be able to put in their best. And as long as these issues are not looked into, then definitely nurses are really going to continue to face problems, and also the outcome of the patient care. So I think we should appreciate this fact and therefore try as much as possible to see that our nurses are motivated. So it's not a serious problem only in Nigeria or African countries, but it's the world over. A number of reasons advanced were the failure of healthcare management to attract, retain, and maintain nurses' high turnover. That is what leads to the low motivation and low morale. And of course, the declining quality of nursing services as evidence. So, sir, the point is, so long as efforts are made to apply Abraham Maslow's motivational theory, we will be able to achieve that. Because the theory is saying that we should look into other nurses' basic needs. We should look into their salary. We should look into the work organizational climate. We should look into the work organizational climate and other related factors so that our nurses can be, their level of job satisfaction can improve. Thank you.
Thank you.
So in conclusion, if we can explore Maslow's theory, is one of the efficient means to improve service quality delivery and to achieve the SDG 3 and the universal health coverage. So that is my point. In the midst of COVID-19 lockdown, nurses are the vanguard. So therefore, we need to, as much as possible, try to look at ways we can apply motivational theory, especially Maslow's theory, so that our nurses' level of performance can be improved for better patient outcome. They are the frontliners. They are always there at the front fighting the COVID-19 and other infectious, imaginary infectious disease. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, thank you. Any other person? Dr. Prem?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, Ms. Dian.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to say congratulations to Professor Dr. Sandip and to all of the organizing committee that already conduct the successful event. And secondly, it was very gratitude to the award that give to our team with the title paper is the effect of the HPU therapy, hyperbaric therapy. And I hope in the next research we can conduct together and see you in the next third International Conference of Sustainable Environment and Healthcare. Thank you. Good afternoon. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Anybody more?
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself, Professor Sandip. My name is Siti Aisyah. I was from nursing students at Stika Sang Tua, Surabaya. So I will say thanks so much to all of this committee and who have held this extraordinary conference. So maybe hopefully we can meet at the next conference as well as like this. So hopefully this pandemic will pass quickly as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Any other person? So if no more, I would now again like to share my screen. As we know that we are working on today, 5th June, the World Environment Day, and environment is focused on our human society. We are more focused on our human being, and we don't look after the other things. But United Nations Sustainable Development Goal have 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which is linked together. And of course, there is all focused on human mainly. Starting goal number 1 is no poverty. And you can see that zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, and partnership for the goals. So in this conference, you have seen that we have discussed about life below water, climate action, of course, responsible consumption, and of course, other things on agriculture aspect, as our first speaker, starting from past and last, we have seen many types of things, and we are working together for the United Nations 17 SDG goals. So our conference, International Conference on Sustainable Environment and Healthcare, we have proud privilege to work on this year theme, ecosystem restoration for this theme, and we are all looking forward to ecosystem restoration so that we can move out from our house and meet again physically with each other. We are looking for that day, and we should pray to Almighty that we should go again and move up and move out from this COVID-19 scenario. Now, we would thank again Sekolah Tinggi ILMU Kesihatan Hang Tua, Surabaya, Indonesia, for full support of the IT team. And of course, you can see very nicely presented, like TV show, the stage, etc. We thank again for this nice presentation and full team, including the the moderators and the chairpersons. Thank you. And of course, our foundation. From the starting, I must thank Dr. Idris Ahmed, who recited the dua, our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Haja Bibi Corina Abdullah, Dato Ambassador Yusuf Abu Bakar, our CEO and Vice Chancellor, of course, Professor Dr. Amia Bhomik, President and founder of Lincoln University College, who is the main motivator to do conference and events, organize many, and we are working on it every time. We are also thankful, Madam Dr. A.V. Sri Suhardin Singh, Director of STI, Hang Tua, Surabaya. Madam, thank you again for your kind presence and give permission and extend your hand of collaboration. We will again, of course, we will work again together. We again thankful to our invited speakers. Dr. Guswani Anwar, yesterday she spoke in her plenary speech on environmental health to prevent human pandemic. She is from forestry background from University Bengkulu and former Vice Rector of Patpetula University, Indonesia. Then Dr. Sitiadi of our own strikes, Hang Tua, Surabaya, on caring nursing education behavior among the nursing students. He described about that. Then Professor Dr. Ananda Kishore Pal of Kolkata, orthopedics, and he talked about the COVID scenario. And thank you again for your presence and all the open paper session presenters from starting from yesterday and today again. We have morning the nice presentation of Professor Dr. Smriti Mani, Principal, College of Nursing, Medical College, and of course Dr. Sushanta Poddar from industry. He shared his experience on biomedical waste management, and other all presenters, and now also present so many participants. Still now around 70 participants we can see in Zoom room. Thank you all again for being with us, and certificate and etc. we of course will dispatch next week, and anybody can contact me directly with any problem. And of course full paper also for publication you send to me, we will see. Thank you. And anybody want to share? Madam Dewi?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thank you. On behalf of the committee, speakers Hang Tua Surabaya. My gratitude and highest appreciation to the host organizer and also the co-host organizer, Dr. Tarak Nat Podan Memorial Foundation. Thank you for good collaboration, and this is the first time for us doing this joint research and also joint event, and then hopefully in the next session we can enhance the network among us. Thank you very much, and thank you again for all the event that excellent and doing smooth well. Thank you, Dr. Sandip.
Thank you. And we again tell that wash your hand, stay safe, wear mask, maintain your distance, and focus on 3W: wash, wear, and wide. So maintain your distance, wash hand, and wear mask to stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all. See you next event. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms. Dewi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
See you again.
Salam.
Izin live. Izin live.